The Guilty Spouse. Lee Callaway, Book Number 7. Written by Thomas Fincham. Narrated by David Anthony Roach. Chapter 1. 1 year ago. Cassius Clay Robinson pulled the hoodie over his head and shoved his hands in his sweatshirt's pockets. He was named after the great boxer, Muhammad Ali, formerly known as Cassius Clay. Unlike his namesake, Cassius Clay Robinson, or CC, as his friends liked to call him, was neither tall, lithe, nor did he have a gift for banter. CC stood at 5'7", had a stocky build, and he lumbered as he walked. He was also shy and introverted. He was the polar opposite of the famous athlete who had coined the phrase, "float like a butterfly, sting like a bee." CC would never float like a butterfly. His physique would not let him, but he could very well sting like a bee. The latter, however, was something he preferred not to do. CC never knew his father. The man was a petty criminal who was shot while trying to rob a convenience store. His mother was an addict who died of a drug overdose. He, along with his younger brother Marcus, were left in the care of their grandmother. His grandmother was an honest, hard-working woman. She spent her working life cleaning people's houses. She wanted her children to get a higher education, but that did not happen. Her son died in a car accident, and her daughter, Cece's mother, who was bright and intelligent, met the wrong man. According to his grandmother, Cece's father destroyed her little girl. He steered her down a road of crime and addiction. His grandmother was relieved when Cece's father was killed. She believed his evil ways would no longer infect her 2 grandchildren. Cece shivered whenever he thought of his grandmother. She was proud she earned everything in her life. She never cared for handouts, and she did not approve of stealing. Stealing was exactly what Cece had set out to do this late at night. The streets were dark. There was an occasional car on the road, but overall it was quiet. He pulled the hoodie further over his head. He felt ashamed. He was planning to do what his father had done, become a petty criminal. Worse, he was going to rob a convenience store, the exact crime that got his father killed. But CC would not end up like his old man. He would not go into a situation without a plan. He had already scoped out the convenience store. The owner did not own a gun. At least, that's what CC hoped. Also, during the night, the convenience store was run by the owner's son, who was probably just a few years older than CC. CC should have been a freshman in college, but he could not get a scholarship, and with no money to pay for tuition, he was forced to work at a packaging company. That job lasted only a short time before the company went under. A lot of employees, including CC, were laid off without receiving their last 2 months' pay. They could hire a lawyer to recoup their lost wages, but who had the money for lawyers anyway? After a brief retirement, his grandmother had gone back to cleaning people's houses. She needed the money to help take care of CC and his brother, but the work was tough. His brother, who was still in high school, was still wearing sneakers that were a size too small. Marcus had shot up the moment he hit puberty, and all his clothes needed to be replaced. His grandmother did her best to sew him some new clothes, but shoes were another matter. Cece would use the money from the convenience store to buy his brother a nice pair of shoes. Marcus had been through a lot. First, losing both parents at such a young age, and now he was without the basic things a boy his age should have. Marcus had stopped asking Cece for anything because he knew his brother could not provide it. But not anymore, Cece thought. I want to give my brother a better life. Chapter 2. Cece did not have a real gun. Instead, he had stashed a wooden toy gun in his sweatshirt pocket. He hoped he would not have to draw the toy gun during the robbery. Instead, he would point his Airstat's weapon through his pocket, figuring it should be enough to scare the clerk. If things became dangerous, Cece would bolt out of the store as fast as he could run. He moved down the street and then cut through a department store's empty parking lot. The convenience store was behind the department store. Once Cece had done the deed, he would use the parking lot to make his escape. As he moved through the lot, Cece thought, I wish I had brought a baseball cap. A ball cap would easily shield his face from the security cameras. But he did have a bandana in one of his pants pockets. He would keep the hoodie over his head and pull the bandana over his face. The last thing he wanted was for his face to be plastered on the news, or worse, cops showing up at his grandmother's house to arrest him. That would be the end of the woman. Her grandkids were her last hope. She prayed they would make something of themselves, and she would do everything in her power to make that happen. Cece was about to crush that hope. He moved through the empty parking lot and went around the massive building. As he turned the corner, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A lone vehicle sat outside the store. The engine was off, and so were the headlights, but Cece could make out a silhouette behind the wheel. What the hell? He thought. Maybe the driver was waiting for someone, or maybe he was an undercover cop. Cece broke into a cold sweat. The driver's got to be an undercover cop. He debated whether he should double back, but that would look suspicious. He was certain the cop had seen him. Cece took a deep breath and kept moving. I've done nothing wrong yet. A cop can't just stop me and ask what I'm doing out so late. Cece felt a toy gun in his pocket. Shit, how do I explain this? He thought angrily as he drew closer to the vehicle. I only planned. That's it, he thought. Nobody ever got arrested for planning a crime but not carrying out, right? There's no law against just thinking of committing a crime. He lowered his head and kept walking. As he passed the vehicle, he realized it was a Mercedes-Benz. When did undercover cops start driving luxury vehicles? He thought. He shot a glance at the driver. He noticed the driver's head was tilted to the side. Even in the low light, he could tell the driver's eyes were closed. A thought occurred to Cece. Why risk robbing a convenience store when I could rob this guy? A man who owns a Mercedes could have enough cash in his wallet, even if he doesn't. He must have a Rolex, a gold wedding ring, or something else of value on him. When Cece was past the Mercedes, he quickly pulled the bandana over his face and spun on his heel. He approached the vehicle from behind. He rushed up to the driver's side window and tapped the glass. Roll down the window, he said in a low but authoritative voice. The driver did not stir. Hey, buddy, Cece said, raising his voice. Open the window unless you want a bullet in your head. He could not believe he was threatening to hurt someone, even if he was only bluffing. His grandmother would be appalled if she saw him now. When the driver did not respond, Cece tried the door. He pulled the door ajar and realized the man was actually no older than him. He had smooth skin, dark hair, and he was wearing a white shirt. But the shirt was no longer white. It was covered in a dark liquid, a liquid that glistened in the moonlight. Blood, Cece realized with a shock. Shit, lots of blood. For a moment, Cece stood stock still. Then he lowered the bandana and said, Buddy, you okay? The man did not respond. Cece knew he had to get out of there. If anyone saw him, they would think he had something to do with it. Cece got ready to leave. The man's eyes snapped open. Cece jumped back, startled. The man let out a wet gurgle. He's alive, Cece thought. Cece knew he could not leave the man to die. He would never forgive himself if he did. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed 911. Chapter 3. Present Day. Dana Fischer jogged down the road. Fischer was a 10-year veteran of the Milton Police Department. She was 5'5", weighing close to 110 pounds, and she had dark shoulder-length hair. Her thin nose pointed upwards, and it moved whenever she opened her mouth. Each morning, even at the crack of dawn, Fischer could be seen jogging through the streets near her apartment building. She looked forward to her morning routine. The exercise gave her an opportunity to clear her mind of all the crap she had to deal with as a homicide detective. The pressures of the job were high. So was the burnout rate among detectives. The constant stress resulted in the end of marriages, substance abuse problems, and even suicides. The last was something Fischer could not come to terms with. They were supposed to prevent deaths, not be a part of them. For Fischer, the early morning jogs were key to maintaining her emotional health. Today, however, there would be no quiet for her. Jogging next to her was Officer Lance McConnell. He was tall, with deep blue eyes and a prominent chin. His hair, which was normally hidden underneath a police cap, was blonde. Fischer and McConnell had been dating for some time now. At first, they had kept their relationship a secret, but now everyone on the force knew they were a couple. Rumors had started to flow. Some believed that McConnell had already proposed to Fischer and that they were preparing to get married by the end of the year. Others believed the relationship was one of convenience. Fischer and McConnell both had demanding jobs and, as such, were only in it for the short term. The truth, Fischer knew, was somewhere in the middle. While she and McConnell were both focused on their careers, they knew how important it was to have a life outside of work. They appreciated one another because they each knew how taxing it was to be a member of law enforcement. At the end of a brutal day, Fischer could rely on McConnell to make her feel whole again. They had not talked about marriage yet, but they both wanted to one day settle down and have a family. Right now, though, they wanted to take things slow. If their relationship could withstand the constant ups and downs of working for the Milton PD, maybe, just maybe, it could withstand the ups and downs of a marriage. "You keep this pace all the time?" McConnell asked, falling behind. She turned and saw that he was already sweating. The first time she had laid eyes on him was during the interstate police games. McConnell was twice the 100-meter track champion, and he always ribbed her that jogging was not at the same level as sprinting. "Sprinting is harder," he had argued. "Jogging requires more endurance," she had always replied. As they were both highly competitive, Fischer challenged him to go on a jog with her. If he could keep up with her, she would make dinner for an entire week. "You find this pace challenging?" she asked, ribbing him. "I never said that," he answered, catching up with her. They moved down a winding road, up a steep hill, up concrete steps, and through a long park. As they were making their way up another hill, McConnell said, "Stop!" Fischer turned. Lance was panting, clutching his thighs. "Why?" she asked. "That's not fair," he replied between breaths. "What's not fair?" "You are taking a longer route to punish me." She shook her head. "I'm not. This is the same route I take each morning. If you don't believe me, you can join me again tomorrow." He stared at her. His face was flushed from exhaustion. "You win," he said. "I'm done." She grinned. "All right, then I'll see you back at the apartment." "Where are you going?" he asked, looking confused. "I still have to finish my route," Fischer replied, as she jogged off. Chapter 4. Detective Gregory Holt sat in a courtroom. His face showed little emotion. Holt was 6'4", weighing close to 250 pounds. He had thick arms, thick hands, and a thick neck. His body made the suit he was wearing almost burst at the seams. Holt could get a larger suit, but he did not like having his clothes dangle from his body like he was a hanger. Across from him, seated in the witness box, was Brigitte Green. Brigitte was 23, with blue eyes, dirty blonde hair, and blemish-free skin. 5 years ago, Brigitte was living with a man named Douglas Rathburn. Rathburn was 15 years older than Brigitte. But that was not at all what was wrong with the relationship. Rathburn was a well-known drug dealer. He also had a long rap sheet, which included assault, intimidation, and attempted murder. The last he was able to avoid prosecution for when the case took too long to go to trial and the prosecution eventually dropped the charges. Rathburn was a ruthless criminal, and it was not beneath him to resort to violence if he did not get his way. At that time, Holt worked as drugs and narcotics officer for the Milton Police Department. Rathburn had been on his radar for quite some time. The police knew he had safe houses across the city, and each time the police raided them, they found drugs, but nothing connecting them to Rathburn. The people employed at the safe houses either never gave up Rathburn out of fear of retribution, or they were simply kept in the dark as to who they were really working for. Holt felt it was a little of both. Rathburn had a reputation for getting even with those who betrayed him. He had a saying, "If you find a snitch, you leave him in a ditch." Rathburn was also shrewd in how he conducted his business. Even though the police shut down his safe houses, they were never able to find his main safe house, the place he stored the drugs before he distributed them across the city. Holt knew he had one, but he was never able to find out while he was a drugs and narcotics officer. Neither were the officers who took over the case after he had left to become a detective. But Holt was not in the courtroom, seated at the defense table, because of Douglas Rathburn. He was here because of Brigitte Green. Brigitte had chosen to sue the Milton Police Department, and specifically, Detective Gregory Holt, for his actions on the night of September 12th. It was a night Holt would never forget. Chapter 5. The girl on the right wore a jeans jacket while the girl on the left had a light sweater. They were both in the back seat, and they were both yapping away nonstop as only people their age could. They never once worried that the driver would overhear what they were saying. Maybe that's how the newer generation is, Lee Callaway thought. Callaway was tall, tanned, and he had silver around his temples. Even with the crow's feet around his eyes, he still looked youthful, but he was far older than the girls in the back seat of his Dodge Charger. Callaway was a private investigator, a profession he loved but one that came with little or no stability. There was no health insurance, no paid vacation leave, and certainly no pension for retirement. Most of the cases he worked on paid little or nothing, but they were compensated by the few that paid well beyond his expectations. He had not had a well-paying case in some time, and his last major case had paid him a pittance compared to the work he had done. For that reason, he had signed up to drive for a ride-sharing app called Trip. Trip let drivers use their personal vehicles as taxis. But unlike other ride-sharing apps, where vehicles must not be older than 5 years, Trip let drivers use vehicles that were exotic in nature, just as long as they were certified safe. Callaway's Dodge Charger fit that category. He had heard of other drivers using classic vehicles such as Corvettes and Jaguars, and even a Rolls-Royce as private taxis. They gave riders a different experience, one that cost a bit more than the average ride. The two girls in the back were excited about being driven in an older, albeit mint condition, Charger. Callaway had paid a substantial amount to have his car repaired. An irate client's spouse had taken a bat at the Charger. Seeing the condition he had left it in broke Callaway's heart. He had vowed he would never put the Charger in harm's way. The car had been the one constant thing in this otherwise unsteady life. He hated using the Charger as a taxi, but when the PI work hit yet another dry patch, he had to find other means of making money. He had once worked as a security guard at a department store, an experience he did not cherish for a single moment. Callaway did not work well with others. More specifically, he did not like working for others. Years before, he was a deputy sheriff in a small town, but the sheer monotony of the job got to him. Nothing exciting happened in town, and out of sheer boredom, he quit. But he did not just walk away from a stable job. He also walked away from his wife and infant daughter. He was now working on getting his daughter and his ex-wife back. The Charger was not fuel efficient. He doubted he would pocket enough money after all the expenses. But the ride-sharing app was a temporary solution until he landed a big case. As he tried to keep up with the girls' constant conversation, he felt a headache coming on. He could not wait for the drive to be over. Chapter 6. After her jog, Fischer returned to her apartment building. While she waited by the elevators, she again wondered why she had not moved out. The building was recently taken over by new management, and they were doing their best to upgrade the property. But the work was slow, and there was much that needed to be done. The windows in each unit were not insulated. Cold air and sometimes even rain was constantly seeping into the units. There were numerous occasions where Fischer would have to place a towel underneath the windows to prevent the carpet from getting damp. The main water line was constantly being turned off because all of the necessary repairs required to keep it functioning. The hallway carpets and wallpapers were already removed, leaving exposed concrete floor and naked walls. The building was always swarming with construction workers. It was not uncommon for Fischer to tiptoe over construction materials and equipment just to get to her unit. Then there was the noise. Fischer worked odd hours. It was a hazard of the job. If she was wrapping up a case, she could be at her desk until very early in the morning, which required her to sleep during the day. A simple task that was not possible with all the hammering, drilling, and cutting. As usual, only 2 of the 3 elevators were working, and one of them was allocated to the construction workers in order for them to move freely through the building. So with that, there was only one functioning elevator for the entire building, and there was already a long lineup of people behind her. Fischer decided to take the stairs up to the 6th floor. She was already saving for a down payment to purchase a house, but the market in Milton was continually getting hotter and hotter. It was now beyond the reach of average working-class folks. She considered moving in with McConnell, but their relationship had not progressed to that stage yet. McConnell was still working his way up the ranks, and Fischer wanted to become the first female captain at the Milton PD. Marriage and children were not on her and McConnell's radar at the moment. Speaking of McConnell, he had already left for a shift. The interior of Fischer's apartment was painted in bright colors. The prior tenant had let the beige walls turn an ugly yellow, which made her feel ill whenever she looked at them. The living room and kitchen were on the left, and the bedroom and bathroom on the right. The prior tenant did one useful thing, though. He had enclosed the balcony, thus giving her an extra room. The space was small, and she used it either as a meditation room or an office. The apartment was covered in family photos. Fischer's mom always had photos in their house. She said she wanted to be reminded of all that was important in her life, her family. Fischer continued that tradition, although after her trip to Lockport, the photos triggered a feeling of sadness whenever she looked at them. She could very well take down the photos, but she was not ready to do that. They reminded her of what she had lost, but at the same time, they reminded her of all the wonderful memories she had as a child. She quickly showered, changed into her work clothes, and left. Chapter 7. Holt remembered the night of September 12th, like it was yesterday. He was seated in his unmarked cruiser outside Douglas Rathburn's apartment complex, waiting for something to happen. Even though Rathburn handled a ton of cash, he preferred to live a low-key life. The apartment was a shrewd move to avoid the spotlight. If the cops came knocking on his door, he could show them that he was not who they thought he was. If they asked how he paid his bills, he told them he was a record producer. A decade before, Rathburn had produced 2 rap tapes. They were mostly about drugs, gangs, and the thug life. The tapes were not a hit, and the musicians who had recorded them never made it big. But those tapes showed that Rathburn did indeed have a talent for music. Had he stuck with music, he might have made something of himself. Instead, he opted for a life of crime. When Holt thought about Rathburn's motive, it made sense. Why wait years for your big break, which in most cases never happened, when you could rake in money now? There was a reason why Holt was outside Rathburn's apartment complex that night. His informant had told him that something big was going to go down. The informant was not sure what, but Holt had a feeling it had to do with money. Even though Rathburn never kept the drugs on him out of fear of getting caught, Holt was certain he did not trust the money with other people. If there was a shipment of drugs coming in, Rathburn would be the one to carry the cash to make the payment. It was all conjecture, but Holt had spent too much time tailing the man. He wanted nothing more than to bust him and end his reign of crime. Rathburn lived on the 7th floor. The lights were on in his apartment. Holt had debated calling for backup, but the sight of tactical officers in riot gear going in would spook Rathburn. Holt was certain Rathburn had spies everywhere, and he would destroy any evidence before the police burst in. When he saw the apartment's light go off, Holt decided to take a chance and go in. He raced up the flight of stairs, and when he got to Rathburn's apartment, he banged on the door and announced himself. When he did not get a reply, he kicked the door open. He feared Rathburn was disposing of the cash. The apartment was dark, but there was light coming from underneath the bedroom door. Holt announced himself one more time. A hail of bullets ripped through the door. Fortunately for Holt, he was standing to the right, and not a single bullet hit him. Holt emptied his weapon into the bedroom door. When all was quiet, Holt decided to check. He saw Douglas Rathburn spread on the floor. His body was riddled with bullets. On the bed were bags filled with cash. That should have been Holt's moment of victory, but what he saw next nearly ripped his heart out. Behind the bed was a woman. She was bleeding profusely. Several bullets had hit her, but that was not all. The woman was pregnant. Holt would later find out that she was 7 months in. Brigitte Green lost the baby girl she was carrying, and, due to the severity of her injuries, the doctors told her she would never be a mother again. As Brigitte cried on the stand as she described her loss, Holt felt as if someone was once again ripping his heart out. Chapter 8. Fischer grabbed breakfast on her way to the Milton PD. When she arrived, she took the elevator up to the detective division. Her desk was across from Holt's vacant desk. She knew every detail about the Brigitte Green case. She also knew how heavily that case weighed on Holt. She wanted to be at the courthouse to support him, but he refused her offer. He felt it was better that one of them be at work in case there was something that needed their immediate attention. She knew that was not the only reason. He did not want her to see him take the stand. Brigitte Green's lawyers were prepared to attack Holt from all sides, and he was still tormented by the events of that day. He was not sure what his reaction would be. Fischer debated whether to call or text him, but she decided against it. Holt was likely still in court, and he would not be able to answer anyway. When he was ready, he would fill her in on the details. She opened the takeout bag and removed an egg and cheese sandwich. She took a bite and then glanced at her desk. Old cases that had gone cold were piled high. There was a drive-by shooting, which resulted in the death of an innocent bystander. There was a hit-and-run, which resulted in a fatality. There was a suicide that turned out not to be one upon further examination. Fischer finished the sandwich and then walked to the other side of the floor. She poured herself coffee from a pot. Fischer liked her coffee piping hot. It was how her father drank his tea. She took a sip and returned to her desk. She grabbed the top file and opened it. She had already gone through all these cases from every angle. She had pored over each detail, no matter how minute it was. Maybe this time I'll find something, she thought. And they began to go over the file once again. The telephone on her desk rang. The officer on the line said a woman was waiting for her in the main lobby. When Fischer heard who it was, she sighed. Maybe I should ask him to send her away, she thought. She decided not to, and said to the officer, "Tell her I will be right down." She was seated on a plastic chair. Fischer had met her before. Her name was Kathleen Whitehead. She had long dark hair, a round, freckled face, and today she was wearing a light coat. Kathleen's brother, Alex Whitehead, had gone missing 6 days ago. Kathleen was a sophomore in Connecticut. She had flown to Milton to find out what had happened to him. On her first visit to the police department, Fischer had told her to file a missing persons report. But Kathleen did not believe her brother would disappear without telling anyone, especially without telling her. They were very close, calling each other almost every day. In Fischer's experience, people disappeared for a variety of reasons. Money, domestic problems, even legal trouble. And most of the time, they did not want to be found, especially not by their loved ones. They could be embarrassed by the situation they had found themselves in, or they were afraid their loved ones might lead the authorities straight to them. Kathleen, Fischer said, "As I've told you already, your brother is an adult, and unless there was foul play involved, there is nothing I can do. I handle murder cases, not missing persons cases." "I think my brother was murdered," Kathleen said. "And you have proof of that?" Fischer asked, almost scoffing. "I do." Fischer's eyes narrowed. Kathleen's eyes were serious. "What makes you so certain of this?" "I'll show you." Chapter 9. Callaway entered the restaurant, looked around, and spotted Jolie Patterson behind the counter. Jolie had blonde hair, which she always kept in a ponytail. She wore a fitted t-shirt with an apron over it. Today, however, she also had on bright red lipstick. Callaway sauntered over and pulled up a stool by the counter. Smiling, Jolie came over to him. "You're not sitting at your favorite table?" she asked. Whenever Callaway came to the restaurant, which he did quite a bit because he did not know how to cook, he always took a seat at a table by the windows. It was at that very table he was once arrested while having breakfast. Also, at that table, he had once sat with his daughter, only to ask Jolie a favor. Watch Nina for a bit so he could run errands that took longer than he planned. But that was beside the point. Callaway liked that the table was tucked in the corner, where he could eat his meal in peace, and also he could stare out the window to see who was entering and leaving. Sometimes he would ruminate about his life, why he had chosen to be a private eye, why he was not there for his daughter when she was younger, why he walked away from his marriage. The table was a great spot to reflect on all the mistakes he had made. It helped that Jolie made a perfect cup of coffee, neither too strong nor too watery. "What's with the lipstick?" he asked her. "Why do you ask?" He shrugged. "I mean, I've never seen you dolled up at work." She stared at him. "Dolled up?" He swallowed. I mean, you don't usually wear makeup." "Is it so wrong for a lady to dress up for work without people commenting on it?" "Well, I don't think it's wrong. I actually think the lipstick looks great on you, that's all." Her face broke into a smile. "You really think so?" "I do." "Is this the famous Lee Callaway charm I've heard of?" Jolie asked. Callaway was a bona fide ladies' man. He had been with too many women to count, a fact he was no longer proud of. He had even tried to get Jolie to go out with him. Fortunately, she had better sense than to let him seduce her. She was now one of his closest friends, something he cherished more than a one-night stand. "I'm serious," he said. "You look good." Her smile widened. "I actually have a date tonight." His eyebrows shot up. "You do?" "Yep," she replied, blushing. "He came by one day for lunch, and the next thing you know, we exchanged phone numbers." "What does he do?" "He's an economist." Callaway's eyebrows shot up again. "Aren't economists boring?" "He's not. Plus, after what I went through with Dean, boring and stable is what I need in my life right now." Jolie's ex-husband used to be an equipment manager for a rock band. During one tour on the road, he called Jolie and told her he no longer wanted to be married. What made it worse was the fact that she was at home caring for their infant son. Jolie ended up moving back to Milton with her mom, and together they were raising Josh, who was now 6 years old. "What does Josh think of Mr. Economist?" Callaway asked. "He doesn't know, and I'm not going to tell him just yet," Jolie replied. "He's still a bit upset about the way Dean disappeared on him." Callaway suddenly felt guilty. He had something to do with Dean leaving Milton in such a hurry, and he had a feeling Jolie knew this. But she would never accuse him of anything. She knew his heart was in the right place. As a friend, he wanted the best for her and her son. "What time are you going on your date?" he asked. "Right after my shift. Henry will pick me up from the restaurant." "Henry, is it? A boring name for a boring guy," he teased. "Stop it," she replied. "How's the driving coming along?" "After paying for the gas, maintenance, and insurance, I don't think I'll be left with much." "Don't worry, it's only temporary. I'm sure you'll land a new case very soon." "I hope so, because if I don't, I'll be begging for free meals like before." Jolie laughed. "Bill is in retirement mode. He hardly comes to the restaurant anymore. I'm left to run and manage it. If you want, I can get Charlie to whip something up for you on the house." Charlie was the restaurant's cook. He had been extra kind to Callaway's daughter when she was there, and Bill was the restaurant's owner. He had never been kind to Callaway. It did not help that Callaway rarely paid for his meals, so he could not fault the man for being miffed at him. Callaway pulled out a $20 bill and dropped it on the counter. "Fortunately, I'm not completely broke just yet. Get me your finest breakfast money can buy." Julie smiled as she grabbed the bill. Coming right up. Chapter 10. The bungalow was located outside of Milton. It had a wide lawn with weeds growing out of it. A flower bed was in the middle of the lawn, with little or no flowers in it, and a child's swing was attached to a large oak tree next to the house. The swing looked like it had not been used in some time. There were bird droppings on the seat. After my brother's divorce, Kathleen said, he lost all interest in the house. Fischer looked and saw the paint had begun to chip on the exterior. Kathleen said, this was supposed to have been their forever house. He and his ex, Holly, were going to raise their daughter, Nicole, here. There is even a school at the end of the block. Then why did they divorce? Fischer asked. No particular reason, really. What do you mean? I asked my brother about it, and he said they just fell out of love. I've heard that before. Yeah, but in their case, they were happy together. So why the divorce? Fischer asked, still confused. Even my brother couldn't explain it. One minute they were in love, and the other they were not. I asked a professor who's a biological anthropologist. A biological anthropologist? Fischer asked, sounding dumb. They study the behavior of humans and how it relates to our ancestors, Kathleen replied. He said the brain is a complex organism, and it's especially more complex when it comes to romance. We are capable of falling in love with someone the moment we lay our eyes on them, and at the same time, we are also capable of falling out of love for the smallest reasons. Like they eat with their mouths open, or they snore when they sleep. Things we didn't mind while we were in love, we suddenly begin to hate. It's a switch that gets turned off in our brains. That's scary, Fischer said. Tell me about it. I've been with my boyfriend since high school, and I'm waiting to see if or when that switch in my brain will be turned off. Okay, let's take a look inside, Fischer asked, pointing at the house. No, it's not in the house, Kathleen said. What is? Fischer asked. She was still not sure what Kathleen had brought her to see. Follow me. They walked around to the side of the house, past a large tree, and then proceeded to the back. They entered a large backyard, which was in worse condition than the front. The grass had not been mowed in months. It was as high as Fischer's knees. There was dirt and soil on the left side of the yard, but Fischer did not see anything growing there. A walkway made of concrete slabs was to the right. They went down the walkway and stopped at a wooden shed. Kathleen opened the door. The door creaked, and its hinges were old and rusted. They entered a space the size of a single-car garage. Kathleen pulled a string, switching on a light bulb. There were gardening tools to one side which had not been used recently. A lawnmower and a weed cutter were in the corner, and next to them were bags of fertilizer. Holly was the one with the green thumb, Kathleen said. She was always working in her garden. She had planted cucumbers, tomatoes, and peppers. But once she left, Alex let the vegetables die. What does your brother do? Fischer asked. He is a computer programmer. That explains it, Fischer thought. They may have beautiful images of mountains as their computer backgrounds, but very few actually prefer to make the trek up those mountains. What did you want to show me? Fischer asked. She wanted to get back to her desk. Kathleen pointed to a wheelbarrow in the middle of the shed. Fischer walked over to the wheelbarrow and noticed a dark stain on the side. She pulled out a pen light and illuminated the stain. It looks like blood, Fischer said. That's what I thought, Kathleen said. After Alex disappeared, I checked the shed, but I didn't see the blood then. This morning, I don't know why, but I had the urge to mow his front lawn. I figured when he came back, he would appreciate the effort. When I went to get the lawnmower, that's when I noticed it. Did you touch it? Fischer asked, shining the light on the stain. No, Kathleen replied, shaking her head. It could belong to anyone, Fischer said. Or your brother could have cut himself while doing some work. My brother hasn't been inside this shed for a long time. Fischer knew Kathleen was right. There was already a layer of dust on the tools and equipment, except for the wheelbarrow. In fact, when Fischer looked carefully, she could see tire marks leading out of the shed. Did you see blood anywhere else on the property? Fischer asked. I didn't check. Even if there was blood outside, Fischer thought, the heavy rain from the last couple of days would have washed it away. Fischer removed a small kit which contained a cotton swab inside a clear cylindrical tube. She took a sample of the blood with the swab. "We'll find out if it belonged to your brother," she said as she placed the swab back in the tube. Chapter 11. Fischer decided she wanted to check out the house. Fortunately, Kathleen Whitehead had a key. "After my brother's divorce," Kathleen said, "I came over to stay with him. He was pretty broken about it. He missed his daughter very much. My niece is 4, so she still can't grasp the idea that her parents are not going to be living together anymore. For the first month or so, Alex would go over and stay at Holly's rental apartment. They didn't want the divorce to be a shock to Nicole. So when I came over to stay with him, Alex gave me a key. He let me keep it in case of emergencies. I was actually thinking of moving to Milton after graduating." "Does the house have security?" Fischer asked. "No cameras, but there is an alarm," Kathleen replied. "It's linked up through the telephone landline." "And it wasn't activated any time?" "I don't think so, or else the alarm company would have contacted me. I'm also listed on their records." The bungalow had 2 bedrooms on the main floor and 1 in the basement. Fischer walked around the main floor. The tiny living room was on the right. There was a small dining room and a corner kitchen. The entire floor was probably less than 1,000 square feet. The walls were covered in family photos. Fischer focused on one of them. Alex Whitehead had a round face and whiskers on his chin. He wore large glasses, and he was on the chubby side. He was standing in front of a vintage computer system, grinning from ear to ear. Fischer did not want to stereotype, but Alex Whitehead looked every bit like a nerdy computer programmer. "He likes to joke and play pranks," Kathleen said from behind. Fischer could see mischief in his eyes, but at the same time, she saw joy in them. "Was he depressed or suicidal after the divorce?" Fischer asked. Kathleen shook her head. "He was down about the divorce, but no. Alex loved life. He loved his daughter and he loved his job." Fischer walked around the floor. "Did you notice anything out of the ordinary? I mean, was anything moved like the furniture?" "I wouldn't know," Kathleen replied. "I only arrived a few days ago." Fischer frowned. She wanted to know if there was a struggle, a chair shoved aside, a coffee table missing, a broken glass, anything to show something had happened. But then again, if there was a struggle inside the house, then how did the blood only get on the wheelbarrow? And why? "I assume you are staying here?" Fischer asked. If a crime had occurred inside the house, Kathleen's fingerprints would be all over the crime scene as well. "Where else would I go?" Kathleen replied. "Alex is the only person I know in Milton, apart from Holly, of course." "Did you speak to your sister-in-law about Alex?" "She was the first person I asked, and she has no idea where he is." "I will need to talk to her," Fischer thought. They moved down to the basement. The walls were covered in dark wood paneling, which made the space feel even smaller. There was a bedroom on the right, a small one-piece bathroom next to it, and an open space that Fischer assumed was the living room. There was, however, no kitchen. As if reading her mind, Kathleen said, "The basement can be legally sublet for rent. If Alex chose to build a kitchen, of course, but he had no interest in renting it out." In the one corner of the living room, there was a large table with 3 computer monitors on it. Fischer spotted a keyboard and several hard drives. Alex loved to play RPG games, Kathleen said. He could spend an entire weekend holed up in the basement. He also brought work home sometimes, so it wasn't unusual for him to be coding all day and night. Fischer moved to the other side of the living room. There was a large corkboard on the wall. Fischer could see colorful tacks and golden pushpins on the board. Pieces of ripped paper were attached to the tacks and pins. "Do you know what was there?" Fischer asked. "I have no idea," Kathleen replied. "I never came down here. Alex used to keep the basement door locked. I figured he wanted privacy to do his work." Whatever was on the corkboard, Fischer knew someone had torn it down in a hurry. Chapter 12. After a heavy breakfast at Jolie's restaurant, Callaway decided to go to his office. The Callaway Private Investigations Office was above a soup and noodle restaurant. His landlady owned the entire building, including the restaurant, which made it difficult to avoid her if he was behind on his rent. Fortunately, he still had enough cash on hand to cover next month's rent. After that, though, he was not sure what he would do. In order to get to his office, he had to go to the back of the restaurant and go up a flight of metal stairs. There was no sign on the front door of his office. There was only a telephone number taped to the black metal door. He did not like unannounced visitors. He once had a client's husband pull a gun on him, and he always feared that would happen at his place of work. If someone was desperate to speak to him, they could always call him. But Callaway had taken security a step further. A local retailer was going out of business, and they were liquidating their assets. Callaway was able to grab their security equipment for a dirt cheap price. It took some work, but he managed to install the system. The system was wireless. The camera above the door would relay the video directly to his phone. He was excited that he could now keep track of who was coming and going. His landlady was baffled as to why he would need security in the first place. Callaway had nothing valuable anyone would want to steal. He could not tell her the camera would also show him whenever she would drop by to collect rent. His job required him to catch people in compromising positions. This resulted in broken marriages, broken relationships, and broken hearts. This inevitably caused people to lash out violently at him. Callaway had suffered many injuries at the hands of angry spouses. The physical injuries healed, but the injuries to his ego lasted longer. Callaway was not a fighter. He was not much of a lover either. He hopped from one relationship to another as if he was on a trampoline. He was dissatisfied most of the time. He was always yearning for something more, whether it was at work or in a relationship. This dissatisfaction had caused him too much heartache. He left his family when they needed him most. He was now trying to make amends for that. But he knew it would be a long and uphill battle. There would be no room for errors. His every move would be scrutinized. He might as well be walking on glass. But he could not complain. When he had it all, he threw it away with little regard for the consequences. Now he had to earn that trust back, and he was willing and ready to do so. Callaway unlocked the front door and went inside. The space was small and there were no windows. The office had no air conditioning, and the heating was unreliable. During the hot summer months, Callaway would leave the front door open with a fan running at high speed. During the cold winter months, he would keep an electric heater under his desk. The heater consumed a lot of energy, and with his rent the cheapest in the city, he did not want his landlady finding out and evicting him. There was a sofa in the corner of the room. Across from the sofa was a flat-screen TV, a gift from a former client. The first thing he did whenever he entered his office was to turn on the TV. It was set to a 24-hour news channel. He wanted to stay current with what was happening in the city. He never knew where he would spot his next case. He sat behind his desk and turned on the laptop. He had purchased the computer brand new 9 years ago, but now it was on its last legs. The battery had long ago stopped carrying juice, so the laptop had to be constantly plugged for it to work. The processor was old, and the system took forever to load up. But once the system was on, it functioned without crashing. While the laptop booted up, Callaway decided to go down to the corner convenience store. He purchased a granola bar, even though he was full from his morning meal. He grabbed a coffee from the vending machine, paid, and headed back. He rarely drank the coffee because it tasted like motor oil. But Callaway was a creature of habit, and he went over to the store each time he let his laptop power up. When he returned, he placed the granola bar and the coffee cup to the side and began going through his emails. He had a basic website for his private eye business. The site did not have much information except for his name and contact information. Most business that came to him was from referrals. However, there were times when people contacted him after they had visited his website. Today was not one of those days. There were no emails from prospective clients. He sighed and shook his head. If he did not land a case soon, he would have to shut down his business. He checked the ride-sharing app. Might as well pick up another ride, he thought. Chapter 13. Fischer dropped off the blood sample at the lab and then headed back to Milton PD. On her way over, she put out an all-points bulletin for a green Prius, which belonged to Alex Whitehead, along with its license plate number. When she got off at the detective division, she found Holt seated at his desk. He had a somber look on his face. "I'm guessing you didn't win the case?" she said, approaching him. He shook his head. "The verdict was in our favor. The judge based his decision on several factors. 1, I had announced myself as an officer of the law at the scene. 2, Douglas Rathburn had opened fire first. 3, I had no idea there was another occupant in the apartment when I returned fire. 4, Rathburn would have known his actions would have severe consequences. 5, Brigitte Green was an innocent bystander. She was at the wrong place at the wrong time." "You won, but you don't look happy," Fischer said. "I should be, but I'm not." She understood why. Brigitte Green had lost her only child, and it was because of Holt. Fischer could tell him that Brigitte Green was in a relationship with a well-known drug dealer. She ought to have known his occupation could result in harm to her and her baby, and that Holt had every right to defend himself. But Fischer did not say either of those things to him. He knew all this already. He always did, even before the trial began. It still did not change the fact that he had robbed a woman of the opportunity to be a mother. That was something he took personally. "What are you working on?" Holt asked. The trial had consumed his time in the last couple weeks. He had meetings with the department's lawyers, and he had to prep for his testimony. She shot a glance at the piles of files on her desk. "I'm afraid I haven't made much progress on the cases you left behind." "Okay. Did any new case come across your desk while I was away?" Fischer filled him in on Alex Whitehead. He frowned. "You don't have a body?" "Nope." "Do you even know that a crime was committed?" "There was the blood in the shed." "How much blood?" She shrugged. "Not enough to convince a jury it was murder, if that's what you mean." "Also, you don't know if the blood belongs to Alex Whitehead." "I can't be certain until the results come back." Holt rubbed his chin. "I don't know." "But where did he go then?" Fischer said. "He had a job he enjoyed, a daughter he adored. He wasn't fighting with his ex-wife. By all accounts, he had no reason to disappear." Holt shook his head. "I'm sorry. It's a missing persons case, not a homicide investigation." "Let me at least look, will you?" Fischer said. "It's not up to me to decide what you work on and don't. If the sergeant finds out you are looking into a missing persons case, he won't be too pleased." She set out a long sigh. "I know." He said, "But if your hunch is saying there could be foul play, then as your partner, I'll back you up. However, you have to do it quietly." She smiled. "Thank you." Chapter 14. The moment the men entered the flower shop, he instantly looked overwhelmed. Charlotte Peterson had seen that look before. As the owner of Charlotte's nursery, she could spot a customer who was out of his depth. The man was wearing a double-breasted suit, gold cufflinks, and designer shoes. This told her he had money, and he was willing to spend it. Charlotte had dyed red hair, and she wore red lipstick and red nail polish. She wore a white dress with tiny red roses embroidered on it. Her teeth were white and perfect, and she did not hesitate to show them when greeting a customer. She knew if she made them feel comfortable and welcomed, they would not only pick up something today but also become regular customers. There were too many occasions that required a special flower to commemorate the day. Birthdays, anniversaries, marriage proposals, Valentine's Day, and even during sad moments, such as the death of a loved one. Charlotte believed she had the perfect flower for each occasion. The only thing to do was to find out what that occasion was. "Can I help you?" she asked, walking over to the man. Yeah," he replied, unsure. "I was looking for something for my wife." She smiled. "Is it for a birthday or an anniversary?" "It's for an anniversary." "When is the anniversary?" He looked away in embarrassment. "That's the thing. It was last night." "Oh," she said. "I was too busy at work and I forgot. I need something special to make it up to her." I may have just what you were looking for. However, do you know what she likes?" He looked confused. "She likes flowers, I know that." "Okay, but does she like roses? If so, what kind?" He thought a moment. "I'm not sure. We have red roses, pink roses, peach roses, yellow roses. Does your wife have a preference?" "I don't know." The man was clearly struggling, but the reassuring smile on Charlotte's face did not fade. She had met way too many husbands who knew very little about their wives. Most did not even know their wives' favorite food, let alone their favorite flower. It was only when their backs were against the wall that they made an effort. She would not be surprised if the man had already booked dinner at one of the finest restaurants in the city. "He is perfect for the taking," she thought. "Most women prefer red roses," she said. "It's the safest option in my experience. And if you're not sure that'll be enough, I would also recommend getting a box of chocolates to go along with it." His brow furrowed. "I don't know. The chocolates might look too tacky." "We have chocolates in the shape of roses," she offered. "You do? It's made from the finest chocolate available. We get our supply from a local chocolatier who's won several awards." That was a lie. The chocolates were picked up from a large department store in bulk. The chocolates were kept cool, which extended their shelf life. Charlotte did not enjoy hard-selling a customer, but her business was struggling. Flowers were not a necessity, but a luxury. Not everyone was willing to shell out $30 for a dozen roses, and if you added the price of the chocolate, the cost could be well over $50. For that reason, Charlotte was now expanding the business into landscaping and gardening. She did not take on commercial projects, only residential. People who did not have time to set up a garden or even tend to one would hire her. She could not do landscaping on her own, however. She had an employee watch the shop while she and another employee took care of the landscaping side of things. The cost to hire an additional person was eating away at her profits, but she figured it was an investment. If the landscaping business took off, she would close the shop. Or not. The shop was a place of refuge that allowed her to get away from whatever was happening in her life. She also loved being surrounded by beauty, and flowers were the most beautiful objects to her. "So?" she said, still smiling. "Have you made a decision?" The man nodded and said, "I'll take a dozen red roses and the box of chocolates you mentioned." Her smile widened. "Good choice." Chapter 15. Callaway dropped off the elderly couple at a mall. They were excited to take a ride in the Charger. The loud noise from the engine reminded them of their youth. The old man used to own a Charger. He would pick up his wife from her parents' house and take her bowling when they were courting. They were nice people. He hated charging them for the ride, but they had booked him through the ride-sharing app, which meant they had paid in advance. His phone buzzed for the umpteenth time. He never took calls while behind the wheel. That was not safe, and he could incur a large fine if a cop pulled him over. His vehicle was in park, so he checked his phone. He frowned when he saw he had over half a dozen missed calls, and they were all from one person. Callaway debated whether to answer the call. Callaway wanted nothing to do with people like him. They were a fixture of his past. He then decided to go meet him. It was better he spoke to him face to face. It was the only way he could make him stop calling him incessantly. The drive was only a half hour. He parked and then walked up to a spot behind a strip club. He knocked on the steel door and waited. Normally, a small window on the door would slide open and two eyes would appear. The man those eyes belonged to would ask Callaway who he was, even though he had been at the location many times before. Callaway would grumble and then introduce himself, whereby a bolt would turn, a chain would be removed, and the door would open. He would be greeted by Baxter, a hulking 6'4", 250-pound menace. Baxter would try to intimidate Callaway, but Callaway would merely move past him and go on up to see Baxter's boss. Today, however, there was no answer. He knocked again, this time with his fists. A moment later, he heard footsteps approaching the door. "Who is it?" a man's voice asked. Callaway recognized it. "Mason," Callaway replied, "open the damn door." The door slid open and Mason peered out. He was short, rail-thin, and every inch of his arms was covered in tattoos. He sported a small goatee, and he wore wiry, rimmed prescription glasses. Callaway was accustomed to seeing Mason in his office, seated in a leather chair behind a wide desk that took up most of the space. "Where's Baxter?" Callaway asked, confused. Mason looked like he had just lost his favorite pet. "Let's talk in my office," he said. They went up a flight of narrow stairs. Callaway could hear sounds from the strip club reverberating behind the walls. Inside the office, Mason took a seat behind the desk. Callaway stood. Mason was a loan shark, one of the most ruthless in the city. It helped that he had Baxter to do his bidding. According to Callaway, Baxter had a few too many screws loose in his head. In his past life, Callaway had found himself at Mason's doorstep. He had squandered his money and he needed a loan. Mason's rates were akin to extortion, but he was the only one willing to loan to him. Callaway had little or no assets, unless you counted the charger. He had no savings, not even a bank account. His credit score was non-existent, and most months, he struggled to pay his rent. He was a credit risk, and so asking the banks for a loan was out of the question. Mason was a businessman, first and foremost. Whenever Callaway found himself unable to pay Mason, which was often, he always worked out a deal with him, much to the dismay of Baxter, who was always looking forward to putting his fist in Callaway's face. Callaway never understood why Baxter had such a hard-on for him. Perhaps it was because Callaway did not like bullies. He would much rather stand up to them and take a beating than let them control him. "What do you want, Mason?" Callaway asked. "I need your help." Callaway shook his head. "I'm not helping you find one of your clients. I know what you'll do to them once you find them. I don't need you to find a client for me." "Then why am I here?" "I need you to find Baxter." Callaway blinked. "What?" "He didn't show up to work." "When was that?" 3 days ago, Mason replied. "Why don't you just call him?" "I tried. He's not answering." "Why don't you go to his house?" "I did. He's not there." "Then what do you want me to do?" Callaway asked. "Find him." Callaway laughed. "Are you serious?" "I am," Mason said. "I'm willing to pay you for your services." Callaway fell silent. He needed the money, and he badly wanted to stop using the Charger as a taxi. He loved the vehicle, and he did not like having strangers damaging it. A girl in high heels had once scratched the upholstery while getting out. But he had his scruples. "Not interested," Callaway said. He was not going to help Mason. Without Baxter, Mason was powerless. He could not enforce his draconian rules on others. "You didn't even hear my offer," Mason said, surprised. "I don't care. Get someone else to find your guard dog. I won't do it." Before Mason could say something else, Callaway left. Chapter 16. Holly Whitehead had a round face, blue eyes, and curly blonde hair. She was short and plump, and she wore a loose dress to cover the excess weight. Holly was Alex Whitehead's ex-wife. Their daughter, Nicole, who was 4, also had a round face like her parents, but she had a bright smile and dark hair. Nicole was in the living room watching TV, while Fischer and Holly were seated at the dining table. The apartment was a 2-bedroom and it overlooked the lake. From what Fischer was told, it was a rental. Fischer said, "I spoke to your sister-in-law, Kathleen, and she mentioned that you and Alex divorced because you were suddenly no longer in love." "That's true." "How is that even possible? Usually it's money, infidelity, or constant fighting that is the cause of the breakup." She sighed. "I know that most people don't believe me, but that's what happened. I still love Alex, but I just didn't want to be married to him anymore." "Okay," Fischer said, feeling unsure. "But it wasn't like I left my marriage on an impulse, you know." "Then what was it?" "It was building up for some time. We weren't doing things together like we used to. We hadn't been romantic or even intimate with each other for some time. We had gotten in a routine that involved work, Nicole, and running errands at home. Isn't that what marriage is? Fischer asked. Boring and monotonous? Holly shrugged and looked away. I guess so. Fischer said, but that wasn't entirely it, was it? There was something else in your marriage, wasn't there? Holly fell silent. Alex was a programmer, so I knew before I married him that he would spend most of his days in front of his computer. If there was a project that needed to be completed, Alex could work from morning to night without taking a break. He would even eat at his desk. I understood the pressure on him, so I didn't bother him. But the last few months were different. How so? He would lock himself in the basement for hours, sometimes even days. Doing what? Do you know? He wouldn't say, Holly replied. And when he would come out from the basement, he would look distant, as if he was on some other planet. I figured he was deep into his coding, so I wouldn't push him. But eventually, I confronted him about it. He just said it was personal. Personal? Yes. But he wouldn't elaborate, even when I pushed. Holly paused to collect her thoughts. I just want to say that wasn't what caused the end of our marriage. It's just that one day, the spark was gone. And then things you tolerate while you were in love became cumbersome. I started finding faults in everything he was doing, and in return, he started finding faults in me. Fischer asked, Has Alex disappeared like this before? Holly shook her head. No, never. And please don't think just because we are divorced that I'm not worried about him. I am. When Kathleen told me he wasn't answering his calls, I drove to the house to check up on him. You still have a key to the house? Fischer asked. I do. But not to the basement, is that right? No, that was Alex's home office. Was it locked when you got there? Surprisingly, it wasn't. Kathleen and I checked the basement. We noticed something was removed from a corkboard on the wall. Do you know what was there? Fischer asked. I have no idea, Holly replied. I hadn't been down there for almost a year. Fischer nodded. After you went to the house, what did you do next? I called everyone we know. Friends, family, even Alex's co-workers. Can you give me the address of where he worked? Sure. Fischer paused to collect her thoughts. What do you do, Mrs. Whitehead? I work for the city as a librarian. And why did you choose to leave the house and not Alex, if you don't mind me asking? The mortgage was too much for me to carry on my salary. Alex and I did not divorce because we hated each other. We divorced because it wasn't working. So I wasn't going to stay at the house and force him to pay for Nicole and me. I wish more divorces were like yours. It was amicable. Kathleen believes something worse has happened to Alex. Holly looked down at her hands. Her body shook. I don't want to go there. Alex is a good person. He's a great dad. Holly looked over at the living room, where her daughter was glued to the TV. She doesn't know what's going on. She asks about him. He was supposed to take her out for ice cream yesterday. I tell her Daddy is busy with work, that he will come soon. Holly covered her face with her hands and broke down in tears. Fischer wished she could console her, tell her that everything would be okay, that Alex would show up at her door to take Nicole out for ice cream. Chapter 17. Holt was at the Milton PD, staring up at the ceiling. He could have tagged along with Fischer, but there were several reasons why he did not. 1. Their supervisor would not have been pleased if 2 of his lead detectives were working on a missing persons case. Holt would hold the fort, while Fischer could satisfy her curiosity. From what Fischer had told him, Holt was not convinced Alex Whitehead had met his demise. Not yet, at least. 2. He did not have the heart to join her, even if a crime had been committed. This was something out of the ordinary for Holt. He lived and breathed his work. He was born to be a homicide detective, and he loved every minute of it. Not right now, though. He shut his eyes and grimaced. He felt as if a giant boulder was on his chest, crushing him. He loosened the tie around his neck. He got up and walked over to a window on the other side of the floor. He opened the window. Cool air hit his face. The detective division was on the 4th floor. At this height, there was always a breeze. He inhaled deeply, letting the air fill his nostrils. Even though he had won the case against him, he did not feel victorious. If anything, he felt worse than before. A woman lost her child because of him. She would never be a mother again. This thought, more than anything else, was like a hot poker through his heart. Holt and his wife Nancy had always wanted to be parents. They were immensely in love with each other, and they wanted to share that love with their children. But after several miscarriages, they decided to adopt. When they brought over a boy from Ukraine, they thought their family was finally complete. But the boy did not live to see his first year in the United States. He died from a rare form of cancer. Holt did everything he could to save the boy. He paid for the best care money could buy, but it was not enough. The boy's cancer was too far along before the doctors had caught it. Holt was furious. He flew to Ukraine in search of the boy's parents. He believed they were responsible for his death, but they had vanished. And now, he did not know if he could ever get over the fact that he had denied someone else the joy of parenthood. Women who wanted to bear children but were unable to said they felt like there was a massive hole in their lives. Holt had seen firsthand the impact this had on Nancy. When he had married her, she was a fun-loving, carefree person. But after years of losing a child during pregnancies and then losing a child to cancer, she was worn down. She now suffered bouts of severe depression. The depression, if not monitored properly, could lead to suicide. The worst day of Holt's life was when he returned from work and found Nancy unconscious in the living room. Nancy was not a drinker. She did not like the taste of alcohol, but she had consumed an entire bottle of painkillers with half a bottle of vodka. Had Holt not pumped the pills out of her body, she might not have survived. He thanked his experience as a law enforcement officer and the timing of his arrival home for saving his wife's life. For that reason, he always kept in touch with her throughout the day. He wanted to keep a tab on how she was doing. It did not matter how long a case dragged on. He promised himself he would take a minute or several minutes to check up on her. He would even drop by the house to have lunch or tea with her. He shut the window and walked over to the bathroom. He splashed cold water over his face. He stared at himself in the washroom mirror. His eyes looked heavy. A part of him wanted the verdict to go against him. Perhaps it would alleviate the guilt he was carrying with him. But he knew, regardless of the outcome, he would always blame himself for what had happened that day. His phone buzzed. He checked. It was Nancy. She wanted an update on the trial. He had still not told her. He did not know what to say. "Honey, I won, but I still lost?" He sighed and shook his head. He left the bathroom and answered the phone. Chapter 18. After his visit with Mason, Callaway suddenly had the urge to see his daughter. She was the primary reason why he wanted to leave his past life behind. If Mason had knocked on his door, say, even last year, and Callaway was struggling for money, he would have given his offer a serious thought. Right now, though, he wanted nothing to do with the man. If Baxter finally had the good sense to get out, then good for him, he thought. He called his daughter on her cell phone. It was a standard basic phone with a small screen, large buttons, no camera, and limited Wi-Fi. His ex-wife, Patty, did not want their daughter to get a smartphone. She worried boys would force her to send them explicit photos of herself. Callaway found a compromise that worked for both Patty and Nina. The basic phone was in case for emergencies, and also for Callaway to get in contact with her. After he made his call, he went to Nina's school. He was in the principal's office when his daughter came through the door. Sabrina Nina Callaway was 9 years old. She had long, dark hair that went down all the way to her lower back. She had emerald green eyes that sparkled in the sunlight, and she had a smile that could light up any dreary day. She had Patty's beauty, wit, and intelligence. "Is something wrong, Daddy?" she asked, walking up to him. "Why would you say that?" he replied, smiling. She shrugged. "I don't know. It's almost lunchtime and you don't usually come to my school unless you have to pick me up." "Today your mom will pick you up when school ends," he said. "I'm here to pick you up to take you out for lunch." She stared at him, examining him. Patty did the same thing. He hated it. But that was the only way to keep him honest, by analyzing his words and actions. Patty and Nina could both easily detect when he was sincere and when he was full of bull. He said, "I just missed my daughter, you know? Is that so wrong?" She broke into a smile. "Okay, let's go have lunch." They drove to a nearby fast food restaurant. They ordered 2 combos and grabbed a table by the windows. "You know, Mom won't be happy that you pulled me out of school," she said, taking a bite of her burger. "I'll deal with your mom if she ever finds out, right?" He gave her a wink that said, "Let's keep this between us, shall we?" "Mom definitely won't be happy that I'm eating junk food. She gave me money to buy something healthy from the cafeteria." "Again, I'll deal with your mom if she finds out." He gave her another wink. Nina rolled her eyes. "Mom said I should try to be a good influence on you." "You are, darling," he said. "You have no idea how much I've changed because of you." This was the truth. If it was not for his baby girl, he would be at a bar right now, getting pissed drunk in the middle of the day. Or he might be at a racetrack, trying his luck, and failing as usual at winning. In both scenarios, he would flush his money down the toilet, leaving him no choice but to take Mason's case. Callaway asked, "How is the burger?" "It tastes so good," Nina replied, savoring each bite. After he walked out on his family, it was left to Patty to keep the house afloat. Callaway tried to chip in whenever he could, but he was never reliable. His chosen profession was not reliable to begin with. To make matters worse, Callaway was impulsive. He always let his desires take control of him. He once completed a case that paid him handsomely. Most folks would save the money for a rainy day, but not Callaway. He thought it was a good idea to fly to Vegas for the weekend. When he returned, he had even less money than when he first took on the case. That was in the past, he thought. This is now. When they were finished with lunch, Callaway drove her back to school. "Thanks, Daddy," Nina said, giving him a big hug. "It was a nice surprise." He teared up. His daughter meant the world to him, and he would do anything to make her happy. "I love you, sweetheart," he said. Chapter 19. Cyber Solutions was an online security firm that focused on digital properties. Retailers hired the firm to protect not only their websites from hackers, but also to keep secure transactions that went through their websites. The office was located on the top floor of a steel and glass building. Fischer was inside a small room that had floor-to-ceiling windows which made the space feel bigger. Seated behind a glass desk was the president and CEO of Cyber Solutions, Yannick Lucas. He had salt and pepper hair, a grayish stubble on his cheeks, and heavy bags under his eyes. Being the head of a startup had not been easy. The constant stress of developing your product, not to mention raising funds needed to expand and grow the business, had taken a toll on him. Even then, Lucas had a smile that was easy and comfortable. The smile was necessary when meeting investors and convincing them to fork over their money on a startup that may or may not succeed. In the United States, over 90% of startups failed. Unless Cyber Solutions found a way to edge out their competition, they would fall into the 90% category. Lucas leaned over his desk and shook his head. "I hope nothing serious has happened to Alex." "No, but he's missing," Fischer said. "I wanted to know if you knew where he was." "I wish I did," he said. "I'm not sure if you are aware, but I'm not only Alex's boss, I'm also his best friend." Fischer's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You are?" He nodded. "I met Alex in college. He was in his first year and I was in my last. Over at a party we hit it off. He's an introvert. He doesn't like to be the center of attention. But once he got to know you, man, he's the funniest person in the room." "Alex hasn't been seen in almost a week," Fischer said. "Aren't you worried?" "Sure I am," Lucas said. "Once Kathleen told me he wasn't home, I've been looking myself." "Looking how?" "Scouring all the social media sites that he frequented to see if anyone knows where he could be." Alex paused and looked down at the desk. "I'll confess I've not been searching for him non-stop. It's not been easy running a startup. Most of my nights are spent on the sofa." He motioned his head to the other side of the room, where there was a love seat. He looked up at her. But now that I see a police detective in my office, I'm beginning to seriously worry for Alex. We don't know if anything has happened to him. Lucas stared at her and then nodded. Before I started Cyber Solutions, Alex already had a job with a giant tech firm. The salary was good and he had stock benefits. When I asked him to join me at Cyber Solutions, he didn't hesitate one bit. He was not interested in becoming a part owner, even after I offered it to him. He loved the technical part of the job, and that's why he was the only employee who got to work from home. Sometimes I wouldn't see him at the office for days. Did you communicate on a regular basis? Fischer asked. We tried to, but if Alex was deep into coding, he could go silent for long periods. He didn't like distractions, and so he would turn off his cell phone, log off the internet, and focus on the task. I knew the important work he was doing for the company, so I would try not to bother him. When was the last time you spoke to him? He thought a moment. A couple of days ago, right before Kathleen told me she couldn't get a hold of him. Did he sound different? Fischer asked. If you mean whether he was depressed or worried about something, then the answer is a resounding no. He was the usual Alex I know. In fact, we talked about taking a trip to Colorado. What's in Colorado? There's a convention we were thinking about going to. What kind of convention? Lucas fell silent. Fischer waited, and when he didn't answer, she said, Whatever you tell me might help in finding where Alex is. Lucas sighed. The convention was about extraterrestrial life. You mean aliens? He looked away, slightly embarrassed. Yeah, well, it's all fun. We've been to a couple of conventions already. We dress up in sci-fi costumes. We're both single, so, sometimes you meet cute girls there. I've been to an alien convention once, Fischer said. You have? Lucas said, surprised. Fischer smiled. I grew up with 3 brothers, so believe me, I know all about Area 51 and Roswell. Lucas finally smiled. Alex was big on conspiracy theories. Who killed JFK? Who was really behind 9/11? Stuff like that. Fischer was not sure how that was helpful, but she said, That's good to know. Alex was always trying to figure out what was behind something. What do you mean? Fischer asked, confused. He never took anything at face value. He believed there was a hidden agenda, something the government or big businesses didn't want us to know. Okay, Fischer said, not sure what he meant. I always got the feeling that Alex was hiding something. This piqued her interest. Like what? She asked. I have no idea. He was always questioning everything around him, and when I would try to dig deeper, he would go silent and then change the subject. Chapter 20. Callaway was glad he had taken Nina out for lunch, even if he did so without telling Patty. He wanted to squeeze in every opportunity he could to spend time with his daughter. He shuddered at the thought of not having either Patty or Nina. They were his rock, the 2 people who kept him grounded. His life would be a mess without them. Callaway checked his phone and his brow furrowed. There was a message for him on the ride-sharing app. Riders could send direct messages to drivers. The feature was always there, but this was his first time someone had reached out to him. He pulled up the message. A user named Leslie wanted him to pick her up in downtown Milton. The photo for Leslie was a young woman with blonde hair and a bright smile. On any other day, Callaway would have been flattered that a beautiful woman was seeking him out. But now that he was back with Patty, he was curious why this woman had chosen him to give her a ride. It then dawned on him, and he felt stupid for thinking anything else. The woman must have been friends with the girls he had driven earlier in the day. They must have told her about the ride. Leslie likely wants a spin in the Charger, he thought. He smiled and sent a reply. A moment later, he received a message. She wanted him to pick her up right now. All right then. It was a 20-minute drive. He pulled up in front of a gray building. He waited for someone to approach him. He had a sticker for the ride-sharing app on the back windshield. If Leslie did not show up in 5 minutes, Callaway would pocket $5 and he could take the next available ride. He kind of hoped she would show up. She was, after all, young and beautiful. His back door opened, and a man got in. His hair was thick and combed back. His face was wrinkled and tanned, and he wore a double-breasted suit. He was also carrying a leather briefcase. "Can I help you?" Callaway said, blinking. "Are you the driver from Trip?" the man asked. Yes, but I was expecting someone named Leslie." He smiled. "Leslie is my secretary. I asked her to call for a taxi. You already know the destination, right? She provided it when she booked the ride." "Okay, good." Callaway pulled out of his parking spot. He was a bit disappointed. He was expecting Leslie, and instead, he got this guy. But it did not matter. A job was a job. The ride was going to cost $40, regardless of who he picked up and how long it took. The latter Callaway preferred to keep an eye on. The Charger gulped gas, so he wanted to find the quickest route to his destination. He decided to take the highway. Once they were on the highway, the man asked, "Is this your full-time profession, as a taxi driver?" "No, only part-time," Callaway replied. "I see." A brief pause later, in order to make conversation, Callaway said, "What do you do, if you don't mind me asking?" "I'm a psychiatrist." "Sounds interesting." "It is." He was not sure why, but Callaway said, "I'm actually a private investigator." "Really?" The man raised an eyebrow. "What cases have you worked on?" "Oh, you know, the Paul Gardner case, the David Becker case, and just recently I was working on the Hope Parsons case." "I read about those in the papers. You must be pretty good." Callaway was not sure why, but a part of him wanted to impress the man. Maybe it was the way he sat in the back seat, with his one leg crossed over the other. And then there were his eyes. Through the rearview mirror, Callaway could see that they were focused on him as if analyzing him. He must have been wondering what a man in Callaway's position was doing driving people around. Callaway took pride in what he did as a PI, and for some reason, he did not want this man to think less of him. "I like to think I'm the best private investigator in the city," Callaway said with a grin. They pulled up to a Victorian-style house with an expansive lawn and a wide driveway. "Well, that's good to hear that you are the best," the man said. "Because I would like to hire you, Mr. Callaway." Callaway's back tensed. He had never once mentioned his name during their conversation, and on the ride-sharing app, his name was listed only as Charger Guy. "How do you know my name?" Callaway asked, turning and facing him. He smiled. "I've been keeping an eye on you." "Who are you?" "My name is Dr. Leonard Burke." Callaway's eyes narrowed. "Why are you so interested in me, Dr. Burke?" The man's smile widened. "If you would please come inside, I'll answer all your questions." Chapter 21. Fischer returned to the Milton PD. She found Holt's desk vacant. The trial had weighed heavily on him. She knew it had nothing to do with whether he won or lost. She had no doubt he would win, though. Holt was a by-the-book kind of detective. He followed the evidence no matter where it led him. Sometimes, though, the evidence would take him in a variety of directions, and valuable time could be wasted. But Holt did not care. According to him, it was better to be right than get the wrong man. Fischer had spent many a night thinking about the people she had helped lock up. What if she had made a mistake? What if they were innocent? There was a saying amongst detectives: it was better to let a guilty man be free than let an innocent man rot in jail. She once heard of a case where a man was given life in prison for a crime he had not committed. Instead of waiting for his appeal, he killed himself in his cell on the first night he was there. A few months later, the police were able to apprehend the real culprit after re-examination of the case. The detective who had charged the man quit the force and started drinking heavily. Last Fischer heard of him, the detective's marriage had fallen apart, and he was living in a one-bedroom apartment which he shared with another person. Fischer would not let Holt go down that road. She would not let him wallow in his grief. She debated whether to call him, but thought against it. He needed time to sort through whatever he was feeling right now. She noticed a manila envelope on her desk. She pulled out the sheet of paper and scanned it. The blood sample she had taken from Alex Whitehead's shed matched the hair sample she had taken from a comb in his bathroom. That still did not mean a crime had been committed. Alex could have cut himself while working in the backyard, even though there was no indication he did any gardening. Alex Whitehead could have left town without telling anyone. That was likely a possibility, and a strong one, so why was Fischer so gung-ho about finding him? She knew the answer. She always did. Casey. Her brother. Casey was the youngest in her family, and as such, Fischer felt a maternal impulse to protect him. It was the same impulse Kathleen had for Alex. She wanted to know what happened to him, and Fischer owed it to her to at least look into it. Hopefully, Alex would one day return to his house, alive and well. But as each day passed, Fischer knew the odds of that happening were getting slimmer and slimmer. Chapter 22. Charlotte pulled up to the red brick house in her Honda Pilot. The house had a white picket fence, French windows, and the best garden on the entire street. It better be the best, she thought. After all, I own a flower shop. When Charlotte had first moved in, she was shocked at the state of the garden. The flowers were withered, lifeless. Her husband watered the garden once or twice a month, but that was all he did. But with much love and care, she was able to revive the garden. She put in new soil, introduced new flowers, and she even placed planters throughout the property. The flowers brought new life to the space. She parked and made her way to the front door. The moment she opened the door, she was bombarded with a million different sounds. She smiled. Home sweet home. As usual, John and Sarah were in the living room watching TV. They were 7 and 5, respectively. Martin, her husband, was in the kitchen. She could hear the sound of the stove's exhaust fan coming from the kitchen. The kids were too focused on what was happening on the screen. She did not bother them. Instead, she moved to the kitchen where she found Martin behind the stove. He was tall, with a wide chest and wide arms, and he had a streak of white in his hair. He was wearing an apron that was covered in stains. Hey, babe, she said, coming up from behind and giving him a kiss. You're home early, hon. I figured Marcy could watch the shop today, she said. And I'm glad I came. It looks like you can use a hand. I followed the ingredients, but I think I might have ruined it. Don't worry, I'll save the day, she said, taking control of the stove. I'll set the table, he said. He then stuck his head outside the kitchen. Guys, turn the TV off. It's time for dinner. 5 more minutes, Dad, John said. You said 5 more minutes 5 minutes ago. It's almost finished, Sarah replied. Charlotte said, Let them finish their show, babe. He turned to her. You're spoiling them, you know that. I have to. That's the only way they'll love me. They love you already. They'll never love me like their real mother, she answered. Charlotte had met Martin 3 years ago at her flower shop. Martin's wife was in the hospital with stage 4 breast cancer. He wanted to fill her room with flowers. He kept coming every day to buy fresh ones. When his wife lost her battle with the disease, Charlotte provided the flowers for the funeral, and she refused any payment for it. She felt it was the least she could do during his time of grief. Martin was a good husband and a great father. When he asked her out, she immediately said yes. After dating for about a year, he asked her to marry him. They had a destination wedding. Martin's son, John, was the best man, and his daughter, Sarah, the maid of honor. It was quite a family affair, and it was one of the happiest moments of her life. The kids are happy to have you, Martin said. I'm happy to have you. And you know, we can always make our own, you and I. There was a twinkle in his eyes. I'm not ready to have babies, she said. The shop takes up most of my time, and now, with the landscaping side of the business taking off, I don't know if I'll have time to raise a child. I'll help you, he said. I know you will, but I'm happy the way things are. Chapter 23. The nurse scooped food from the plate and placed it in the man's mouth. His name was Jamie Burke, and he was the son of Dr. Leonard Burke. Jamie Burke was rail thin, almost gaunt. He was wearing a dress shirt that was buttoned up to the collar. His neck was wrapped in what looked like a piece of gauze. He was seated on an electric wheeler. His body was strapped to the chair so that he did not fall out of it. As the nurse fed him, Jamie Burke stared up at the ceiling, chewing his meal. Callaway was on the sofa in the living room with Burke seated across from him. Burke had a look of pain on his face. "He's only 17, Burke said. "He should be getting ready to go to college to begin the next phase of his life. But instead, he's at home, confined to a wheelchair." "Does he know where he is?" Callaway asked. No. Callaway already knew what had happened to him. Burke had filled him in. Jamie Burke was found bleeding from the neck in his father's Mercedes-Benz. Were it not for a good Samaritan, Jamie would have surely died. By the time the paramedics got to him, he had lost too much blood. His brain had been deprived of the oxygen needed to function properly. They put him in an induced coma, and when he awoke, he was pretty much in a vegetative state. "He needs 24/7 care," Burke said. "We have 2 nurses that come regularly. They feed him, bathe him, massage him, whatever is necessary to keep him alive." "Is he going to get better?" Callaway asked. Burke shook his head. "The doctors don't think so. But my wife is holding out hope." "And what about you? What do you think?" Burke fell silent. "I don't know what to think anymore." The nurse finished feeding Jamie and wiped the drool from his chin with a napkin. Burke shut his eyes and took a deep breath. "It's my fault this happened." "What do you mean?" Callaway asked. He sighed. "Maybe I should have paid more attention to him. Maybe I should have asked what he was doing being out so late that night." Callaway could sense guilt in Burke's voice. "Why am I here?" Callaway finally asked. Burke waited until the nurse wheeled Jamie out of the room. "I want you to find out who did this to my son." "What have the police found so far?" Callaway asked. "Nothing. And that's why I want to hire you." Callaway fell silent. "If the police haven't found anything, how can I do it? I thought you were the best. Isn't that what you said on the drive over?" Callaway opened his mouth, but then shut it. He could not say he was feeling insecure as a taxi driver and was only blowing hot air to impress him. Burke stood up and walked over to the window. "I am willing to pay you $25,000, Mr. Callaway." Callaway's jaw nearly hit the floor. $25,000, he repeated. "Plus expenses, of course." "That's a lot of money." "Not enough to find out who did this to my son." Callaway thought a moment. "What if I can't find out who did it?" "Then you keep the advance." "How much is the advance?" $5,000. Callaway mulled this over. Even if he could not complete the case, he could still pocket $5,000. At the moment, that was more than enough money to pay his bills. Callaway stood up and shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I can't take your case." Burke looked surprised. "Why not?" "I'm sorry for what happened to your son. I really am. I don't want you to waste your money." "I've been torturing myself this past year," Burke said. "I have to find out who did this to my son. Please." Callaway stared at him. He could see the pain and anguish in Burke's eyes. "All right," Callaway said. "But I want you to get me everything you have so far on the case. I mean, everything." Chapter 24. Fischer stared at the lab results in her hand. The blood found in the shed belonged to Alex Whitehead. So what, she thought. That still did not mean a crime had been committed. She leaned back in her chair and stared at the ceiling. But if no crime had been committed, then how did that blood get there? She did not believe that Alex Whitehead had cut himself while working in the shed. He was a computer programmer. He seemed like the type who preferred to be inside than out. Plus, the state of the backyard was a primary indicator that he rarely spent time in that area. She knew the blood was a clue. She grabbed her jacket and left Milton PD. The drive was less than an hour. She pulled up to the bungalow but saw no car parked in the driveway. Kathleen Whitehead was probably away. She dialed her number, but it went straight to voicemail. Fischer left a message and hung up. She got out and decided to take a walk around the property. She walked past a large oak tree and made her way to the back. The gate leading to the backyard was locked. Fischer frowned. She did not want to drive back here again. She examined the gate and saw that it was not a bolt lock, but a chain lock. She removed a pocket knife from her pocket, inserted it into the opening, and then lifted the chain up, unlocking the door. I can't believe I'm breaking in, she thought. There was something that was bothering her ever since she saw the bloodstain on the wheelbarrow. She wanted to confirm what it was. She placed the knife back in her pocket and proceeded to make her way through the backyard. Inside the shed, the wheelbarrow was right where she had last seen it. The red stain was still there. She pulled out a forensic flashlight. The blue light would pick up bodily fluids, hair and fibers, fingerprints, and other patterns. Fischer was interested in the blood. She shone the light at the wheelbarrow. The only section that lit up was the spot where the blood was. She moved the light around, but there were no other signs of blood. She frowned again. This was a waste of time. She turned and almost dropped the flashlight. Kathleen Whitehead was standing by the door. "I'm so sorry to startle you," she said, placing her hands over her mouth. No, that's fine," Fischer said, collecting herself. "I heard your message and I drove straight over," Kathleen said. "I apologize for entering your property without permission, but I wanted to take another look." "Please, no need to apologize. I'm grateful you are taking a look into my brother's case," she said. "Have you found anything that might explain where he could be?" Fischer shook her head. "I was hoping to find something here. Unfortunately, I didn't. Do you want to take a look inside the house again?" Kathleen asked. Fischer could tell she was eager to help in any way. "All right," Fischer said. They went inside. Kathleen said, "Would you like a cup of tea? I can put the kettle on to boil." Sure," Fischer said. While Kathleen moved to the kitchen, Fischer decided to take a look in the basement once more. She was curious about the wall with the corkboard. There was something there before, and someone had removed it in a hurry. What was so important that someone wanted to take it down, she thought. She exhaled. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was something Alex was working on for Cyber Solutions. And before he left, he wanted to take it with him. But where did Alex go? That was the question she wanted to answer. She pulled out the blue light and flashed it at the wall. It did not pick up anything that concerned her, only fingerprints, some moisture, and even lint. She moved the light to the floor. She froze when she saw a glowing stain the size of a basketball next to her feet. She knew what it was. Blood. She moved the light up and saw a trail of droplets go from where she was standing all the way to the basement staircase. She followed it up to the main floor. Kathleen came up behind her, holding 2 cups in her hands. "Everything okay?" she asked. But Fischer was not listening. She moved down the hall and into the kitchen. The droplets were tiny but still visible in the blue light. The trail ended by the door leading into the backyard. "What's going on?" Kathleen asked, her voice now full of concern. "Did you find anything?" Fischer turned to her and said, "Before I tell you, it might be better if you put those cups down." Chapter 25. Callaway spent an hour going over the case file on Jamie Burke. Unfortunately, there was not much there that could help him. No one saw the attack. There were no witnesses who could say whether there was one attacker, 2, or a group of them. There were no security cameras in the area the attack took place in. To make matters worse, the victim was in no condition to say who his attacker was. Callaway took a sip from his cup. He was seated in a coffee shop not far from the Burke residence. He felt for the Burke family. They had lost a son. Even if he was alive and breathing, he was no longer a fully functioning person. He would forever be at the mercy of others for his survival. Callaway remembered reading an article on people whose children were suffering from severe disabilities. The parents were glad to be able to help their child, but their biggest fear was who would take care of that child once they were gone, unless another family member, a sibling in most cases, took over the responsibility. Leonard Burke had provided photos of Jamie to remind Callaway who his boy was. Callaway picked up one photo. Jamie was probably 7 in it. It was taken at a water park. He was laughing and squirming as water sprayed him. Callaway picked up a second photo. Jamie was probably a tween in it. He was wearing a white dress shirt, black pants, and a tie. He was smiling, which exposed his braces. There was a flower on his lapel. The photo was likely taken at a wedding. The last photo was Jamie with his father. Leonard Burke was dressed in a casual polo shirt and khakis, while Jamie was wearing a t-shirt and shorts. The father and son were almost the same height. If Callaway found a younger photo of Leonard Burke and compared it to one of Jamie, the boy would be the spitting image of his old man. Jamie had his arm around his father's shoulder and he was grinning from ear to ear. Leonard Burke was beaming proudly. Callaway was not sure when or where the photo was taken, but he could see the bond between the father and son. Callaway held the last photo for a bit longer and then put it away. He took another sip from the cup. Jamie Burke was an only child, which meant all his parents' hopes and dreams rested on him. Now those dreams would never be fulfilled. Why did I agree to take on this case? He thought. As if answering his own question, his hand instinctively moved to his back pants pocket and felt the envelope Leonard Burke had given him, which contained $5,000. Callaway did try to turn down the case, and if he was persistent, he could have walked away from it. But the lure of the money was too much. He needed the case, and he hated himself for being in that position. Why am I always broke? He wondered out loud. He looked around the coffee shop and was surprised to see a woman staring at him. He quickly finished his cup and left the shop. Chapter 26. Fischer returned to the Milton PD. She found Holt behind his desk. "You okay, partner?" she asked, approaching him. "I'm fine," he replied. "You don't look fine." "I am." His answers were short, which told her the trial was still weighing heavily on him. The one thing about Holt she had learned while working with him was that he did not let things slide so easily. Once something got in his head, it stuck. "How is Nancy?" she asked, changing the subject. "She's good." "What did she think about the outcome of the trial?" "She's happy we won, of course, but—" He let his words trail off. She could tell he was not willing or ready to talk about how he was feeling. As his partner and friend, she could only let him know that she cared. "Any progress on your case?" "Alex Whitehead's?" "Yes." "I don't think he's missing anymore." She filled him in on what she had discovered at the house. "How much blood are we talking about?" he asked. "Enough to show a pattern." His brow furrowed in thought. "And you believe someone attacked him in the basement and then dragged his body up the stairs to the main floor and then to the back of the kitchen?" "I do. And I think his body was then loaded into a wheelbarrow, taken from the shed, which would explain the bloodstain on the wheelbarrow, and from there his body was likely loaded into his Prius." "What makes you say that?" "The Prius was not in the driveway, which is what made us believe initially that he may have just left on his own accord." "But that's not what happened?" "No." "But there was a possibility of it, yes?" She paused. "There is," she conceded, "but I don't think so." "What if Alex Whitehead had an accident in the basement from a cut hand and he proceeded to go upstairs and attended to it?" "Sure, but it would make sense if he stopped at the kitchen sink to wash the cut and apply ointment. But the amount of blood in the basement tells me it was no mere cut. Also, the trail of blood did not end at the kitchen sink. It proceeded to the back of the house, and then the blood showed up on the wheelbarrow in the shed. All this makes me believe that something happened in that house and that it was no mishap. It was foul play." Holt fell silent. They had been partners long enough to feel comfortable in bouncing theories and scenarios off of each other. It also allowed them to discard anything that might lead them in the wrong direction. Fischer knew Holt was challenging her to see her conviction concerning the case. If she wavered, he would know. "Any news on the Prius?" he asked. "We are still looking for it." "Is the crime scene secured?" It is. And I'll ask a team to go down there and retrieve any evidence that might be there. Good, he said. She could sense from his voice that he was suddenly interested. Holt said, But we don't have a body. Nope. We don't have a motive. No motive. Any enemies? None I can see so far. Then what do we know? He asked. Alex Whitehead is someone who has a job that he loved. An ex-wife who he still got along with. A daughter he adored. A sister who cares about him. And up until last week, he was living at a bungalow that may be a crime scene. That's enough to start a formal investigation, I believe, Holt said. Fischer smiled. Chapter 27. The young man was wearing a pair of brand new sneakers, a white t-shirt, and black jeans. He also had on a baseball cap with a sports team logo on it. Cassius Clay Robinson was seated across from Callaway at a coffee shop. The sun was bright, and it blinded them as they sat on the outside patio. When Callaway had called, Cece, as he liked to be called, did not hesitate to meet up. Callaway offered to pay for their drinks, but Cece refused. He was proud of the fact that he could take care of himself. Did you know? Cece asked, sipping his banana mango smoothie. The Burke family gave me $25,000 as a reward. That's how much they're paying me, Callaway thought. I wasn't aware of that, Callaway replied, sipping his black coffee. I never asked for it. I would have done it even if there was no money, you know. It was the right thing to do, calling for help, you know? Cece said. It was, Callaway agreed. Now, I'm not saying I didn't need the money, I sure did. It was a lot of good for me, my brother, my grandmother. I was able to buy my brother some nice things, and my grandmother don't have to work so much anymore. And I just enrolled in college. The city has a grant for kids who do good in the community, so my tuition is paid for as well. I guess they thought what I did was exceptional. He looked away as if he was embarrassed at what he had just said. Callaway leaned closer and said, What were you doing there that night, Cece? He averted his eyes and then he shrugged. Like I told the detective who interviewed me, I was walking to the store when I saw the Mercedes. You always cut through the department store's parking lot? Cece finally looked up at him. You accusing me of something, mister? He asked. No, I'm not, Callaway replied. I'm just trying to understand why someone would be walking through that spot late at night. I don't know what you mean. The neighborhood is known for gun violence. When the detective searched you, he found a wooden toy gun on you. Cece stared at him. When he asked what you were doing with a toy gun, you said it belonged to your brother. Callaway moved closer. Your brother just turned 14. I highly doubt he would be playing with a toy gun at his age. Cece fell silent. Sometimes I carry it for security. Callaway was not buying it. You carried it so that you could use it to rob someone, isn't that right, Cece? He bit his lip and looked away. I never robbed anyone, no sir. I'm not saying you did, Cece, Callaway said, and I'm not accusing you of anything. I know if you hadn't called 911, Jamie Burke would likely not be alive. What I'm trying to gather is why someone like Jamie would be at a spot that is known for violence. I don't know. Were there any drugs in the car? Callaway asked. How would I know? Cece snapped. Even if there was, I never checked. Didn't the cops search the car? Didn't they find anything? Callaway was trying to understand why someone from a good family would be in a dangerous neighborhood so late at night. He figured Jamie might have gotten involved with the wrong crowd, and maybe he was parked behind the department store to score some drugs. Or worse, he was there to sell some drugs. Listen, man, Cece said. I feel bad for what happened to that guy, I do. But what his family did for me changed my life. I could have been a statistic. A young guy from the hood involved in gangs and guns, in and out of prison his whole life. Or worse, dead. Cece shook his head. If that guy wasn't there that night, I might not be sitting here talking to you. Callaway was not sure what he meant by that, but he was not going to press him on it. Cece did not have to speak to him, Callaway knew. Cece did so out of his own volition. That spoke volumes. Callaway was glad the young man's life was now on a straight path. He only wished he could have found out what Jamie Burke was doing sitting in his Mercedes so far from home. Chapter 29. The order was big, and it had come at the last minute. Charlotte hated when that happened. She could have turned the customer away. The customer likely had some other florist cancel on her. But Charlotte needed the business. It was not every day such orders came in. They were only for special occasions. Plus, she would charge an extra fee for expediting the process. The customer was in no position to bargain. She was desperate, and she would do anything not to ruin her bridal shower. Charlotte was left scrambling to fill the order. She called her assistant, Marcy, to come into the shop early in the morning. She also had Enrique, a new hire, come in as well. Marcy was a pro, but Enrique required constant guidance. To make matters worse, Charlotte was short of the white roses required in the bouquets. She had to send Enrique to other flower shops to get some more. This cut into her bottom line, but she had no choice. If the customer was not satisfied, not only would this be bad publicity, the customer might very well refuse to issue the remaining payment. This had happened before. Charlotte had decorated a Sweet 16 party with hundreds of red roses when the customer's check bounced. Charlotte had to keep going after the customer to get her money. She hated having to do this, but it was the nature of the job. If she did not like it, she could always change industries, but she knew she would not. There were a lot of benefits to her profession. She was her own boss. She was able to work with her hands. And she was outside in the fresh air, not confined to a desk and chair. For a brief period, Charlotte was employed as a data entry clerk. The work was monotonous and soul-destroying. She would glance out the window, wondering when the day would end so that she could be outside. She was desperate. She needed the money or else she would be on the streets. The work did not last long, though. The company was taken over by a conglomerate, and in order to cut costs, they let go of a third of the workforce. They gave the fired employees a small severance for their years of service. Charlotte was glad she was one of them. She could not see herself working another day behind a computer. She took her severance and opened Charlotte's nursery. The work could be backbreaking, but it was far better than the alternative. There were also additional benefits. One of them was meeting Martin. She would not be with him had she not had the flower shop. She was certain of that. After they finished preparation for the bridal shower, Charlotte asked, "Enrique, how much work is left at Ashdale Boulevard?" Enrique was hired to assist in the landscaping side of the business. He was young and eager to work, and he also had his own truck. It was old and beat up, but it worked. Charlotte could not be in two places at once, so for smaller jobs, she sent Enrique on his own while she stayed at the shop. "It's almost done," Enrique said, "but I need a hedge trimmer. I'll go and get it for you." "I can pick it up," he offered. She smiled. "I'm grateful the Fredericks are letting me rent a shed to store our equipment. They'd be startled to see someone other than me on their farm." "Is it because I'm Guatemalan?" She paused a moment. "They are from a different generation, and Mr. Frederick doesn't take too kindly to strangers on his property. He's known to bring out his rifle on a number of occasions." Chapter 29. Lisa Stumper had jet black hair, a dark complexion, and hazel eyes. She was wearing a hoodie adorned with the name of the college she was attending. She was a freshman. If Jamie Burke had not been attacked, he would have been a freshman somewhere as well. Jamie and Lisa were boyfriend and girlfriend until the incident ended their relationship. "What happened?" Callaway asked, sitting next to her on the wooden bench. They were at the college campus. Students were rushing to and from classes. A few of them waved and smiled at Lisa. She waved and smiled back. Behind the smile, Callaway could see Lisa was holding back her emotions. She rubbed her hands nervously and said, "We were young." "You still are." She nodded. "We met in our first year of high school. It was in the science class. He was on the seat in front of me. I was having trouble in class. Jamie knew I was struggling. and during a quiz, he passed the answers. Before then, I had never spoken to him, not even said hi to him. I didn't know until we started going out that he liked me from the first day of class. He was trying to muster the courage to talk to me. But you know how it is. Being a teenager is an awkward period. So it wasn't until the second month in after the quiz that we started talking. And then I found out he was in another one of my classes, accounting. He sat in the back while I sat in the front. We went out to watch a movie. It was an early show. My parents wouldn't let me stay out late. The theater was not too far from my house, so my mom was okay with it. Plus, the Burkes lived a block away from our house, and Mr. Burke drove us there. When we started seeing each other more, my parents and his parents eased up. He was either at my house most days or I was at his house. I loved him. After he was attacked, you broke up with him. Why? Callaway asked. She looked away. Her eyes brimmed with tears. It was not easy, and I don't expect people to understand. When he was in hospital, I was there every day, and he was there for almost 3 months. When he came home, I visited him as often as I could, but when his condition didn't get better and would never get better, I couldn't keep going to him. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She turned to him. Was I wrong? To not be there for him? She asked, earnestly. Callaway froze. It suddenly dawned on him that his daughter would one day be as old as Lisa Stumper, and she would go through all the heartaches that most teenagers went through. Messy breakups, broken friendships, grade stress, and the dreaded puberty phase. Would I have to console Nina if she went through such heartache? He thought. Would I be strong enough to do it? His little girl meant the world to him, and he could not bear seeing her suffer in any way, shape, or form. He was old enough to know that pain was a part of life. It was unavoidable, something everyone, no matter who you were, had to go through. He just wished he could somehow soften the pain for this little girl. Callaway said, "You were not wrong for ending your relationship. He will never be normal. It was time for you to move on." That's what my mom said, Lisa said. Plus, I doubt he is even aware of where he is or what's going on. She looked down and nodded. What can you tell me about the night Jamie was attacked? He asked. She hugged herself. What do you want to know? What was he doing out so late? He didn't tell me. You don't know? He asked, surprised. People think just because I was his girlfriend, I would know where he was at all times. I didn't. If he was studying for an exam or I was studying for an exam, we would give each other the space that we needed. If he had stuff to do with his family or if I had stuff to do with mine, we were cool with it. We were together for most of high school, so it wasn't like we were some new lovebirds. We've known one another for a long time, and we respected each other. That's why what happened was very hard on me. I hung on to our relationship until I could no longer. Callaway sensed anguish in her voice. What were you doing that night? He asked. I was meeting a friend from school. And didn't you speak to Jamie during that night? No. I was going to text him before bed to see what his plans were for the weekend, but other than that, everything seemed normal. It's always normal until it's not, he thought. No one imagines they are a split second away from tragedy. Lisa looked up and saw a group of students coming her way. She wiped the tears from her eyes and said, I have to go. I have to get to another class. Callaway had more questions, but he suddenly did not feel like asking them. Chapter 30. Alex Whitehead had made several calls to an unknown number on the day he had gone missing, but Fischer did not know exactly which day that was. She could not get a confirmation from his sister, Kathleen, either. Alex was in the basement with his assailant when he was attacked. There were no signs of forced entry, which confirmed that Alex had let his attacker in. He was standing in front of the corkboard when his assailant struck. The assailant used the wheelbarrow to transport his body from the house to a waiting vehicle. Fischer believed that vehicle was Alex's Prius. The assailant then returned to the house, cleaned up the evidence, and then removed whatever was on the corkboard. Fischer knew that the contents on the corkboard held the key to solving the case. His assailant was clearly perturbed by it. He or she removed them before leaving the house. Fischer also believed Alex Whitehead's attacker was male. According to his driver's license, Alex was over 6 feet in height. Even though he was not overweight, moving him from the house into the wheelbarrow and then into the trunk of the car required a lot of effort. Plus, based on the blood at the scene, the crime was violent. In Fischer's experience, there was a far greater likelihood of the attacker being male than female. Men committed more violent crimes than women unless it was a crime of passion. She had seen cases of women brutally murdering their husbands because they cheated on them. Alex Whitehead was divorced, and the divorce was amicable. He and his ex-wife got along, and they had chosen to raise their daughter together. And Alex was not seeing anyone. Kathleen was firm about that. She would have known if he was. She would be the first person he would tell. He shared everything with her. Almost everything, Fischer had come to believe. Kathleen had no idea what was on that corkboard. Why did Alex choose to hide this from his sister? Fischer thought. Maybe he was worried she might not approve of whatever he was doing. Fischer had no proof that was the case. It was all conjecture. But it was all she had to work with at the moment. "Any luck with the phone logs?" Holt asked, snapping her out of her thoughts. "Someone called Alex Whitehead, but those calls were blocked." "Could be his assailant," Holt said. "That's what I'm thinking." She picked up another sheet of paper. The signals pinged off a cell tower near his house, which means he was home when he received those calls. "Okay. And what about the last call?" Holt asked. "Was it also from his home?" She frowned and nodded. His assailant must have turned off his phone after the attack. They didn't want his cell phone being traced. "And they were also able to get rid of the body, or else we would have found something by now." "True." "You know what this means, don't you?" he said. She shrugged. "What?" "That we are dealing with someone who knows what they are doing." Fischer felt a shiver go up her spine. Chapter 31. The Fredericks farm was about 35 miles outside of Milton. It was on a stretch of land where there were once fields of corn and wheat. Most of the land was sold off to a developer who had wanted to build a small community. The plan was to have 50 or so tiny houses with decent backyards and an area for a kid's playground. It was intended to attract young couples who wanted to raise a family in a quiet area. The developer figured that once those families moved in, small businesses would sprout up. They, too, would need land to build their commercial properties. On top of that, the main highway was a short drive away. The developer saw endless possibilities when he purchased the land from the Fredericks, and he got a good price out of it, too. The Fredericks were struggling, as most farmers were 10 years ago. With globalization, prices of corn and wheat had plummeted. Their 2 sons had no desire to toil away in order to live off the fruits of their land. Their eldest son, Ken Jr., was the first Fredericks to go to college. He then went to law school and, after passing the bar exam, opened his own practice in New Jersey. The youngest, Mark, got a scholarship to play baseball at a college down south. He made it all the way to the minor leagues, but an injury caused him to retire prematurely. His hopes of making the pros were long gone. However, he did manage to make the right connections. Someone saw potential in him, and he was now a sports broadcaster for a local TV station in Texas. Ken Fredericks was proud of his boys. He was not disappointed they did not take on the family business. The Fredericks had been farmers for 4 generations. Farming was in their blood, but he could see early on the boys were different. They had their own hopes and dreams. Ken did not want to be like his father, who demanded that his children follow his orders even if it went against their own desires. Ken had wanted to be a painter when he was younger. His mother had bought him art supplies from an art store. But when his father caught him painting, he burned the supplies and his paintings. Crushed, Ken never painted again. Ken vowed never to do that with his boys. He would nurture them and encourage them to follow their dreams. It helped that his wife, Melinda, was always a voice of reason in the house. If Ken found his emotions getting the better of him, His wife talked sense into him. It was her idea to sell the land. Times were getting tough, and they were not getting any younger. There was only so much they could keep doing. With the boys gone, they were on their own. With Ken Jr.'s help, they put the land up for sale. They were looking forward to seeing young families in the area, but the developer never managed to get the project going. The great financial crash wiped out hundreds of people, and banks were reluctant to lend money, especially on a project of that scale. There were talks that another developer was interested in buying the tract of land, but so far, the land lay vacant with no signs of community on the horizon. Charlotte pulled up to the Fredericks gray painted house. Ken Fredericks was seated in a rocking chair on the porch. Charlotte parked and got out. "How you doing, Mr. Fredericks?" she asked. He smiled and got up. "Can't complain," he replied. "Even if I did, who would listen? I have to pick up some equipment from the barn. You don't have to ask my permission. You rent it. It's yours." She smiled. "I know. I just figured I'd say hi." "Your alarm went off a couple of nights ago," Ken said. "I'm sorry about that." Charlotte had installed a security system around the barn. With her landscaping business taking off, she had to protect her tools and equipment from would-be thieves. "No worries," he said. "It was only a coyote trying to get in the barn. I think she was looking for food." He paused and then asked, "How do you manage to turn off the alarm? I didn't see you drive up that night." She pulled out her cell phone. "I can do it remotely." His eyes shot up. "You can?" "Yep. And I can also see who is trying to break in." "Really?" Ken was still surprised. "The camera feed goes directly to my phone. I can monitor it while still being miles away." He scratched his head. "Well, I'll be darned." A woman appeared from inside. Melinda Fredericks was holding a tray with glasses and a jug. "Hi, Mrs. Fredericks," Charlotte said. "I heard your voice, so I whipped up something quickly," Melinda said. She was always a good host, a habit from years of taking care of her family members and relatives. "I don't know," Charlotte said. "I'm kind of in a hurry." Melinda smiled. "It's an iced lemonade. You'll thank me later. Trust me." As farmers, the Fredericks knew how hard it was to work the land. They also knew Charlotte was involved in horticulture. Charlotte looked up at the sky. The sun was beating down hard. It was going to be a hot day. After loading up the Honda Pilot with the equipment, she would drive to where Enrique was working and help him to get set up. The owners of that property were paying a lot of money for landscaping work. Enrique was new and still learning. Charlotte would likely have to stay behind to monitor his work. She could not afford a shoddy job. If customers were not satisfied, they could refuse to pay the remainder of the contract. Charlotte was in no mood to deal with that. There was already too much on her plate. She had several large planters she had to move out of the barn. They were taking up too much space. Plus, without the proper sunlight and water, the planters would die. It would ruin everything she was working so hard to accomplish. She smiled. "You know what? That iced lemonade looks mighty good right now." Chapter 32. Detective Keith Bowler was a heavy-set man. His thinning hair was slicked back. He had a thick silver handlebar mustache on his lip, and there were bags under his watery eyes. His wedding ring was tight on his pudgy finger, so tight that it looked like it was cutting off blood circulation. Bowler looked like a sheriff from a Western movie who had seen everything in his career. Callaway was in Bowler's office. When he had called Bowler, the detective made it clear that he was disappointed Leonard Burke had hired a private investigator. Callaway expected pushback from Bowler. No detective wanted their cases being investigated by a civilian, which was what Callaway was. But to Callaway's surprise, the detective invited Callaway over. Bowler placed his hands over his protruding belly. "I want you to get something straight. I don't work for Dr. Burke, which means I don't have to work with you." "I completely understand," Callaway agreed. "And I'm not here to walk on anyone's toes. This is your case and your case alone. I am only assisting Dr. Burke to make sense of what happened to his son." Bowler stared at him. "What's your angle?" Callaway shook his head. I have no angle, Detective. The Burke family requested a copy of the case file, which I wasn't pleased about and not obligated to provide. But Dr. Burke and our current chief of police have a history. They were college roommates back in the day. So after redacting any information that could impede my investigation, I provided them with a copy, which I assume they provided to you. I have read the file. So, what are you doing here? Like you said, there was information redacted. Bowler grunted. And you would like to know what that is? That would be appreciated. Callaway had conducted an online search on Bowler before calling him. Bowler was old school. He took his job seriously and he expected a degree of respect. If Callaway wanted to get Bowler's help, he would have to lower himself to the man. Callaway had no problem doing that. Bowler was a good detective. He was hardworking and he believed in the law above everything else. Unlike some detectives, he did not care about making a name for himself. What mattered to him was doing a good job and going home to his family at the end of the day. Bowler grunted once again. All right, what do you want to know? Whatever you can tell me. He leaned down, opened a drawer in his desk, and pulled out a file. He opened it and said, Even though the victim survived the attack, the seriousness of the crime made us take notice. Also, as I said before, Dr. Burke and the chief have a history, so the department placed all the necessary resources in finding who did this. And what did you find? Callaway asked. He sighed. Nothing that could lead us to an arrest. What about suspects? We went through all persons of interest, starting with Cassius Clay Robinson. And? He was eliminated immediately. If he had committed the crime, he would be the last person to call 911. Also, nothing was stolen from the Mercedes or taken from the victim. His wallet was still in his pocket. And a search of Mr. Robinson revealed nothing, except a toy gun in his pocket, which we can't charge him for carrying. And then there was the matter of the blood. The victim had bled significantly. There was not a trace of it on Robinson. What about Lisa Stumper, Jamie Burke's girlfriend? We interviewed her too. Her story checked out. She was with a friend on the night of the attack. Did you speak to this friend? He shook his head. It was not necessary. We traced Lisa Stumper's phone and she was nowhere near the crime scene. Do you know where she was? Callaway asked. Her cell phone pinged off a tower near a rec center. She confirmed she had gone there with her friend. Callaway rubbed his chin and thought. What about any of Jamie's friends? His best friend was out of town. He was visiting his father in Tampa. His mother and father split when he was young, so he goes back and forth between parents several times a year. We checked the flight records and it confirmed his alibi. Bowler paused, took a deep breath and said, None of these people had anything to do with what happened to Jamie Burke. Then who did? If we knew, don't you think we'd have solved it already? His voice was hard and filled with annoyance. Did you find out what Jamie was doing at the spot where he was attacked? Callaway asked. We asked around. His parents have no idea, and neither did anyone else we spoke to. But he must have gone there for a reason. Bowler nodded. I have a theory about that. Do you mind sharing it? Bowler stared at him. He then sighed. Even though Jamie Burke's wallet, with his cash and credit cards, was still on his person, that still did not mean he was not robbed. Callaway sat up straight in his chair. Do you care to elaborate? On the morning of the attack, Jamie Burke had withdrawn close to $400 from his bank account. Okay. It raised some red flags because Jamie Burke has never worked a day in his life. No part-time jobs, nothing. He relies solely on the money his parents give him. They are well-to-do, so there were a couple of $1,000s in the account. But that particular withdrawal was the largest Jamie Burke had ever taken out. Also, why did he do it on the very day he was attacked? He was paying someone. Bowler nodded. And this someone could be involved in illegal activities. Drugs? That's my theory. That was Callaway's theory as well. Do you know the gangs that frequent that area? Bowler almost laughed. That area is infested with crime. There are literally half a dozen gangs vying for position. It could be any one of them. Callaway suddenly realized this case might be far more complicated than he initially thought. Chapter 33. Fischer and Holt were in a cramped office that smelled of petroleum and synthetic oils. The man behind the computer was wearing a black shirt with his company's logo emblazoned on the front. He had a long ponytail and an even longer goatee. He was the manager at the gas station Holt and Fischer were visiting, and he was going through the security footage from almost a week ago. Fischer had scoured through Alex Whitehead's bank records, and she found that on the day he vanished, he had visited this gas station. They were not sure what they would find, but they figured it was worth a shot. The manager grumbled each time he pressed the wrong key. "I'm still learning the system," he said, referring to the CCTV system. "You're new?" Holt asked. He shook his head. "I've been at this location for 5 years. "So what's wrong with the system?" "We just had it installed a week or so ago." "Does that mean you don't have the footage we are looking for?" Holt sounded annoyed. No. Everything was transferred over to the new system. We haven't changed security companies. All the equipment is still the same. It's the software. They've upgraded it. It's supposed to give us more control." "What kind of control?" Fischer asked, in order to diffuse the sudden tension in the room. She sensed a dark cloud hovering over Holt's head. He was moody and irritable. She worried he might snap. "The new software has facial recognition capabilities," the manager replied. "It does?" Fischer said. He laughed. "You guys are not the only ones with that type of technology." "Why do you need facial recognition technology?" Holt asked. "To give the clerks behind the counter warning of any trouble." "What do you mean?" "If someone is a gas and dash." "Gas and dash?" Fischer said. "Fill up their cars with gas, but then leave without paying." "Right, okay." "The facial recognition software will send a warning to the clerks. They will then inform the driver that he has to pay his gas in advance if he wants to fill his tank." "That makes sense." "The software will also flag an individual who has a criminal record." Holt asked, "Isn't that an invasion of privacy?" The manager looked at him. "I don't know. Is it?" "It is," Holt replied, sternly. The manager swallowed. "All I know is that upper management has decided to roll out the new software in all their locations. We were given a couple of hours of training, but I think it still has a lot of glitches." "How so?" Fischer asked. "It flags more than half the customers, people who have never done anything wrong. In fact, it flagged you guys when you came in." "We have never gas and dashed," Holt said, crossing his arms over his chest. "Yes, of course not." Fischer jumped in. "Any luck with the footage?" "Give me a second," the manager said. "I think I've got the exact time frame you were looking for." A moment later, the footage on the screen changed. The image was black and white, but it was sharp and in high definition. A vehicle pulled up to a pump. Fischer read the license plate. It was the Prius that belonged to Alex Whitehead. They waited with bated breath when a man came out. He was wearing a Hawaiian shirt, baggy shorts, and sandals. Without a doubt, it was Alex. His face was crystal clear on the screen. Alex looked neither distressed nor excited. He looked like someone who was going about his business. Alex removed the nozzle, pumped gas into the vehicle, and then went inside the booth. He grabbed a can of pop and a bag of chips, paid with his credit card, and then left the booth. He then got in his Prius and drove off. Fischer sighed. If they were hoping to learn something by coming here, they were wrong. Alex Whitehead did not look like someone who was in trouble and who, perhaps hours later, would never be seen again. Chapter 34. When Callaway called Leonard Burke, he was hoping to find him at his office, but instead his secretary explained that Dr. Burke was giving a lecture downtown. Callaway left his name and phone number for her. Less than 10 minutes later, Burke called. He said he would be free in an hour if Callaway would come downtown. Callaway had nothing else on his schedule, so he agreed. As he sat in a fancy cafe drinking coffee that cost $5, he wondered whether he could have worked a 9-to-5 job. He saw people in expensive business attire enter the shop, order their drink, and hurry out. They were all either speaking on their cell phones, typing furiously on them, or just staring at the screen. Their entire life revolved around their phones. They were checking their emails, replying to their messages, or merely browsing the dozens of social media sites that reinforced the notion that their lives sucked, while others, strangers mostly, were having a blast. Growing up, Callaway had heard people talk about keeping up with the Joneses. If the neighbor bought a new car, they had to get a new car as well. If their neighbor painted their fence white, they had to paint theirs white too. And if the neighbors went on a nice vacation, they had to go on a nice vacation, even if that vacation turned out to be a nightmare. It was only done so that their neighbors did not think they were beneath them. Fortunately for Callaway, he never followed what others did. It was not that he was an enlightened person who knew material goods were not going to make him happy. It was just that he never managed to have any money to begin with. Forget buying a nice house or a high-end vehicle. Although his Charger was not too shabby, he had gotten it as payment for a case he had completed. And forget going on fancy trips. Callaway had not flown in almost a decade. His passport was expired, and he had no intention of renewing it anytime soon. He took a sip from his overpriced coffee. Through the window, he saw Burke cross the road and enter the coffee shop. He looked around, spotted Callaway, and came over. He sat down across from him at the table. "You're not getting something to drink?" Callaway asked. Burke looked at the long line. "I'll pass." He then checked his watch and said, "I don't have much time. I have to get back to the office soon. I have clients waiting for me." "You mean patients?" Burke smiled. "I am a certified psychiatrist, but I don't consider the people I treat as patients, which would imply they are sick." "Are they not? In the mind?" Callaway tapped his temple. "They are suffering, if that's what you mean. But to call them sick would be an overstatement. I believe everyone has the answers to their problems. They know cheating on their spouse was wrong. They know the abuse they endured at the hands of their parents was wrong. They know consuming too much alcohol would trigger negative emotions. My job is to open the door so that they can see the problems for themselves. If I tell them their problems, then they will never have the conviction to take the necessary steps to correct their problems. It sounds new age. It's not." He paused and then said, "What did you want to ask me, Mr. Callaway?" Callaway took another sip of the coffee. Again, he felt it was overpriced. "I want to ask you about the night your son was attacked." "Okay, what would you like to know?" "Why was your son driving your Mercedes?" Burke's face creased. "I wish I knew the answer to that. It's a question I've asked myself a dozen times." "Did he ever take your car before?" Burke thought a moment. "No, that was the first time." "Your son was 17, so I'll assume he has a driver's license?" "He does." "So, if he had never driven your car prior to that day, does that mean he takes your wife's car?" Callaway asked. Burke shook his head. "We have a family minivan. It's an older model, but works perfectly fine. We used to take it on long trips. Jamie didn't like driving it. He thought driving a minivan wasn't cool. My wife and I had decided to buy Jamie a new car if he got into the right colleges." Burke's eyes suddenly welled up. He turned to the window and went silent. Callaway could see his emotions were raw when it came to his son. Callaway said, "What were you doing that night?" Burke turned to him. "I was at home." "And your wife?" "She was out of town for work." "And while you were at home, you didn't notice your Mercedes was missing from the driveway and your son gone as well?" Burke stared at him. "I knew, of course. I would be daft not to. I wasn't happy that Jamie had taken my car without permission, but I didn't make much of it. Jamie was 17. He had friends he liked to hang around with. I knew he was taking the Mercedes to impress them. I was hoping to speak to him when he returned. Instead, I got a call from the police telling me something terrible had happened." He shivered. "I thought maybe Jamie had gotten into a car accident. When I showed up at the hospital, I found out it was something far worse. Someone had hurt my son." He covered his face with his hands. Callaway feared Burke would break down. "Dr. Burke, I will do my best to find out who did this to Jamie," he said to console him. Burke removed his hands from his face and said, "I know you will, Mr. Callaway, and thank you." Chapter 35. Fischer parked her SUV not far from Alex Whitehead's house. In the distance, she could see a crowd had gathered on the front lawn. They were holding signs and wearing T-shirts with Alex's smiling face emblazoned on them. Kathleen Whitehead had used social media to assemble a search party. They would place missing persons posters on traffic poles, bus shelters, newspaper boxes, any spots where they could be visible to passerby. Kathleen had even called the local media. Fischer spotted 2 news vans and several newspaper reporters. One of them was interviewing Kathleen. Normally, Fischer did not like the media placing a spotlight on her investigation, but this was different. There was no official murder case. While Fischer believed a crime had been committed inside the house, there was no body, no motive, and not even a suspect to prove that it was a homicide. Until such evidence appeared, she had to work the case without her superior's knowledge. She shifted in her seat. A part of her wanted to join the search party. Each time she spoke to Kathleen, she could feel the pain in her voice. Losing a loved one to death was the worst. There was no coming back from that. But to have a loved one go missing was not any better. There was no telling what had happened to them, and that knowledge could fester and turn into an obsession. People could spend the rest of their lives trying to find their loved ones. It was the hope that they would one day return that pushed them to keep looking. Some never found out the truth and lacked the closure they needed. Fischer hoped that would not be the case with Kathleen. She deserved to know the truth behind her brother's disappearance. Fischer only wished it would lead to a happy conclusion, but what she had discovered in her investigation led her to believe otherwise. Alex Whitehead had met his death inside that house. In her years of working homicide, she could see the signs. Alex Whitehead was struck, probably from behind. He fell to the floor. The blood pooled out of his wound. His assailant then removed him and the evidence from the house. In haste, the killer did not bother wiping off the blood on the wheelbarrow. The group gathered outside the house was now moving away. They were likely going to distribute flyers of Alex's smiling face with the hope that someone would come forward with information about Alex's whereabouts. The news outlets would run stories on Alex's disappearance. Maybe Alex might see the news and realize people are worried about him, she thought. Maybe he will return home. It pained her to think this way, but she knew that would not happen. Alex would not see those news stories on him, and he would not return home. The search underway now would be for naught. She rubbed her face and shook her head. Why am I so negative? She thought. Maybe it was because she did not want to give Kathleen hope that things would go back to normal. They never did after an event such as this. Her mind drifted to Holt. She wished he was here with her right now. He would talk some sense into her. He would tell her to stop thinking this way and focus on the task at hand, which was finding out who was behind what had happened to Alex Whitehead. Chapter 36. Holt sat in his Volvo with a heavy heart. Across the street was a brown brick house. The owner of the house was a retired postal worker. He lived on the main floor while he rented out the upper floor and the bottom. Brigitte Green lived in the basement apartment. Holt was not sure what he was doing here, but something propelled him to come. Maybe he should have come sooner. Maybe he should not have waited until he and the police department were sued by Brigitte. Even though the events were years ago, he never forgot what happened to Brigitte. In fact, secretly, he always kept a tab on her from a distance. After she was shot by Holt, she spent a month in the hospital. The physical pain of losing a child was nothing compared to the emotional pain. After her discharge, her life spiraled out of control. She went into a deep depression and experimented with hard drugs. Nancy had also gone into a deep depression after her last miscarriage, but she had Holt to keep her steady. He was there for her in her moment of darkness. He was her rock. Brigitte had nobody. Douglas Rathburn, her boyfriend and the father of her child, was dead. But Holt doubted Rathburn would have been a positive influence on Brigitte and her child. He was a ruthless drug dealer. It would not be long before he dumped Brigitte for someone else. And as far as the child was concerned, it was not uncommon for children of criminals to grow up without knowing their fathers. Either they were locked up or dead. That still did not negate the fact that Holt had robbed Brigitte of motherhood. And with he and Nancy unable to become parents, that fact hurt even more so. Brigitte started turning tricks in order to support her addiction. She would have surely died of an overdose had it not been for a fellow escort. She knew of Brigitte's sad story. She somehow managed to get Brigitte to Emily's place, a women's shelter known for helping abused and troubled women. Holt's heart sank further when he thought about Emily's place. What happened there once was pure tragedy. The shelter was eventually reopened with the help of the citizens of Milton, but Holt knew it would never be the same. Brigitte was able to clean up her act. She was able to go back to work as a cashier for a grocery store. She was living her life on the straight and narrow. So why was Holt still riddled with guilt? Brigitte was a casualty of her bad decisions, and nothing more. She was involved with a drug dealer. No good could have come out of her relationship with Rathburn. At the trial, Brigitte said she knew nothing of Rathburn's criminal activities. Her lawyer was willing to put her through a lie detector just to prove it, but the judge felt it was unnecessary. The trial was not whether Brigitte Green was involved in the distribution of drugs and narcotics, but about the actions of Detective Gregory Holt. Brigitte's lawyers argued that had Holt called for backup, his actions would have been unnecessary. The judge disagreed. If a SWAT team had gone in, there was a strong possibility that Rathburn would have still fired through the door, and in response, the SWAT team would have returned fire. While Holt carried a handgun, the SWAT members carried assault rifles and semi-automatics. In that situation, Brigitte might not have survived. The judge deemed Holt's actions were justified and he was exonerated of any wrongdoing. As he stared at the house, Holt did not feel vindicated. He felt like he had let a young woman down, and he had let himself down too. Chapter 37. Patricia Patty Callaway had dark hair, which was cut short. Her brown eyes, which were great lie detectors, were focused on the television screen. Her lips, which were always curled into a smile, were laughing right now. Callaway was seated next to her on the sofa. Instead of watching the movie, he could not help but stare at her. He was foolish to let her get away once. He was young and naive, and he did not want to be shackled to a marriage. He left her and their infant daughter to seek a life full of excitement and adventure. What he got instead was hardship and disappointments. He thought being a private eye would be fun and dangerous. He had fun with a lot of women, but most were clients and were married, and this led to some pretty dangerous situations. Their husbands did not take too kindly to being followed by a private investigator, and they were not pleased to have a private investigator sleep with their wives. But Callaway had learned his lesson, even if it took him this long. If Patty was his heart, then Nina was his soul. He wanted to be a better person for his little girl. He wanted to make her proud, and he wanted to be more involved in her life. Even he had the good sense to know that one day she would be all grown up, and he would miss out on all those father-daughter moments that others took for granted. Nina was sitting on the carpeted floor with her legs crossed. On the screen, the race car transformed into a fighting robot. It then began to battle another robot that had transformed from a fighter jet. Callaway thought the movie was too violent for someone her age. For movie night, he thought they should watch an animation or kid-appropriate movie. But Nina chose this one. Nina had suddenly taken an interest in more action-oriented movies. She no longer wanted to see a princess or fairy tale kinds of fare. Patty assured him this was normal. Nina was getting older, and her taste in movies, literature, even clothes would change over time. Callaway did not want to think about his little girl becoming a grown woman. "Stop it," Patty said. "Stop what?" he asked. "I know what you're doing," she said, turning to him. "What am I doing?" he said, innocently. "You're staring at me." "So what?" he shrugged. "I think you're the most beautiful woman in the world." She rolled her eyes. "If I was the most beautiful, then why did you walk away from me?" "I was an idiot then. But I'm wiser now." She raised an eyebrow. She then leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "You thought it was wise to pull your daughter from school so you could take her to a fast food restaurant?" His eyes turned to Nina, who was transfixed on what was happening on the screen. "It wasn't her." "Then how did you find out?" "I know people at her school." "Spies," he grumbled. "I've known these people before you came back into our lives. They helped me with Nina when you were not around." Those words stung, but he did not show it on his face. "I'm back now," he said. She smiled. "You are." There was a loud crash on the screen. Callaway nearly jumped up from his seat. "Are you sure it's not too violent for her?" he said. "I think it might be too violent for you." He cringed when there was another crash on the screen. She moved closer to him, their bodies almost hugging. "Does that help?" she asked. He grinned. "It sure does." Chapter 38. Fischer pulled up to the gray stone house. It had grass on the right and a long driveway on the left. The lights inside were on, and so she parked next to Lance's sedan. She was surprised to get his text message. It said for her to come to his house after work. Fischer and Lance had been dating for some time, but they still chose to live separately. They each cherished their own privacy, but more importantly, they did not want to make any serious decisions, such as moving in together or even buying a place together, without a solid commitment. Unless they got engaged or got married, they were enjoying living separately. There was another reason for them not cohabitating. Lance's last relationship ended acrimoniously. His ex did everything to make Lance's life miserable. They were living at this very house when it fell apart. Despite him, she changed the locks and threw all his belongings on the curb. He had to get a court order to get back into the house. He was the owner of the property, and so he had more of a right to be there than her. He was also paying the mortgage and all the bills. She then began to call his superiors and tell them that he was physically and emotionally abusive towards her. Lance had to take leave from the department in order for them to investigate. 3 months later, the accusations against him were thrown out, but not before they impacted his reputation and career. Fischer wrongly assumed Lance had no desire to move up from being a beat cop. What she did not know was how he had lost several promotions because of what his ex had done. He later sued her and filed a restraining order against her. Before the case could be heard before a judge, she fled the country and was now living somewhere in Europe. Lance subsequently dropped the case against her. He had no desire to pursue her. He wanted to move on with his life. Fischer knew all this because, one day, he told her everything. He wanted to be open about his past. He felt he owed it to her. In turn, Fischer told him all the relationships she had been in. None were as disastrous as his, but still disappointing. Most men she dated did not understand the stress she was under. Being a homicide detective was 24 hours, 7 days a week job. She was known to sleep at her desk and not be home for days. Sometimes she would not even show up for her dates. She would be too immersed in her work to realize she had stood someone up. She would try to make it up to the other person, but then she would do it again and again. Solving her cases took precedence over her love life. With Lance, it was different. He knew the pressures of the job, and he gave her all the support she needed. She had a key to the house. They had given each other access to their properties in case of an emergency. and she unlocked the front door. She entered and found the house dark. She blinked, confused. "Hello?" she said. She waited but got no response. She walked through the living room into the kitchen. There was no one there either. Maybe he's upstairs, she thought. She saw smoke through the window in the backyard. She smiled and went outside. On the back deck, she found Lance frying burgers and corn on the barbecue. "Is that why you texted me to come over?" she said with a smile. "I did lose a bet, didn't I?" She looked puzzled. "What bet?" "I couldn't keep up with you jogging the other morning, so dinner's on me for the rest of the week." Her smile widened. "I completely forgot about it." Lance smiled too. "Well, I didn't." He handed her a piece of paper. "What's this?" she asked. "The menu for the week." She glanced over the list. "These are the names of restaurants. I'm not much of a cook, so either you want barbecue every night or we are having dinner at those places." Chapter 39. Fischer was woken up by the sound of her ringing cell phone. Only a few hours ago, she had returned to her apartment after a night of eating and drinking at Lance's house. She grimaced as she fumbled for the phone. She could barely open her eyes. She answered, and when she heard what the person was saying on the other line, her eyes snapped open and she jumped off the bed. "I'll be there in 20 minutes, she said. She splashed cold water over her face, changed into fresh clothes, and hurried out. On the drive over, she grabbed a cup of coffee. She needed the caffeine to jolt her senses. She had on a pair of dark sunglasses. They were necessary to shield her eyes, which were red and glassy from drinking too much wine. She had also popped 2 painkillers. She could feel a headache coming on. And right now, she had to be focused and alert. She pulled into an industrial building. The exterior was concrete and uninviting. The sign on the front indicated it was a metal scrapyard. She parked next to a police cruiser and got out. It was not Lance's. He did not patrol this neighborhood. She spotted a man in gray overalls standing next to a uniformed officer. She approached him. "Were you the officer who called me?" "I am, ma'am," he replied. He turned to the man next to him. "This is Saul McKinnon. He owns this place." Saul had silver hair, a double chin, and bright blue eyes. Fischer noted his hands were calloused when she shook hands with him. "I was told you found something," Fischer said. "Can you show it to me?" He nodded. He took her around the side of the building, through a metal gate, and to the back of the property. Fischer saw rows and rows of vehicles in all shapes and sizes, and in all types of conditions. They were either involved in car accidents or were no longer roadworthy. Regardless, they were there to be stripped for parts. Saul introduced a second man. He was wearing gray overalls like Saul, but he was skinnier and much younger. "This is Brad Gibbons," McKinnon said. "He is one of my employees." Brad nodded, but he did not shake Fischer's hand. "Brad, tell her what you told me," McKinnon said. Brad nodded again. "Twice a month, we do an inventory of all the vehicles on the property. It's my job to double-check the makes and models, to see what we have in stock in case we need a particular part. Also, once we strip apart a vehicle, we crush it and sell it to third-party vendors. We only have so much space on the lot." "Okay," Fischer said, getting impatient. "What did you find today?" He walked them to the other side of the scrapyard. He then pointed to a car wedged between other vehicles. The car was in far better condition than its counterparts. It was green, and it was a Prius. She recognized the license plate number. Brad said, "I ran it through our system, and we have no record of it ever coming into the yard. The doors were open, and the keys were still in the ignition. I kicked it, and it turned on without a hitch. And then I called Saul. Saul jumped in. I remember seeing something on the news about a green Prius. Some guy had gone missing, and he was last seen driving it." Fischer pulled on latex gloves. "Did you touch anything else?" she asked Saul and Brad. They shook their heads in unison. She glanced inside the vehicle. The interior was cloth, but there was not anything on the seats that caught her attention. "Can you give me the keys?" Brad handed them to her. The space between the cars was just enough for a single person to squeeze through. Fischer went to the back. Using the key, she unlocked the trunk. She took a deep breath and pulled the lid up. She was half expecting to find Alex Whitehead. To her relief, the trunk was empty, but that did not alleviate her apprehension. In the middle of the trunk was a dark stain. Fischer knew it was blood, and if her theory was correct, someone had used the vehicle to move Alex's body. Chapter 40. Callaway saw that there were a dozen calls from Mason. He could ignore them, but what he saw on his phone next, he could not ignore. Mason was outside his office. The security camera was relaying the footage live to his cell phone. This is not good, Callaway thought. Mason had been to his office one time, and that was to collect on a debt. His right-hand man, Baxter, on the other hand, had made several visits to his office. Once, Callaway hid in his office for over 2 days while Baxter waited outside for him to come out. It was only when Callaway was able to negotiate an agreement over the phone with Mason that Baxter left him alone. And here Mason was, pacing in front of his office door. The camera above the door caught him looking irritated and tired. Baxter had likely not returned to work, and Mason wanted Callaway to take on the case to find him. Callaway had already turned Mason down. He had no interest in locating his missing guard dog. Baxter was a psychopath. He was prone to bursts of violence. He once snapped a man's fingers because the man looked at him the wrong way. But Mason was the only one who managed to keep Baxter on a leash. Was that a good thing or bad? Callaway contemplated. Mason was not a good role model either. He could be cruel when it came to money. With Baxter gone, Mason had no one to do his bidding. Enough people who were big, dumb, and brutal were willing to work for someone like Mason. But there was a bond between Mason and Baxter. Callaway had sensed it the moment he saw the two together. Mason did not have many friends, none that Callaway ever heard of, and he had been dealing with Mason for years. Baxter was likely his only friend. Mason had been through a few romantic relationships, but they never lasted long. Mason was too obsessed about money, and he was known to be a miser. He once took a girl on a date and made her wait in line for 2 hours because the restaurant had a 2-for-1 special. Pay for one person and the other eats for free. Callaway was shocked the girl did not walk out after half an hour. When it came to Baxter, Callaway knew very little about him. Where he came from, who he hung around with, or even what he did for fun. He probably hurt people just to get a laugh, Callaway thought. His cell phone buzzed again. Callaway did not answer. Instead, he watched the little screen on his phone. Mason hung up his cell phone with a scowl. He was clearly agitated that Callaway was not taking his calls. A smile broke across Callaway's face. "Stew as long you want," he said. "No one is going to help you find your pet." His smile quickly faded when he saw Mason staring directly at the camera. "He knows I'm watching him," he thought. Mason then began to mouth something to the camera. Callaway could not tell what it was. There was no audio. But he could see that Mason was swearing at him. Callaway did not care if the man cussed him out. There was no way he would take his case. But then something peculiar happened. Mason dropped on the ground and crossed his legs. He then pointed at his wristwatch. Callaway knew what that meant. Mason was not going anywhere. He would sit in front of his office until Callaway returned. "Damn," he muttered. Callaway was halfway across the city, and he did not have any plans to go back to his office today. Grudgingly, he turned the car around. Chapter 41. Saul McKinnon took Fischer to his office. It was dirty and grimy. There were papers strewn everywhere. McKinnon was not the most organized. "It's all organized in my head," he said, reading her mind. "How long have you been in business?" she asked. "My dad opened this place almost 30 years ago," he replied. "You wouldn't believe it, but as a kid, I hated having to come here and help my dad strip cars for parts. It was long days and back-breaking work. My dad was an immigrant. He wanted a better life for his kids. He figured As we got older, we would get an education and do something else. My sister got an MBA, and she now works as an advisor for a bank on Wall Street. As for me, I met a girl, and I dropped out of college soon after. I didn't like being cooped up inside a class. My girlfriend is now my wife, and we spent a couple years traveling the world. We worked odd jobs to pay for the trips. We also relied on the generosity of strangers. They would let us sleep in their houses. They would give us free rides and also free meals. Fischer was not sure why he was telling her this, but she let him talk. And when I returned, I couldn't get a job that paid enough for me to raise a family. By then, my girlfriend was pregnant. I begged my father to let me work for him. Eventually, I became good at it and took over the family business. I've got 2 girls of my own now, both grown up, and they both went to college and got good jobs. Fischer could see the pride in Saul's eyes. In all my years in this business, I have never had someone leave a car behind. I've had people to try to steal them, but not the other way around. Can you find out how someone had parked the Prius in your lot? Fischer asked. I can check our security. We have cameras all around the building. What about the back, the scrapyard? He frowned. We have only 1 camera, and I don't think it would have caught someone parking that Prius there. Why not? The Prius was parked further down the yard. Also, the angle of the camera doesn't catch the entire yard. Why don't you have proper security in your yard? Fischer asked. He shrugged. Stuff in the yard is scrap. None of the vehicles are in any working order. If thieves did decide to get in, the cameras on the side of the building would catch them. Fischer was not happy to hear this. Saul said, You have to realize the yard is huge. It would cost me an arm and a leg to install cameras to cover it all. How many entrances do you have to the yard? Fischer asked. Only 1. The gate is locked with a chain lock at all times. The only way to get through is if someone opened it. Did any of your employees open it? You met Brad. Then there's Jay. He's off on disability after he pulled his back. How long has he been gone? About a month. Who else works for you? Carol comes in a few days a week. She does our bookkeeping and other admin stuff. And Steve comes later in the day. But he doesn't have a key to the gate. His job is to just strip the cars for parts. Who has the key? Only Brad and me. Fischer frowned. If you guys didn't let the Prius in, then how did it get there? I have no idea. Fischer did not like the sound of that. Chapter 42. After calling Holt and telling him what she had found in the scrapyard, Fischer left Saul's office and walked back to the Prius. A strand of yellow police tape was encircling the car, and Fischer had placed an officer next to it. She did not want anyone else contaminating the evidence. She doubted they would find the killer's fingerprints on or in the car. Whoever left the Prius here knew what they were doing. They did not want the car to be found. And what better place than to hide it amongst other cars? They probably did not expect that someone would take inventory of the scrapyard. With each passing day, her theory was becoming factual. Someone had indeed attacked Alex Whitehead at his home. This person then drove his Prius to the scrapyard. How they got in without anyone noticing was still a puzzle to her. Fischer was half expecting to find his body in the trunk. His attacker would be hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. Get rid of Alex and his vehicle at the same time. But where was Alex? They had still not been able to locate him. Fischer had a sinking feeling his attacker might have dumped his body someplace else, which meant, unless someone somehow discovered it like they did the Prius, Fischer would have to keep searching for it. She then thought of Kathleen Whitehead. Fischer was not sure if she should tell her what she had found. Kathleen always believed Alex had met a terrible fate, and the blood in the trunk would only reinforce that belief. She left the Prius and walked through the scrapyard. There were dozens upon dozens of broken-down vehicles. Some were missing their windshields, and all were missing their tires. Some were without their doors, and some even had their engine pulled out of them. The place looked more like a graveyard than a scrapyard. She then caught sight of something as she moved to the other side of the yard. There was a path leading from the back of the property onto what looked like train tracks. She turned and waved to Brad, who rushed over. "Does a train come through there?" she asked. "Once every hour." She walked further toward the tracks and noticed a dirt path on either side of the tracks. It was big enough to drive a car through. Fischer looked down and saw that only a chain-link fence was between the tracks and the scrapyard, but the spot she was standing on was exposed to the tracks. It probably had a gate there once, but it was now exposed. The only thing stopping someone from walking to the tracks were shrubs and bushes. She knelt down and looked carefully. She could see slight tire marks in the dirt. "No one goes through there," Brad said, "unless you want to risk getting hit by a train." Fischer ignored his advice and began walking down the dirt path next to the track. Chapter 43. Callaway stomped up the metal steps. He found Mason sitting on the landing. Mason jumped up to his feet the moment he saw him. "Took you long enough," he said. "Yeah, well, I came as soon as I saw your ugly face on the screen," Callaway replied. Mason looked up at the camera and pointed at it. "So it does work. Why do you think I installed it? I thought it was only for show." Callaway's face narrowed. "What makes you think that?" He shrugged. "I mean, you own a gun, but I never see you carry it." He has a point, Callaway thought. His weapon was locked away in his office. Callaway would rather talk his way out of a situation than get into a shootout. The odds of him walking away from something like that without a scratch were very low. "I carry it when I need to," Callaway said. "And when do you know when you need it?" "What makes you think I don't have it on me now?" Callaway asked, annoyed. "If you did, you'd be pointing at me and telling me to get lost." "Okay, you made your point." Callaway did not open his office door and invite Mason in. He wanted nothing to do with Mason. "I already told you, I don't want your case. You should get someone else to find where Baxter is. But I want you. Aren't you supposed to be the best private eye in the city?" "That's what I told Burke," Callaway thought. "I am the best PI in Milton, but flattery will not get you bonus points with me." "Then will our history together make you reconsider?" Callaway felt anger rise in him. "We don't have a history. I was desperate, and I came to you for money." "Did I ever turn you away?" Mason said. Callaway opened his mouth to say something, but then shut it. Mason continued. "I always loaned you money even if I knew you were not going to be able to pay me back." Callaway scoffed. "You didn't do me any favors. You knew if I didn't pay back the loans, you'd make Baxter hurt me really bad." "But did he?" Callaway blinked. "Did he what? Ever hurt you?" "No, because I always paid my debts. But you were never on time, were you?" Callaway fell silent. "Whenever you were unable to pay back your loans, I gave you other opportunities to repay me. I hired you to do PI work for me, didn't I?" "You did," Callaway conceded. "Why did I do that?" Callaway shrugged. "Because I was the best PI in the city?" He shook his head. "Private investigators are a dime a dozen. I can flip through the phone book and find 100 listed on one page." "Phone books don't exist anymore," Callaway said. He waved his hand. "That's not the point. The reason I kept lending you money, even with your terrible credit history, was because deep down, you are a good person." Callaway did not know what to say. Mason continued. "Whenever I hired you to find someone who owed me money, I always got my money. You would do everything to help them pay it back, even if it meant you had to chip in from your own pocket." "You knew?" Callaway asked, narrowing his eyes. "I did." Callaway felt sorry for the people who came to Mason for a loan. They had family, a spouse, and young children. Callaway could not see them get hurt because of the situation they had found themselves in. In most cases, he was to blame for his predicament. He was always looking for a get-rich-quick scheme, which never panned out. He was a schmuck when it came to money. He was an easy mark for grifters and thieves. His ego and greed always got the better of him. He wanted to hit a home run from the first ball. If it were that easy, everyone would be rich now. He had come to realize that there would always be people out there who were planning and executing ways to swindle unsuspecting people. Callaway was not ashamed that he got conned. He was ashamed that he never learned from the experience. He let hubris get the better of him. Even when he knew he was being played, he always thought he could find a way to turn the tables on them. But he never could. Mason said, "I never made an example of you, Lee. I also always gave you a chance to work your way out of a debt. This courtesy was never extended to anyone else. Do you know why?" Callaway said nothing. "Because I consider you a friend." Callaway almost let out a laugh, but Mason's face told him he was serious. "Please," Mason said, "help me find Baxter. I'm worried about him. This is the first time he's been gone this long." Callaway could see the anguish in his eyes. Mason was lost without Baxter. He needed him, even if he did not say it out loud. Callaway let out a long sigh. "Fine. I'll do it. But it's going to cost you." Mason smiled. He then shoved his hand in his jacket pocket and pulled out an envelope. "Would $5,000 be enough?" Callaway's eyes widened. "That's a lot of money." "It is, but you're worth every penny, right?" Callaway licked his lips. "Make it $10,000 and you got a deal." Mason looked insulted. For a moment, Callaway expected him to haggle. Mason was a businessman. Money was everything to him. Instead, Mason said, "Deal. But you get the rest when you tell me where Baxter is." Callaway snatched the envelope before he changed his mind. "You better not try to screw me," he said, "or whatever friendship you think you and I have will be gone." Mason's lips curled into a smile. "Thanks, Lee." Chapter 44. Fischer walked along the train tracks. She kept her eyes up ahead. If there were any signs of a train approaching, she would make sure to keep her distance from the tracks. She did notice, though, a set of tire marks on the dirt next to the tracks. The marks were not consistent. They disappeared on certain sections of the path. But if she followed them, they were straight, which meant they were made by a single vehicle. Fischer had a hunch it was the Prius. But from where did the Prius enter the path next to the tracks, she thought. Unlike the scrapyard, where there was only a chain-link fence, the other businesses had placed a steel fence. It was almost 8 feet in height and it looked sturdy. Fischer had a feeling the fence served two purposes: prevent people from somehow getting onto the train tracks, and be a sound barrier from the noise of the passing trains. The scrapyard's owner could not care less about the noise. His business involved creating as much noise as required. They ripped pieces of metal off vehicles and sold them as spare parts. But perhaps other businesses could not afford to have such noises, and so the barrier between their property and the train tracks was essential. It still did not explain how the Prius got to the scrapyard, though. Fischer's hunch could turn out to be wrong. The tire marks could be from months before. She had heard of teenagers racing cars alongside a moving train, trying to beat it to the crossing. Many times those races turned deadly. A train can weigh as much as several thousand tons, while an average car weighed several thousand pounds. In the event of a collision, the odds were stacked against the car. She was not sure if the tire marks were fresh. It had rained a day ago, which was followed by intense sun. The wet dirt could have hardened by the heat. She must have walked at least a mile when she saw a road cut through the track. She turned right and saw the crossing gates. Several cars drove across the track. One driver gave her an odd look as he passed by her. He was probably wondering what she was doing walking next to the track. There was nothing to see. On one side of the track was the high fence. On the other were trees and bushes. There was minimal lighting. Fischer counted 1 lamppost during her walk, which made the trek dangerous at night. Suddenly, a sound startled her. The ringing was loud and continuous. She then saw the crossing gates' lights flash and the arms begin to descend. She quickly got off the dirt road and stood behind the crossing gates. A couple of cars came up to a halt next to her. A driver in a beat-up station wagon rolled down his window. He was old, with wrinkled skin and small eyes. "You need a ride somewhere, ma'am?" he asked with a twang. "No, I'm fine. You shouldn't walk too close to the tracks, you know. Thanks for the advice." A train roared through the crossing. The force of the train's speed nearly knocked her off her feet. She had to cover her eyes as dirt flew everywhere. The train, consisting of a short cut of freight cars, was gone in minutes. The crossing gate slowly came up, allowing traffic to resume. Fischer was about to make her way back to the scrapyard when something caught her eye. Chapter 45. Callaway was not sure where to begin to look for Baxter. He knew very little about the man. His only interactions with him were when he was summoned to Mason's office. Usually, it was because Callaway had fallen behind on his loans, or if Mason wanted to hire him for a job. Mason had provided Callaway with Baxter's home address. Callaway knew if Baxter was there, Mason would have already found him. He would visit the house, but not right now. Finding Baxter was not priority number one. Finding who attacked Jamie Burke was. Callaway inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. He suddenly had two cases on his plate. One paid him $25,000 and the other $10,000. That would be a pretty nice sum if he somehow managed to complete both. Why does it always pour when it rains? He thought. Just recently, Callaway had 0 cases to work on. He would have taken any cases for that matter, no matter how small or even absurd. Is your favorite cat Ding Ding missing? No problem. Lee Callaway will bring him or her home. You want to know the name of the girl at your local checkout counter, but are too shy to do it yourself? Callaway will find it for you. And he will also find out if she is available. Did someone at work get a promotion over you, and you believe they are sleeping with your boss? Callaway will look into it for you. In fact, he might throw in photos of the two having dinner or lunch for no extra cost. The latter would invariably involve blackmail to secure a promotion by his client, but that had nothing to do with Callaway. His job was to find dirt on the target, and what they did with it was not his responsibility. He did draw the line if he thought the situation could get dangerous. If an estranged husband wanted Callaway to find his wife, and Callaway had information the husband was abusive, then he would outright refuse the case. Or he would discontinue the investigation in the middle and return the fee. The husband would obviously be angry, but Callaway did not care. As a PI, he felt he was helping people. They came to him because they saw no other option to resolve their problems. In most cases, he was their last resort. They were more than willing to pay him to find what they were looking for. Sometimes he even made their problems go away. Mason was a problem, but he couldn't make him go away by ignoring him. He would find Baxter and get the remainder of his payment. But first, he had to find out what happened to Jamie Burke. He drove to the scene where the attack had occurred. The department store's parking lot was filled with cars. He spotted shoppers pushing carts to and from the store. He drove around to the other side of the building. He slowed when he saw a large 18-wheeler parked where Leonard Burke's Mercedes was parked almost a year ago. The area was likely used for parking delivery trucks and vans when they were not in use. In the back of the building, he could see the department store's loading dock. He pulled the Charger to the side, opposite the 18-wheeler. There was now just enough space for one vehicle to move through. He was certain someone would ask him to move his car, but Callaway had no intention of being there long. He wanted to check something. To his surprise, he saw security cameras pointed in the direction where he had just parked. Detective Bowler had noted in his report that there were no cameras on that side of the property when he was here last year. A man in uniform came out through the loading dock. He was a security guard. He must have seen Callaway snooping around on the CCTV camera. "You can't park there," the guard said. His right hand was on his hip, right next to a can of pepper spray. "When did they install that?" Callaway asked, pointing at the cameras. The guard's eyes narrowed. "Why do you want to know?" Callaway smiled. "I'd be stupid to show my face on camera and then try to rob the place." "That would be very stupid indeed," the guard said. His other hand was now on his walkie-talkie. Callaway had to be truthful if he wanted an answer. He pulled out his business card. "I'm a private investigator. I was hired by the Burke family to find out who attacked their son at this spot." "I know that case," the guard said, suddenly relaxing. Management in the department store was always looking to cut expenses. They had reduced security guards from 2 to 1, and they didn't think it important to place cameras all over the property. But after that incident, the media started asking them questions about their lack of security, which was not good publicity. They now are back to 2 security guards, and they also upgraded their entire security system. So what you were saying is that the cameras were set up after the incident, Callaway said. That's exactly what I'm saying. Callaway sighed. Another dead end. Thanks for your help, he said, and returned to his charger. Chapter 46. Fischer was inside a fish and chips restaurant. She had spotted the eatery from the train tracks, which was adjacent to it. And if her hunch was correct, it would have a CCTV camera pointed to the back of the restaurant. The owner was not too happy when he got the call from Fischer. The restaurant opened at lunch and it closed late at night. At this time of the day, the owner was looking forward to spending some time with his family, which he rarely got the opportunity to do. Nonetheless, the owner could not refuse the request of a police officer. He was now behind the counter, going through the footage from the past several days. Fischer had already provided him with information on the Prius, such as the color and license plate number. Fischer had thought about taking the footage from the restaurant back to the police department for examination, but that would require getting a warrant, so it was better to have the owner go through it. This was necessary, she thought. Without a body, the Prius was the only thing she had to go on, and if somehow Alex Whitehead's assailant can be seen driving it, then that would be the bullseye she was looking for. Her phone buzzed. She checked. There was a text message from Holt. He was at the scrapyard. She texted him back. She told him she would be there shortly. She then put her phone away. She could have told him where she was. He would have come to the restaurant. But that could be a waste of time if the camera footage came up with nothing. It was best for him to go through the Prius. Maybe he might see something she had missed. The Prius would eventually be stripped and tagged at the forensics unit. Each item would further be analyzed for fingerprints and DNA. Before that time, the vehicle was still available to Holt for his own examination. I think I found it, the owner of the restaurant said. Fischer walked around the counter and came up behind him. He pointed to an object in the monitor. That's the car you were looking for? Fischer leaned closer and squinted at the screen. The vehicle had pulled up to the crossing gates. The image was black and white, so she couldn't tell if the car was green or any other color. But she could partially make out the license plate. 3 of the digits matched Alex Whitehead's vehicle. So, she had to assume it was his. In a moment, she would know if she was correct. If the vehicle kept going straight, then it was the wrong car. If it turned left, then it was the one she was looking for. It turned left and disappeared from view. Wow, that's crazy, the owner said. He went on to the tracks. No, he didn't, Fischer thought. The attacker would drive along the path next to the track and he would then leave the car at the scrapyard. Alex Whitehead would not be in the vehicle. If he was, they would have found his body. What she was hoping for was for the driver to come back the same way he came, through the crossing gates, where the restaurant's security camera would capture his every move. Fast forward, please, she said. He did as she instructed. The images on the screen flew by at fast speed. Cars drove up to the crossing gates and then drove straight through the tracks. She checked the clock at the bottom of the screen. Half an hour had passed, then an hour, and then 2. Alex Whitehead's attacker had not come back the same way he had gone. She was disappointed but not shocked. There were many exit spots along the tracks. It would be easy for someone to hop over a fence or even sneak onto the property of an adjacent business and disappear. Go back to the Prius, she said. The owner rewound the footage. The Prius pulled up to the crossing gates. Pause it, she said. The image froze onto the screen. She squinted again and leaned closer. She could see a dark silhouette behind the wheel, but she could not make out anything more. She checked the date and time at the bottom of the screen. Kathleen Whitehead was right to worry. Someone had driven and dumped her brother's car almost a week ago. Chapter 47. Dr. Leonard Burke's clinic was inside a glass and steel structure. The office was bright, with colorful paintings hung all over the walls. There were even framed posters with words of wisdom. People that came to Burke's office were suffering from some mental ailment, and the words on the posters were an extra encouragement to get them out of their malaise. Callaway introduced himself to Burke's secretary. He already knew her name was Leslie. She was the one who had booked a ride for Burke on the ride-sharing app. She was young and very attractive. Her smile immediately made him feel at ease. Callaway was certain male patients would appreciate having her there, but would female patients feel the same? They might find Leslie intimidating, or they might be jealous of her being there. Contrary to popular belief, women were just as competitive as their male counterparts. Leslie being there might have the opposite effect. They might see her as a threat. Callaway blinked. Why am I analyzing this too deeply? He thought. Why do I care who Burke hired? He knew the answer. He found Leslie intimidating and threatening. Callaway was weak when it came to women. A smile from an attractive woman would make his heart flutter. He had jumped headfirst into way too many relationships only to regret them later. If he were not with Patty right now, he would have tried to woo the secretary. And in most cases, he would have succeeded. Dr. Burke asked me to come see him, Callaway said. The quicker he met Burke and found out why he was here, the quicker he could leave. Leslie's perfume was intoxicating. Dr. Burke is with a patient at the moment, she said with a smile. But you are his next patient. Callaway blinked. I'm not a patient. Dr. Burke hired me to do a job for him. She frowned and checked her computer. I don't know anything about that, but he asked me to slot you in a schedule for a session. A session? Yes. Callaway swallowed. Are you sure? She gave him another reassuring smile, which made his knees wobbly. That's what he said, she replied. I don't have any insurance, he stammered. Not to worry. Dr. Burke asked me to note it as NPR. What's NPR? No payment required. Callaway suddenly felt ill. He never dug too deep into his emotions. He was too afraid of what he might find. Maybe that was why he kept making the same mistakes over and over again. You can have a seat if you like, she said. We also have coffee, tea, bottled water, and snacks in the corner. There was a station set up for refreshments. I think I'll have some coffee, he said. He poured himself a cup from a pot and took a sip. He took the furthest seat from Leslie. Her perfume lingered in the air, and he did not want to be reminded of being with someone like her. The fling would be intense but fraught with drama. Something Callaway didn't need at his age. Plus, he already ran through enough drama in his line of work. He was now looking to reduce the stress in his life, and not increase it. He took more sips from the cup, but then regretted pouring it. The coffee was making him more jittery. He had never been to a psychiatrist before, so he was suddenly nervous about the meeting. The office door opened and Burke emerged. He was followed by a woman who was very attractive. She had long blonde hair, the bluest eyes he had ever seen, and her lips were painted in red. Her dress went down to her knees, and she had on heels. Thank you very much, Dr. Burke, she said. I'll see you same time next month, Nadia, he replied with a smile. When she left the office, Burke turned his attention to Callaway. Ah, Mr. Callaway, he said, still smiling. Care to join me in my office? Callaway's mouth suddenly went dry, and his stomach knotted. Chapter 48. The interior of Burke's office was the same as the waiting area, bright and welcoming. There was an oak desk by the windows. A sofa was in the middle of the room, and next to it was a single-seater. A coffee table was adjacent to the sofa with a pitcher and 2 glasses on it. Please have a seat, Burke said. Callaway sat on the sofa. He noticed the wall behind the oak desk. It was covered in degrees, certificates, and even awards. A built-in bookshelf was on the wall across from him. Books on psychology and human behavior filled the shelves. Thanks for coming down on such short notice, Mr. Callaway, Burke said, sitting on the one-seater. He unbuttoned his jacket and crossed one leg over the other. Why am I here? Callaway asked. I wanted to know if you had any updates on my son's case. I've only just begun. I'm still in the information gathering stage. Burke nodded. He paused and Callaway sensed there was something on his mind. I've been a psychiatrist for 20 years. I've counseled hundreds of patients. I've seen and heard everything." Callaway was not sure where he was going with this, but said, "Okay." "In my experience, I can sense when someone is harboring guilt." "Guilt?" Callaway asked, confused. "I find it best to be blunt," he replied. "Mr. Callaway, I get the feeling that you are living your life full of guilt." Callaway stared at him, but did not respond. "Guilt is a horrible thing," Burke said. "It can chew away at you, bit by bit, leaving you a shell of your former self. I have seen many patients crushed by their guilt. And I want to tell you, it's normal to feel guilty about something, but it's not normal to let it rule your life." Callaway felt a well of emotions bubble inside him. "It's my guilt that is pushing me to be a better man." "Guilt is a great motivator. I don't disagree," Burke said. "But it can be debilitating as well." It then dawned on Callaway why Burke had asked him to come. He was not talking about Callaway. He was talking about himself. "What are you guilty about, Dr. Burke?" Callaway said. A smile crossed Burke's face. He looked down at his shoes, but Callaway could see his mind was elsewhere. A moment later he said, "I wasn't entirely truthful to you." Callaway sat upright. "About what?" "About the night my son was attacked." "Okay." Burke pursed his lips. His eyes narrowed. "I had a fight with Jamie that night." "What was the fight about?" "Trivial things that parents get into with teenagers. In hindsight, it's not something we could not have overcome as a family." Callaway hoped Burke would elaborate. Instead, he said, "It started off as an argument and it quickly escalated. I don't know why I'm confessing this to you. It's usually the other way around. But I feel it's necessary I get it out. In anger, I said some things to my son that I regret to this day. Things no father should say to a son. I wish I could take them back. I wish I could apologize to him. I have apologized to him numerous times, but I don't think he comprehends what I am saying." "Maybe he can feel that you are sorry," Callaway said. Burke's eyes welled up. "I hope you are right. But I just long to hear him say he forgives me." There was immense pain in the doctor's face. It suddenly looked like he had aged 10 years in a matter of minutes. Burke was still torturing himself about the events from that day. Callaway wished he had something comforting to say to him, but nothing came to him. Burke shrugged. "Things we say or do in the heat of the moment may not mean much at the time, but they can have immense repercussions that can last a lifetime." He then paused and said, "I'm sorry to call you in to tell you this. I could have done it over the phone, but I thought it was necessary to tell you face to face. It may or may not be useful in your investigation, but I thought I should let you know." Burke's cell phone buzzed. "Excuse me," he said, answering it. He stood up and walked over to his desk. He returned with a black book. He wrote something down and then hung up. "I have a tendency to forget things, so I write everything down in my personal calendar." Callaway was about to ask Burke for more details of the night when there was a knock on the door. Leslie stuck her head in. "Your next appointment is here." Burke smiled. "Thank you, Leslie." He then turned to Callaway. "I used to keep a clock in the room, but I found my clients spent more time staring at the clock than focusing on resolving their problems. I charge by the hour, so that explains their concern. Instead, I get Leslie to let me know when the time is up." "I'm not going to get billed for this, am I?" Callaway asked. "Of course not," Burke replied with a laugh. "I'm afraid this session was more for me than you." Chapter 49. Fischer returned to the scrapyard, where she found Holt peering into the Prius with a flashlight. "Find anything?" she asked. Holt turned to her. "Blood in the trunk. Apart from that, there were documents in the glove compartment. Alex Whitehead purchased the vehicle 2 years ago. He paid the deposit by cash and the rest he financed through the bank. I also found insurance papers and some old parking tickets." Fischer had seen those when she did her preliminary examination of the vehicle. "Anything else?" In the middle of the compartment, there were wires for charging a cell phone. Fischer frowned. We've not been able to locate his phone. Holt said, I don't think it would have been in the car to begin with. If I was a betting man, I would wager the phone is with Alex Whitehead. But we don't know where he is. His brow furrowed. What I don't understand is why go through all the trouble of wiping the blood from the basement of the house, but leave the blood in the trunk of the vehicle. Don't forget, there was also blood in the wheelbarrow in the shed, Fischer added. He nodded. Something doesn't add up. Fischer could tell Holt was struggling with something, but she was not sure what. What if the killer didn't have time to clean up the Prius? She said. He shook his head. I don't buy it. They clearly drove it to this location and left it. And if they can do that, then they can surely remove any evidence from it. Fischer then filled him in on what she had found at the restaurant. No idea who the driver was? He asked. She shook her head. Identification was not possible. Holt paused for a moment. Someone had planned this well. I believe so too, she agreed. The driver of the Prius knew the gate of the scrapyard would be locked throughout the day and night. The owner and only one employee have keys to the chain lock. The employee was the one who had informed his boss, who, in turn, had called 911. If they had anything to do with the crime, they could have stripped and disposed of the vehicle without anyone knowing. The driver also knew the best way into the scrapyard was through the back, the train tracks. There were no cameras, so they could easily slip in and out without any detection. But then, if they went through all the trouble to dispose of the vehicle, why not leave the body in the back of the trunk as well? What if Alex Whitehead is still alive? She said instead. There was silence between them. Without a body, we can't rule that out, he conceded. Fischer suddenly felt a flicker of hope. Kathleen Whitehead might get to see her brother again. There might be a happy ending after all. If he's still alive, then we are running out of time, she said. Holt looked down at his shoes. I know why you took this case. Because of your brother, Casey, he said. I don't want to see you disappointed, but the odds of Alex Whitehead being alive are very slim. But like you said, without a body, we can't confirm he is dead. Conclusively, no. But what about the blood in the house? On the wheelbarrow and the Prius? If Alex Whitehead was still alive, he surely would have lost a significant amount of blood. He's right, she thought. Alex Whitehead had suffered a traumatic injury, likely to his head, which could have been fatal. She then said, I think I know why the blood was cleaned up in the house and not anywhere else. Why? Someone had removed something from a corkboard on the wall in the basement, and they didn't want us to focus our attention on what it was. You think that holds the key to Alex Whitehead's disappearance? If I was a betting woman, I would say yes. Chapter 50. We need to get rid of them, Charlotte said, pointing to the large planters she had brought back from the Fredericks farm. She and Marcy were in the back of the flower shop. What should we price them? Marcy asked. Low, Charlotte replied. How low are we talking? The cost of the pots. Marcy frowned. Why so low? I want to get rid of them. They are taking up too much space. Marcy shook her head. We practically gave away the last batch of planters you brought. I would rather they be admired and cared for than let the plants wither away. I'll put them outside the door, Marcy said. But someone might ask us to deliver. I mean, these planters are huge. Charlotte smiled. Put a sign out next to them. Buy 2 and get free delivery. All right, you're the boss. Charlotte watched as Marcy pushed a planter through the shop and out to the front. When she returned, her face was red with exhaustion. Charlotte said, Where's Enrique? Get him to help you. He hasn't come in to work, Marcy replied. Charlotte sighed. She pulled out her cell phone and speed dialed his number. She got a message that the number was not in service. When was the last time you spoke to him? Charlotte asked. He dropped by yesterday. He mentioned he needed more fertilizer for another job. Okay, Charlotte said. He said he might go to the Fredericks farm to pick some up. He didn't tell me anything. Marcy shrugged. Maybe he went. Charlotte shook her head. The Fredericks would have mentioned something to me. Enrique doesn't have a key to the barn, so I doubt he would have been able to get the stuff from storage. Marcy suddenly looked pale. Do you think Mr. Fredericks shot him? Charlotte laughed. Of course not. Why would he do that? You said Mr. Fredericks didn't like strangers on his property, and that he kept a rifle on his front porch. I was only trying to scare Enrique. Mr. Fredericks doesn't even own a gun. Marcy's face creased. Why would you do that? Enrique only started working here recently. He's still learning how to do the work properly. I can't have him operating equipment he has no experience with. Remember what happened to Jeremy? Marcy winced. Jeremy had started working for Charlotte last summer. He was 16 and he wanted to save enough for college. Jeremy was hardworking but ambitious. Charlotte was in the early stages of setting up her landscaping business. He convinced her to send him to a client's house. A mishap with a gardening tool led him to lose one of his fingers. The Department of Health and Safety got involved. Charlotte was certain she would get sued and perhaps lose her flower shop. But the department deemed Jeremy to be negligent. On the morning of the incident, he had smoked a joint with a friend. The department determined that marijuana had impaired his ability to perform his duties. The incident pushed Charlotte to cease the landscaping side of the operation. It was only when the flower shop started struggling that she decided to dip her toe back into the landscaping business. But she vowed to be more involved, to keep an eye on everything her employees were doing, prevent any accidents from happening again. Enrique showed great promise. He wanted to learn the business. It was a shame he was gone. We'll have to hire someone else, Charlotte said. Chapter 51. Callaway's phone buzzed. He checked the text message. It was Mason. He wanted an update on the case. I've got other stuff to do, buddy, Callaway thought. He was about to send a curt reply when he changed his mind. He did not want to get into it with him. Mason was lost without Baxter. His entire business model revolved around having someone like Baxter. Callaway always thought Baxter needed Mason more. Baxter was dumb and a brute. There were not too many jobs open for someone like him, unless you counted jobs of the criminal variety. Even then, those jobs were few and far between. Now that he thought about it, Callaway was wrong about Mason and Baxter's relationship. Callaway always figured Mason could replace Baxter with another enforcer. But that was no easy task. Mason needed someone who not only followed his instructions, but also took his abuse. Mason could be nasty when he lost his temper. On top of that, Callaway doubted Mason paid Baxter a wage equal to the hours spent at work. There were times Callaway would show up late at Mason's office and find Baxter still there. Forget overtime. Mason probably haggled for every dollar when it came time to pay Baxter. Mason loved money above everything else. He saw himself as an entrepreneur, trying to achieve the American dream. Mason was nothing more than a blood-sucking parasite who preyed on the desperate. But Callaway had agreed to find Baxter, and that was what he would do. Mason had given him Baxter's home address. Mason was likely stalking the place, hoping for Baxter to return. Callaway decided that was where he would start his search. He drove to a nondescript building in a commercial neighborhood. He double-checked the address and then walked up to a door. When he entered, he realized it was a tattoo parlor. "Can I help you?" a man said. He was tatted up from neck to toe. He also had earrings in every place imaginable on his face. Callaway was confused. He repeated the address to the man. The man smiled and pointed with his thumb. "You're looking for the door on the side. Take the stairs up, and it's on the right." He followed the man's instructions and found himself in a narrow hall. There was only one door on the right. This has to be it, he thought. He put his ear to the door and tried to listen for any sounds from inside. There were none. He decided to just go for it. He took a deep breath and knocked. He readied for the door to swing open and an angry Baxter to attack him for disturbing him. When nothing happened, he relaxed. But that still did not mean his job was over. In fact, it had suddenly gotten harder. He looked around. He did not expect anyone to be there, but he had to make sure just in case. From his coat pocket, he pulled out 2 pieces of thin metal. As a private eye, he had learned to pick locks. He hated the word break-in, but that was what he was doing. But to justify that he was not really doing anything illegal, he was not going to steal anything. He was merely doing it to find someone. It took 30 seconds, and the door unlocked. He took another deep breath. The last thing he wanted was to find a sleeping Baxter inside. He would surely wring Callaway's neck if he saw him in his apartment. It was pitch dark. Callaway had to search along the walls to find the light switch. There was a small kitchen on the right, a tiny living room next to it. Across from the living room was a bedroom and bathroom. The bathroom only had a standing room shower, and the bedroom had enough space for a bed. Callaway was confused. How can someone as big as Baxter live in such a cramped space? He wondered. Maybe that's why he spent most of his time with Mason. Regardless, the apartment was a pigsty. There were dishes piled high in the kitchen sink, clothes were strewn on the floor in the bedroom, and random boxes scattered in the living room. Callaway walked around, unsure of what he was looking for or even where to begin his search. He went to the kitchen and opened the fridge. A foul smell hit him hard, nearly knocking him back. He covered his mouth and checked to see where the smell was coming from. The fridge was bare, except for a couple of styrofoam containers and a bottle of milk. He sniffed and realized the milk had gone bad. He shut the fridge door. Something caught his eye. Pieces of paper were stuck to the wall next to the fridge. He removed the tag that held the papers to the wall and they dropped to the floor. He picked each one up. He examined them, and he found that they were receipts from money transfers. The amounts on each receipt were exactly the same. So was the account number the money was being transferred to. They were dated the first of each month. He stuffed them in his coat pocket and left the apartment. Chapter 52. Fischer and Holt returned to the Milton PD, where they were informed someone was waiting for them. They found a man wearing a t-shirt, shorts, and Crocs sitting in the waiting area. He had a long ponytail and round glasses. They introduced themselves. His hand was clammy when they shook it. "It's about Alex," he said. "Alex Whitehead." Fischer and Holt looked at each other and then quickly took the man into an interview room. Once seated, Fischer said, "What's your name?" "Jason Warthog," he said. "And Mr. Warthog, how do you know Alex?" Warthog rubbed his hands together. That's why they are clammy, Fischer thought. He then pushed the glasses up the bridge of his nose. I met Alex in an online forum." "What kind of forum?" Holt asked. "The forum is for conspiracy theorists. Alex signed up under the username Eye of P." "Eye of P?" Fischer asked, confused. "Eye of Providence. It's on the $1 bill. It's supposed to be the all-seeing eye of God. People believe it's connected to the Illuminati." "Okay." "My username had the image of the eye of the Illuminati. Because of that, we somehow hit it off. We shared an interest in conspiracy theories, and before you knew it, we were messaging each other off the forum. He told me his real name, which we never did on the forum because of privacy, and in return I told him mine. We video chatted many times. I'm married with a daughter, and at the time he was married with a daughter too, so we had a lot in common. I know the divorce was hard on him. During that time, we talked daily. He even came down and stayed with my family in Montana for a couple of weeks." "What do you do, Mr. Warthog?" Fischer asked. "I own a video game store. That was another thing we enjoyed together. Sometimes we would stay up all night playing RPG games." Kathleen had mentioned Alex's interest in RPG games, Fischer thought. Warthog's eyes suddenly welled up. "I had no idea Alex was missing." I was worried when he hadn't replied to some of my messages. We don't talk every day anymore, but we still kept in touch. He was excited about taking a trip to Colorado. Fischer remembered Yannick Lucas, Alex's best friend and boss, saying that he and Alex were planning to go to a convention on extraterrestrial life. Then, out of the blue, Alex's sister contacted me about him. Alex mentioned her a couple of times, and I guess they were close, so she must have known we were friends. She thought something bad had happened to him. I kept reassuring her that he was fine, but then on the news, I saw a segment on him. So I had to come to Milton and see if I could do anything to help. You are helping by talking to us, Fischer said. We also want to find Alex. She did not tell him what they found at the scrapyard. She did not want to alarm him. Plus, without a body, they only had a suspicion that Alex had met his demise, but it was not conclusive. Warthog covered his face with his hands. Fischer worried he might break down. She said, "Was Alex depressed or anxious about anything in the last few days?" He looked up. He shook his head. "No. Alex was the happiest person I know. He was full of life." Fischer said, "Can you tell us anything else about Alex? What other interests or hobbies did he have? Who he hung around with? Anything?" Warthog paused for a moment. Alex was obsessed with something. What? Fischer and Holt asked in unison. Warthog went silent. "Whatever you tell us could aid us in finding him," she added. Warthog sighed. "Alex told me not to tell anyone. I don't think he even told his sister, and he only told me after his marriage broke down. I guess he felt the weight of the world on him and he needed to unload." "What did he tell you?" Fischer pushed. "It was about his father." "Who was his father?" "Neil Whitehead." Fischer looked over at Holt. He shrugged. Neither of them knew who that was. Warthog said, "Neil Whitehead was one of the victims of David Gary Crumb." It then hit them like a thunderbolt. David Gary Crumb was charged with brutally murdering 3 men. He was subsequently given a life sentence for the crime. Warthog said, "Alex was very interested in that case. He wanted to know everything about it." "Okay." He scoured the internet, digging up more information on the case. He procured copies of all the newspapers that covered that case. He even managed to get a copy of the case file, which included the detective's personal notes. "How'd he get that?" Holt asked. He was a stickler for rules, and in most high-profile cases, a judge might not allow a detective's personal notes to become public. Warthog shrugged. "I don't know, but like I said, he was very obsessed about that case. He even contacted the families of other men who were victims of David Gary Crumb. And he also..." Warthog stopped. "He also what?" Fischer asked. Warthog's shoulders slumped. "He even contacted David Gary Crumb's family." "Why would he do that?" Alex was big on conspiracy theories, and he believed there was more to the case than the public was led to believe. The last time I spoke to him, he wanted to speak to someone in Crumb's family. "Did he give you a name?" Holt asked. Warthog shook his head. "I figured he would eventually tell me, but then I heard Alex had gone missing." Chapter 53. The line was long. Callaway counted close to 15 people before him. The money transfer location was only a block away from Baxter's apartment. When Callaway found the money transfer invoices, he knew he had to check it out. Right now he had very little to go on. Mason was no help either. Baxter showed up to work every day without fail. If Mason asked him to come early, he did. If Mason asked him to stay late, he never complained. Apart from that, Mason knew very little about Baxter's personal life, whether he had any family, any friends, any girlfriends, or boyfriends. Mason made no effort to find out more. He only cared that Baxter was at his beck and call and that he did whatever Mason asked of him. There were only 2 tellers at the booths, which slowed the line considerably. Callaway debated whether to get out of the line and come back later, perhaps when there were more tellers and fewer people. But he figured that he was here now, so he might as well get it over with. Callaway found it odd that Mason made it his business to know as much about other people, but nothing about Baxter. Mason always knew when Callaway was struggling for cash. He knew how to use his circumstances to get Callaway to do something for him. Mason also knew when to squeeze people for more money and when to back off. If a client was on the verge of divorce, and the divorce might result in a big payoff, Mason would offer to change the terms of the loans. Instead of going after the interest on the loan, he might forego the loan and take a percentage of the divorce settlement. Mason was always calculating ways for a bigger payoff, which meant he had to know what cards his opponents were holding. Perhaps in Baxter's case, Mason took him for granted. He never considered Baxter would ever leave. Baxter was his employee, and he figured he did not need to spend any time and energy to get to know him better. Baxter was not a threat to him. He showed no interest in one day running his own loan sharking business. But Baxter was gone now. Something Mason never thought would happen. You never appreciate what you have until it's gone, Callaway thought. The line moved, and Callaway was almost at the front. A customer was at the booth. He was wearing baggy clothes, scuffed boots, and he had on a bandana on his head. "I need the money," the man complained. "My kid is in the hospital. He had an accident, and I have to buy a train ticket to see him." "I'm sorry," the teller said. "I can't cash your check today, sir." "But I need the money," the man said, raising his voice. "My kid is in intensive care. He might not have long to live." The teller did not look fazed. "Come back tomorrow when the manager is in. I'm sorry, I can't do anything today." The man grabbed his check and stormed out of the store. "Next," the teller yelled. Callaway walked up to the booth. "Wow, that was harsh," he said. "His kid might be dying." The teller rolled her eyes. "Last month, it was his mother who was dying from cancer. The month before that, he needed the money to have life-saving surgery. I've been doing this long enough to have heard everything. I mean, everything," she said. "The moment he got his money, he would go across the street to the bar and drink it away." "But why do you care if the check is good?" he asked. "That's the thing," she said. "He doesn't realize we know the government doesn't mail out physical checks anymore. They direct deposit welfare payments. He's been bringing an old check for a long time." Callaway was confused. "If you know the check is useless, then why not just tell him?" "If I refused outright, he might cause a big scene, which he has done in the past," she said. "We might even have to call the police to escort him out." "But won't he come tomorrow?" She smiled. "He might, and I'll tell him the same thing. He's an alcoholic. He will do anything to get his next fix. Most likely, he'll forget about tomorrow or go to some other wire transfer location." "Right," Callaway said. "What can I do for you?" He pushed the money transfer receipt through an opening in the window. "I need to know who that account number belongs to," he said. She examined the receipt. "Is this receipt yours?" "It is," he said, hoping she would not ask for ID. "Then why don't you know whose account you are sending that money to?" "I never bothered to ask." She stared at the receipt for another minute before she slid it back through the opening in the glass. "I'm sorry, we don't give out that kind of information to just anyone. I just need a name." "I'm sorry, sir. We take privacy very seriously." Callaway considered arguing with her, but then decided against it. She had heard everything. It would not take her long to see through his lies. Like the man before, he grabbed the receipt and stormed out of the store. Chapter 54. David Gary Crum was a 44-year-old landscaper. He stood 5'10" in height, weighed close to 180 pounds, and he was responsible for the brutal slayings of 3 men almost 15 years ago. Before being caught, Crum lived a quiet life with his wife and 2 children. He lived on a cul-de-sac, which was next to a ravine and dense forest. Crum came from a family of farmers. His parents grew potatoes. Crum dropped out of school when he was in 6th grade to work on his family's farm. When he got older, he decided to strike out on his own.
He left the farm and traveled the country doing odd jobs. He worked as a logger, briefly as a miner, and he also worked for a maple producer. Anything that involved working with his hands. When his father died, his mother sold the farm and moved in with her sister. She gave some of the proceeds from the sale of the farm to Crum, who used that money to start his own gardening business. During this time, Crum had married a woman named Esther, and they had 2 children. By all accounts, Crum lived an unassuming life. He went to church every Sunday, he gave his time to local charities, and he was generous to those around him. Neighbors spoke of a man who was always willing to lend a helping hand. Friends spoke of a man who would freely open his wallet if someone found themselves in a bind. No one could fathom that behind the facade of a good family man lurked a depraved monster. Crum's victims were men between the age of 29 and 37. They were all married with families of their own. Apparently, like Crum, they were harboring a deep secret. They were closeted homosexuals. Crum met all his victims through a dating site for married men. The site promised security and privacy, something the men coveted as they did not want their spouses to know about their indiscretions. The police would have never linked Crum to the deceased men were it not for a lucky break. Until then, the men's disappearance was not considered foul play. While their families desperately searched for answers, the police treated their cases as a missing persons case. The men were not minors, so there was no urgency to look for them. But then one day, someone found a back way into the dating site. They then used that information to blackmail all the men on the site. Payments were made to the blackmailer to stop him from exposing them to their wives, and also from destroying their reputations. Some of the men who frequented the sites were CEOs. One was a politician, another the head of a religious organization, doctors, lawyers, and even a school principal. The blackmail became vicious when more and more money was demanded from the men. One of the men had to sell his business in order to make the payment, which inevitably caused the breakdown of his marriage. Having lost everything, the man finally approached the police. The police tracked the man's messages with the blackmailer, which ultimately led them to a house in the East End. A 16-year-old computer whiz, living in his mother's basement, was behind the hacking. The boy had broken into the site as a challenge to himself. He was shocked that he had gotten in. He was in for a bigger shock when he found all the lurid messages between the men on the site. Had the boy left it at that and not resorted to blackmail, he would not be spending 10 years in federal prison for committing a crime. But then the police would not have discovered the conversation between Crum and the 3 missing men, and they would not have shown up at his house to find out what he knew. In his interviews, Crum denied ever being on the site. He even denied ever knowing the 3 men. But there were cracks in Crum's story. There was personal information in the conversations only he would have known, such as how old he was, what he did, and what he looked like. The latter was essential in order for him and the men to identify each other when they finally met in person. The latter was also what helped the police identify Crum, because the men on the site went by usernames. The police then hit a hurdle. Crum had alibis for all the times he was supposed to have been with the men. Police double and triple checked those alibis and they came back solid. With nothing else to go on except for the conversations, the police decided to get a search warrant for Crum's house. The search came up empty. They were unable to find anything that linked Crum to the 3 men. However, not all was lost. Right before leaving the property, the detective at the scene noticed something behind the shed. A sniffer dog was quickly brought in. The dog sat next to 3 spots where it looked like the ground had been disturbed. When the police dug up those spots, they discovered the remains of the 3 men. Crum was immediately charged for the murders and he was convicted and given life without parole. 2 years into his sentence, another inmate stabbed and killed Crum. He may have been a cold-blooded serial killer outside the prison, but inside, he was an easy target and no match for other killers. "Does Crum have any surviving family?" Fischer asked. "His wife died a few years after he was killed," Holt replied. "His son died when he was 12 from a boating accident. He fell into the water and drowned. There is a daughter, though. I searched her name, but no hits." Fischer thought a moment. What if she got married? He typed on the keyboard. I can check the city's marriage registration. A moment later, he said, Got it. And you wouldn't believe this. What? Fischer asked, eagerly. She lives in Milton. Chapter 55. Callaway entered the restaurant and beelined for a table in the corner. A moment later, Jolie came over to him. You look like someone drove over your pet hamster, she said. I look that down, huh? He used to go to a bar to seek out a sympathetic ear. The bartender would listen to him whining and complaining, and then offer him another glass of beer or whatever his choice of alcohol was on that day. But ever since he got back with Patty, he had steered clear of bars, casinos, and strip clubs. He was never much of a strip club kind of guy. He always felt for the girls. After getting to know a couple of them well, he knew most of the girls did not like undressing for strange men. Most came from a broken or abusive home. Many did not have a formal education. All just wanted to earn some money. He never really found answers at any of those places either. He would walk away from the bar drunk. He would walk away from the casino broke. And he would walk away from the strip club drunk and broke. For a brief moment, while he was there, all his troubles would be gone. But then when he would sober up, he would be back to the position he was in before. Nothing would be resolved. And he would have a hole in his pocket and a pounding in his head. Coming to Jolie's restaurant was a far better option. Not only would he get a good meal, but he would also stay out of trouble. Callaway's father used to always ask his sons about their friends, who they were, what their parents did. He knew the circle his children moved in would have an impact on their development. Callaway's older brother hung around kids who were involved in group sports. His brother went on to play for the school's football team. He later got involved in law enforcement, and he moved up in the ranks. Last time Callaway spoke to his older brother, which was years ago, he was a staff sergeant. Callaway, on the other hand, hung around kids who were a grade or two from flunking. They were more interested in smoking weed, listening to music, and partying. Callaway barely finished high school, but somehow, out of sheer luck, he managed to land a job as a deputy sheriff of a small town. That did not last long, though. He found he was more like the criminals than the police officers. The criminals did not like following rules. They preferred to live their lives on the edge. Callaway was never good at following orders. He preferred excitement and danger in his life. No luck finding new cases? Jolie asked, snapping him out of his thoughts. On the contrary, he told her about Jamie Burke and Baxter. She frowned. I can understand the first case, but why did you take the second? Aren't these people bad? Mason and Baxter aren't good guys, but frankly, neither are they bad. They hurt people who don't pay them back. Sure, but the people who end up going to loan sharks aren't really careful with money to begin with. She understood. People who drink and gamble away their money, is that right? He nodded. People like me can't easily get a loan from a bank, so Mason is just filling a void in the market. I still don't like them, she said. I don't like them either. But Mason's never turned me away, so no matter how much I would like to now, I can't turn him away either. What can I get you? She asked. What's the special today? Steak on rye bread with a choice of fries or salad. What about an appetizer? She raised an eyebrow. Someone's hungry. Famished, he said. Choice of soup or coffee? What type of soup? Mushroom? He pulled out a 50. I'll take it all, including the coffee. A big spender, aren't we? Keep the change, he said. She paused. Are you sure? This is how you end up broke, you know. I'm sure, he said. She stared at him, shrugged, and then snatched the 50 from the table and left. Jolie had been there for him during his struggles. Now that he had a string of good luck, he was going to share it with her. The pay for a waitress was not much. They relied on tips to make ends meet. He watched her go around the counter and ring up his order. He rubbed his temples in order to ease the pressure in his head. He was stuck on both cases. On the night of his attack, Jamie Burke had a fight with his father, and despite the old man, he took his Mercedes for a ride. How he ended up in the department store's parking lot was a mystery. What if Jamie Burke had gone there to blow off some steam? What if someone had seen him and decided to take advantage of the situation? Callaway shook his head. Jamie Burke had not been robbed. All his possessions were on his person, and no drugs or large cash were found on him either, so he did not go there to complete a drug deal. What were you doing there that night? Callaway thought. And who did this to you? No answer came to him. And then there was the matter of finding Baxter. So far, he had had no luck on that end either. Callaway was hoping the money transfer receipts he had found in Baxter's apartment might lead him somewhere, but the teller at the money transfer location was unhelpful. Callaway was not even sure the receipts would be of any use. He was throwing darts in the air and hoping for something to land. Joel returned with his meal. The food smelled great. His mouth watered instantly. He dug into his meal, and for a brief moment, he did not think about Jamie Burke or Baxter. Chapter 56. Charlotte was ringing up an order when she saw a man and a woman enter her shop. "How can I help you?" she asked with a smile. "Charlotte Peterson?" the woman asked. "Yes?" "I'm Detective Dana Fischer, and this is Detective Gregory Holt." They both flashed their badges. "Can we ask you a few questions?" Fischer said. "What is this about?" "I prefer we talked in private," Fischer added. Charlotte turned to Marcy. "Do you mind watching the front while I speak to these fine folks?" She then took them to the back of the shop. When they were alone, she said, "I knew, sooner or later, someone would come knocking on my door." "Why do you say that?" Fischer inquired. She blinked. "Aren't you here about my father, David Gary Crum?" "We are, amongst other things," Fischer conceded. Charlotte crossed her arms over her chest. "I don't know what to tell you. It was a long time ago. We couldn't find a Charlotte Crum in the system. After my father's trial, my mom and I moved out of Milton. She and I started using her maiden name, Murphy. We wanted nothing to do with my father, but it wasn't easy." She looked away. "People found out who you were," Fischer said. She nodded. "People are still enamored with my father. When he was locked up in prison, he would get dozens of letters each day from his admirers. People would ask how he committed those crimes." "But your father always maintained his innocence, even before he was killed," Holt said. "At first, I never believed my father was capable of committing such a horrific crime. But then, when faced with the facts, I had to accept it." "Why do you think he did it?" She shrugged. "I wrestled with that for a very long time. But now, I think that he was ashamed that he was gay and that he didn't want my mother to find out." "So, it was better to get rid of the men he was involved with?" Fischer asked. "That's what I think, but I could be wrong. My dad never confessed to killing them. He never provided a motive either." "How old were you when he was arrested?" Fischer asked. 15. "So you remember the events quite well?" She nodded. "I remember the police coming to our house. I remember them taking my father away to interview him. I remember them coming back and searching the house. And I also remember them finding those graves in the back of our house." "After you left Milton," Fischer asked, "why did you come back?" "I was born here, and I spent my formative years here. This is my home. I wanted to raise my family here." "I see that you are married," Fischer said. Charlotte rubbed a ring on her finger. "I am. Kids?" Charlotte smiled. 2 stepchildren. "Does your husband know about your past?" She shook her head. "He has no idea, and I would prefer he didn't." "How long do you think you can hide your past?" "As long as I need to. I love my husband and my stepchildren. They don't deserve to go through what I went through as a child. You have no idea how cruel people can be. I know what my father did was reprehensible. But that didn't mean we were responsible for his actions. My mother took the brunt of the vitriol. They blamed her for marrying a serial killer. What people don't realize is that we didn't know what was going on. We were as blindsided as everyone else. We had our own pain to deal with.
Not as much as those victims' families, Holt added.
I was referring to the pain of losing my brother. I'm sorry about that, Fischer said. My mother was already grieving the loss of her son. And then the next thing you know, she had to reevaluate everything about her marriage. And people never let her forget what my father had done. They would even knock on our door.
Speaking of knocking on your door, Holt said, did Alex Whitehead approach you?
He's missing, isn't he? Charlotte asked. How did you know? Fischer asked. I saw it on the news. His sister was really torn up when they interviewed her. My heart went out to her.
So did he approach you? Holt pressed.
She nodded. I don't know how he found me, but he came to the shop. I thought he was a fan of my father's, but then he told me he was the son of one of his victims. What was your reaction when you heard that? Fischer said. I was horrified. I thought he came to get revenge for what my father had done to his father. But he just wanted to talk, which we did. Okay. We met up at a coffee shop later that day. He told me he didn't hold me responsible for what happened to his father. Neither did he hold my mother responsible. How did your mother die? Fischer asked. She died from a brain aneurysm. That was another reason why I chose to come back to Milton. I was lonely and lost. You can't imagine what losing your mother, father, and your brother can do to your psyche. You begin to question your identity. You also begin to go through survivor's guilt. Like, why am I alive when everyone around me is not?
Tell us about Alex Whitehead, Holt said. What was he like?
He was nice. He was polite. And I got the sense that he sorely missed his father. In some ways, we both lost our fathers to murder. So, I felt for his loss.
What else did he say? Holt asked.
I think he wanted more information on the murders, maybe to make sense of why it happened. But I told him I didn't know anything other than what was reported on the news. When was the last time you saw him? Fischer asked. She thought a moment. When he came by the shop, which, I believe, was a couple of weeks ago. And you didn't speak to him after that? No.
Marcy came into the back of the shop and motioned to her that a customer wanted to speak to her.
I have to go, Charlotte said. I wish I could help you more, but I only met Alex once, and our conversation revolved around our fathers, and that was it, I'm afraid.
Chapter 57. Callaway rang the doorbell and waited. A moment later, the door opened and he was greeted by Grace Burke, Dr. Leonard Burke's wife. Grace Burke was short and slim, with long dark hair that fell to her shoulders. Her skin had begun to wrinkle, and there were heavy bags under her expressive eyes. She looked like a woman who had been through a lot the past year, and she had. Her only child was now confined to a chair. He would forever be at the mercy of others for his survival. When Grace Burke had called him, Callaway dropped everything and drove straight over to the Burke residence. "Please, come in," she said. He followed her to the living room, where a tray was already set up with tea and biscuits. "I hope you don't mind tea," she said. "I can always brew coffee if you would like." "Tea is fine," he said with a smile. When she was done pouring a cup for the both of them, she said, "Thank you for coming to meet me on such short notice. I wanted to speak to you earlier, but I'm afraid my work takes up most of my time." "What do you do?" he asked. "I run a nonprofit. We focus on women's health, more specifically on the health of young girls in third world countries. When I'm not raising funds for our cause, I'm traveling from one time zone to another." He took a sip from the cup. "What can I do for you, Mrs. Burke?" "Call me Grace." "Okay." "I'm sure Leonard has filled you in on why we hired you?" "We?" he asked. She smiled. "It was actually my idea. I'd read about some of the cases you had worked on, and I pushed Leonard to see if you were available." I was more than available, he thought. In fact, I was considering another line of work before your husband showed up. Your son's situation is very heartbreaking, he said. Thank you, she replied, looking down at her cup. You have no idea how it has affected Leonard and me. I nearly quit the nonprofit because I couldn't see myself being there. I mean, here I am trying to help children across continents and I couldn't even help my own son. There was nothing you could have done to prevent what happened to your son, he offered. Could I have? Her eyes moistened. I was in Cambodia when I heard what happened to Jamie. It's a very long flight back to the United States, and believe me, it was one of the most gut-wrenching trips I had ever taken. I thought I would never see my son alive again. Every morning I count my blessing that he survived. But unfortunately, he doesn't recognize who I am, and that breaks my heart whenever I'm with him. Her pain was palpable, and he had to fight to control his emotions. The young man who found my son. Cassius Clay Robinson, Callaway said. Yes, Cassius. I made sure he was taken care of for what he had done for us. You gave him a reward. I did. It was the least I could do. Without him, I probably would be planning a funeral instead of finding out who did this to Jamie. Callaway placed the cup on the table. I wish I had something to tell you, but I'm still gathering all the information. She nodded. I decided to go back to work only because I needed to feel like I'm making a difference in other people's lives. And also, I can't stay home and watch my son's condition not get better. It's soul-crushing. I'm flying to England tomorrow for a conference. If you have any questions for me, this is your chance. I was going to ask your husband, but maybe you can answer it for me, he said. Do you still have the Mercedes? Callaway wanted to see if he could access the Mercedes' GPS history. By tracking his movements, Callaway was hoping he might get a better picture of how Jamie ended up at the back of the department store. She shook her head. Once the police had gathered their evidence, Leonard had the Mercedes destroyed. He didn't want to be reminded of what happened in that car. I don't blame him. I wouldn't be able to drive it either. Callaway was disappointed, but then he said, Your husband and your son had a fight that night. I tried to push your husband for details, but he said it was merely a father-son spat. Was your son involved in something that might have caused the fight? She paused to collect her thoughts. If you're implying my son was using or selling drugs, I can't give you a yes or no answer. That's another thing I feel constantly guilty about. If I was home more often, maybe I would have seen or caught something. But I wasn't. She wiped a tear. I do know that Jamie was lashing out, more at Leonard than at me. Why would he do that? She fell silent, but then she said, Leonard hasn't always been faithful in our marriage. Before the events of that night, my husband and I were considering separating, but not anymore. In an odd and twisted way, our son has brought us closer. We are both committed to helping our son to finding who did this to him. How did you and your husband meet? He asked. We met in college. Leonard would be the first to tell you, we are not very compatible as people. What do you mean? He's more intellectual and I'm more emotional. He can be aggressive, whereas I'm more passive. Aggressive in what sense? He used to have anger issues. He would explode at the smallest things. But through therapy, he has mellowed out somewhat. Even psychiatrists need therapy, huh? Callaway said. Psychiatrists are humans too. They go through the same problems their patients go through. They are a little better equipped to get through their problems, though. So, Callaway said, if you and your husband were not compatible, then why did you get married? She smiled. Jamie, I got pregnant and I wasn't about to raise a child as a single mother. Leonard didn't want me to abort, so we got married. Now please don't misunderstand me, our marriage isn't all bad. We raised our son together. We were involved in our community, and we have careers we both love, but our marriage has gone through its challenges. And the biggest challenge right now is, who hurt our only child? And that's why we need your help, Mr. Callaway. Callaway suddenly felt like someone had placed a giant boulder on his chest. I can't make any promises, but I'll do my very best. Chapter 58. Holt was parked outside a grocery store. Through the windows, he could see a woman working at the checkout terminal. Brigitte Green smiled at the customers as she scanned their purchases. Behind the smile, Holt could see there was much pain and suffering. He shut his eyes and gripped the steering wheel. Why did you have to be there on that day? He thought. Why did you get involved with a criminal like Douglas Rathburn? Brigitte, by all accounts, came from a good family. Her father worked for an automotive plant, and her mother worked at a daycare. Brigitte's older brother was getting his master's in engineering, and the younger sister was finishing high school. Both of them excelled in their studies. So what happened to Brigitte? What went wrong that she ended up living with a drug dealer? The answer was not simple, and Holt had spent a great deal of time trying to find out. Brigitte was a middle child, and as such, she felt neglected by her parents. In order to gain their attention, she started acting out. She began drinking when she was not even 12. She started dabbling in recreational drugs by the time she was 14. At 16, she had already run away from home. She stayed with various friends, lived with a couple of boyfriends. She then started working at a clothing store, which led to a job as a waitress at a nightclub. Holt believed that was where she met Rathburn, who was known to frequent clubs. The clubs gave him an endless supply of customers for his drug empire. Why Rathburn chose Brigitte over a slew of other women at the club was beyond Holt. Brigitte was not the prettiest girl at the club. She was shy and a bit awkward, which explained why she chose to drink and take drugs. She was compensating for her insecurities. Maybe Rathburn saw something else in her. She was young, and she was broken, and he felt he could put her together. If you went far back to Rathburn's childhood, his mother was a teenager when she had him. He was raised by his grandmother and his mother's sisters. Growing up, he did not have much. He was poorer than poor. There were stories that as a child, he used to wear the same clothes for weeks. Once, when his jeans got ripped from the bottom, instead of buying another, he took a pair of scissors and cut the legs and made them into shorts. He wore those same shorts until the weather became too chilly to wear them. He also stammered as a kid, which made him a target for bullies. To say that Rathburn's childhood was not easy or pleasant would be an understatement. His upbringing made him hungry and ambitious. This explained why he chose a life as a criminal. It was his only way to break free of his bad situation. Brigitte could have chosen a better life for herself. Instead, she chose to be with someone like Rathburn. Maybe she was in love. Maybe Rathburn loved her back. Brigitte never opened up about the relationship. She only said that she was looking forward to being a mother. That child was going to be the best thing in her life. And Holt had taken that away from her. His knuckles turned white as his grip tightened on the steering wheel. He opened his eyes and looked at the store. He suddenly froze. Brigitte had left the grocery store and was making her way towards him. Chapter 59. Fischer had a hunch the contents on the corkboard in Alex Whitehead's basement had something to do with David Gary Crumb. Alex was obsessed with his father's death, and rightly so. David Gary Crumb had destroyed the lives of 3 families, one of them being Alex's. Joseph Whitehead was 27 years old when he disappeared. He told his wife, who was 6 months pregnant with their second child, a girl, that he was going out for a walk. Joseph was a smoker. He had briefly quit when Alex was born, but the habit was hard to kick completely. Joseph worked at a glass manufacturing plant. There were rumors of layoffs. With less than 10 years of service, Joseph feared he would be one of those let go. The cigarettes helped him with the stress, so he had picked up the habit again. Alex's mother, Deborah, had forbidden her husband from smoking indoors. She was worried about the ill effects of secondhand smoke on her unborn child. Plus, Alex was only 2 at the time, and she did not want him seeing his father puff away. After dinner each night, Joseph would go for a long walk.
It allowed him to smoke a couple of cigarettes and clear his head. What most did not know was that Joseph was planning to leave the glass manufacturing plant. He had a friend who worked for a rival company that also made glass. The company, however, was located several states away. Deborah's family lived in Milton, and she had made it clear that she wanted her children to grow up knowing their grandparents. She also wanted to go back to work as a hairstylist once the baby was born. And in order to do that, she would need her parents to watch the kids. Joseph did not know his own parents well. His father left his family when Joseph was 9. His mother was left to raise 3 kids on her own. She could not do it, and she had a nervous breakdown. Joseph and his siblings spent their youth moving from one foster home to another. When Joseph was old enough, he packed up and left for good. He worked odd jobs until he landed at the glass manufacturing plant. During this time, he had met Deborah, and with the money from the plant, he was able to buy a house and support his family. Now, all he had worked for would go away. The economy was struggling, and business was slowing down. Cuts needed to be made, and management at the plant was planning to cut back from 3 shifts to 2. Joseph believed his shift would be the one eliminated, but he did not want to uproot his family from Milton. He wanted his kids to be a part of a larger family circle, something he did not have when he was younger. Also, he got along with his in-laws. They were always willing to lend a hand. Joseph normally returned home from his walk in about an hour. When several hours went by, Deborah asked her parents and her brother to look for him. They never found him. Kathleen was born without her father being at the hospital. He never got to hold her. It took 4 years from the last time he walked out of the house for a smoke for his family to know what happened to him. Deborah always thought Joseph had run away with another woman. She was certain she would find him with a second family of his own. She spent 4 years bitter and resentful about the way he had abandoned them. But what she discovered did not change her view. On the one hand, she was shocked and saddened he was brutally murdered and would never return to them. Her children would be without a father forever. On the other hand, she could not believe Joseph held a deep secret. He was seeing other men. She felt betrayed that her marriage was a sham, and that the intimacy that they shared was nothing more than a facade. She never recovered from the truth. Fischer could see why Alex would be so interested in what happened to his father. David Gary Crumb had robbed him of the opportunity to see his father again. Whatever questions Alex had about his father were forever buried behind the shed on Crumb's property. Chapter 60. Holt sat frozen as Brigitte Green walked towards his Volvo. How did she know I was out here? He thought. He braced himself for her to knock on the driver's side window and ask why he was stalking her. Instead, she walked right past his car. It was then that he noticed that she was typing something on her cell phone. Her face was creased and she looked distressed. Holt's brow furrowed. What's going on? She was also carrying her purse around her shoulder. Her shift at the grocery store did not end for another 2 hours. She kept walking and then left the store's parking lot. Holt put the Volvo in gear and then proceeded to see where she was going. It would have been much easier if he followed her on foot, but he would have stuck out. She was already halfway down the street when he pulled onto the road. She was no longer staring at her phone. Her hands were in her jacket pockets, her shoulders stooped, and her strides were short and labored. He could not see her face, but he could tell by her walk that wherever she was supposed to be, she was in no hurry to get there. When she was at the end of the street, she turned right. He sped up and did the same. He spotted her walking down the block. A black Escalade pulled up next to her. The passenger side window slid down and she exchanged words with the person inside. Holt could not see who it was. He was too far away. But he could tell she was not happy with this person. Her voice was raised and she was animated. He debated whether to get closer. He wanted to hear what they were saying. But he did not want to blow his cover. He should not be following her to begin with. If his sergeant found out what he was doing, he would have a fit. She had sued Holt and the Milton PD for the loss of her baby.
Holt should not even be in the same vicinity as her. He could not let go. That was one of his flaws. When a problem got in his head, he dug in and tried to solve it, regardless of the personal costs. A few more words were exchanged between her and the passenger before she reluctantly got in the back seat. The Escalade pulled away. Holt decided to see where it was going. They drove for 25 minutes, weaving through traffic, through side streets and major intersections, when they entered a seedy part of town. Most of the businesses were boarded up. There was graffiti on the walls and garbage and debris on the sidewalks. Brigitte Green lived on the other side of town. So what was she doing here? The Escalade moved deeper into the neighborhood when it suddenly stopped at the corner. A second later, Brigitte jumped out from the back. She exchanged a few terse words with a passenger in the Escalade before the Escalade drove away. Holt could see she had been crying. She wiped the tears from her face, and then she walked toward a set of lights. Several minutes went by when nothing happened. She just stood there, with her hands in her pockets. A moment later, a car pulled up to her. She smiled and said a few words to the driver. She looked around to see if anyone was watching. She still had not caught on to his Volvo, and then shoved her hand in her purse. She handed something to the driver, who handed something to her in return, which she promptly placed in her purse. Holt had been a narc officer long enough to know what had taken place. His eyes narrowed, and his face creased. Brigitte already had a job at the grocery store, so why was she selling drugs on the streets? Before he could find out, his cell phone buzzed. Chapter 61. Callaway's conversation with Grace Burke had left him emotionally drained. He could sense the pain in her voice as she spoke of her son. He could not imagine what she must be going through. Grace had devoted her life to helping others, but she felt helpless that she could not help her son. She could not make him better. There was no amount of money she could raise through her charity that could change his condition. He would never get better. He would never get married or have children of his own. Grace Burke would never be a grandmother. A part of him wanted to give up on the case, but another part of him wanted to keep going even more so after speaking to Grace Burke. If he could find out who had hurt her son and make this person pay for his actions, maybe, just maybe, that might bring some peace to her life. This case was not going to be a cakewalk, Callaway knew. He had looked through the case from every angle, and he still had no idea why Jamie ended up behind the department store. He had his own theories, and they revolved around Jamie buying and selling drugs. But they were theories, and nothing more. There was something else that had puzzled him, and that was why he was standing outside the gray concrete building with columns on each side. The college campus was quiet at this time of day. Class was in session, so students were not mingling about on campus. He checked his wristwatch. Lisa Stumper, Jamie's ex-girlfriend, should be finishing her class about now. If he was right, he could see her come out through the main doors of the building. He waited and watched when the doors swung open and students poured out. Some were smiling and laughing as they chatted with their classmates, and others were in a hurry to get to their next class. He spotted her in the middle with two other students. He did not want to approach her. He was a grown man who was trying to talk to a 19-year-old woman. It would not look appropriate. Instead, he said in a loud voice, "Lisa!" That caught her attention. She looked up and saw him. He smiled and waved to her. If she chose not to speak to him, then he would just leave. But she exchanged a few words with her classmates and walked over to him. "I told you I don't know anything about what happened to Jamie," she said, clearly not happy to see him. "I just have one question, and then I'll leave." She sighed. "Okay, sure." On the day Jamie was attacked, he took out $400 from his bank account. "Do you know why?" She looked away. "Please," he said. "I just spoke to Jamie's mother, and she is still devastated by what happened. If you know anything, you have to tell me." Lisa shut her eyes, and a tear rolled down her cheek. "Jamie took out the money for me," she said. Callaway's eyes narrowed. Why? He was trying to help me out. I had fallen behind on my credit cards and my parents had refused to pay them. I told him I would pay him back, but then... Her words trailed off. He knew what she wanted to say. Jamie was attacked, and she never paid the money back. Were you supposed to meet Jamie that night? He asked. She shook her head. So you have no idea why he had gone to the department store? Her eyes welled up. I don't. I swear, if I did, I would have told anybody who asked. He looked around. Other students were staring at them. The optics looked bad. Here was an older man making a younger woman cry. I have to go, she said. He had so many questions for her, but he knew now was not the place. Sure, he answered. He watched her go and decided to head back to his car. He had walked a short distance when he realized he was going the wrong way. His Charger was parked on the other side of the campus. He decided to double back. As he moved past the spot where he had spoken to Lisa, he stopped in his tracks. In the distance, he saw Lisa talking to a man. He was wearing construction boots, tattered jeans, and he had on a flannel shirt. The man did not look like he was a student. Callaway moved behind a tree so that they would not see him, but from his vantage point, he could tell they were having a heated argument. It lasted a couple of minutes before Lisa stormed away. The man stood there for a minute before he shoved his hands in his pockets and walked the other way. Callaway followed him to the parking lot, where he got in his beat-up 4x4 and drove off, but not before Callaway was able to get his license plate number. Chapter 62. Holt found Fischer inside a bar. She was seated in a corner booth. I came the moment I saw your text message, he said. Is everything okay? Have a seat, Greg, she said. She rarely called him by his first name, unless she wanted his attention. He sat across from her. Can I get you something to drink? She asked. His brow furrowed. We're on duty. Just one drink. It won't even give you a buzz. He stared at her. She got up, went over to the bar, and returned with a can. It's Diet Cola. What's going on? Holt asked. Why am I here? Why are you here? I'm worried about you, Fischer replied. You keep slipping out at every opportunity. It's not like you. He looked away. Listen, she said. Her voice was soft. You don't have to tell me everything, but as your partner, I want you to know that I'm here for you. I know, he said. I've not seen you this detached since... Fischer did not say it, but Holt knew who she was referring to. When his adopted son had been diagnosed with cancer, Holt felt like someone had ripped his heart out. Whatever you are going through, whatever you are doing, I want to help, Fischer added. Holt felt a lump in his throat. He wanted to tell her everything, but instead he said, I'm fine, Dana. I just need some space. The trial drained me, and I didn't want it to affect our investigation. She stared at him, searching for something in his eyes. Okay, sure. If you need anything, I know you'll be there for me, he said, completing her sentence. She smiled. Holt reached over, snapped open the can, and took a sip. Any progress on the Alex Whitehead case? Fischer nodded. Alex was obsessed with his father's murder. It makes sense that he would be. He wasn't merely interested in knowing more about the murders. I believe he was actively investigating it. Holt's eyes narrowed. Investigating? He was reaching out to everyone who was involved in the case, including families of Atif Mahmoudi and Henry Chu. Their bodies were buried next to Joseph Whitehead's on Crumb's property. Mahmoudi and Chu were recent immigrants. Mahmoudi had come to the States from Iran 3 years prior to his disappearance. He had come with his wife and 3 children. Chu had arrived from China 2 years before Mahmoudi. Chu had been sponsored by his wife, who was a permanent resident. They had an infant son at the time of his disappearance. Okay, Holt said, trying to follow where she was going with this. I spoke to both families, Fischer said, and I found out that prior to Alex's disappearance, he had contacted the Mahmoudis and the Chews as well. Why would he do that? Why wouldn't he? He had lost someone to a serial killer as they had. Holt shrugged. I know the families lost loved ones, but how would getting in touch with them help in his investigation? That's what I was wondering too, until what? They said that Alex believed there was more to the case that the police weren't telling them or the public. Like what? Alex never mentioned it to them. Holt shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps Alex Whitehead wanted to connect with others who had suffered like he had. Didn't you say the other two men had children? Mahmoudi had 3, and Chew had 1. Exactly, Holt said. It would make sense for him to reach out to them. Maybe it would help in providing him with closure. Holt paused to collect his thoughts. I know what it feels like to lose a child. I'm sure it must be just as painful to lose a parent, especially at such a young age. You wonder about all those moments you will never get to share with them. You feel lost because the people who had given you life are no longer there to guide you, to tell you that everything would be all right. It can be debilitating. Trust me. I know. Holt's pain was palpable. Fischer did not know what to say. Chapter 63. Callaway was back in his office. While the laptop loaded up, he leaned back in his chair and stared up at the ceiling. His conversation with Lisa Stumper had left him feeling uneasy. He sensed she was hiding something. Whenever Callaway approached her, she was hesitant in answering his questions. He found this odd, considering she was in a relationship with Jamie at the time he was attacked. Callaway's eyes narrowed. Maybe they weren't in a relationship when Jamie was attacked, he thought. Maybe they had already broken up. Maybe no one knows that they had, not even Jamie's parents. Lisa, out of guilt or a sense of duty, because they had been together for a long time, visited Jamie regularly in the hospital. Perhaps she was not as torn up as she made herself out to be. And who was that man in the 4x4? Callaway had the license plate number and he wanted to punch it into the laptop. As a private eye, he had access to various databases, one of which was the Department of Motor Vehicles and Licensing. With the laptop still booting up, he decided to walk down to the corner convenience store. That would give him the opportunity to clear his head. He bought a coffee from the vending machine and grabbed a granola bar, but when he went up to the counter to pay, he was surprised to see another person on duty, a young man. Where's the owner? Callaway asked, curious. My dad's not feeling too well, so I'm watching the shop, the man replied. Callaway suddenly felt guilty about never asking the owner what his name was, even though he had been coming to the convenience store for years. Not wanting to sound ignorant, he said, Well, I hope he gets well soon. Thanks, the young man said. Callaway paid and quickly left. Callaway was never a people person. He found it hard to make small talk. Maybe that was why he preferred being a private investigator. He was his own boss, and he did not have to deal with a lot of people on a regular basis. His job was not to please his customers. The customer was not always right. They hired him to perform a task, and he did it to the best of his ability. If they did not like the outcome, then that was their problem, not his. People went to private investigators because they were out of options, or they wanted the utmost discretion in handling their affairs. The police were no longer willing to look into their cases, so they needed a PI to continue the investigation. Or they did not want their spouses to find out that they were digging up dirt on them. That was still no excuse for Callaway not to be friendly with the convenience store's owner. After all, he was not only a customer, but also a neighbor. He sat back behind his desk. He took a sip from the cup, made a face, put it aside, and then began work on the laptop. In a matter of minutes, he had found the name behind the license plate number. Ryan Spano. Callaway spent the next hour surfing the internet. What he found troubled him. Ryan Spano had gone to the same high school as Lisa Stumper and Jamie Burke, although he was a few years older than both. Callaway clicked on one of the photos he found of Spano. Ryan Spano had a buzz cut,
a stud in his left ear, and he had a mischievous smile. He looked like someone you steered your daughter away from. He was nothing but trouble. So how did he know Lisa? Callaway thought. And what was he doing meeting Lisa on campus today? Chapter 64. Sam Haggis had grayish hair, stubble on his chin, and clear blue eyes. Haggis was a former homicide detective for the Milton PD. He had investigated the murders by David Gary Crum. After that case, Haggis prematurely retired and began doing consulting work out of his garage. The case had destroyed his marriage, left him nearly bankrupt, and placed him on antidepressant medication. Because of that, Haggis refused to speak about the case. Haggis had remarried and was now fully retired. They sat on the front porch, sipping iced tea, which his wife had prepared for them. "It was a gigantic shitstorm," Haggis said. "The media tore into me as if I had murdered all those men." "Why were they so against you?" Fischer asked. "They blamed me for what happened to all those men." "Why would they do that?" Fischer asked. Haggis looked down at the glass in his hand. Fischer and Holt could tell he was clearly not in the mood to go back into the past. "Please, Detective Haggis," Holt said. "It's important you tell us everything." Haggis smiled wistfully. "I haven't been called detective in a very long time. I appreciate the courtesy, but please call me Sam." "Okay," Holt said. "We had reports about the missing men way before the media caught on. The first was Atif Mahmoudi. We found nothing that indicated foul play, so we pushed the file to the side. The department had limited resources and there were other cases that took priority. Then Henry Chu disappeared. We conducted a search, but nothing came up either. His file was eventually pushed aside as well." Fischer shifted in her seat. "I still don't understand why the media went after you." Haggis took a sip from his glass. "Prior to Joseph Whitehead's disappearance, I saw a pattern to the missing men." "What pattern?" Holt asked. "Both men were new immigrants, married, and they both lived within a 5-mile radius of David Gary Crum." "Okay." "Also," Haggis paused, "I even interviewed David Gary Crum." "You did?" Holt and Fischer said in unison. Haggis nodded. "A witness had come forward and he said he had seen Henry Chu get in a blue station wagon the last time anyone had seen him alive. Crum owned a blue station wagon, and that was how I ended up knocking on his door." Haggis's wife popped her head out of the porch door. "Do you guys need anything else?" she asked. Haggis gave her a smile. "We're fine, darling. Thank you." When she was gone, Fischer said, "How did your interview with Crum go?" "He was very polite and helpful. He even invited me into his house and offered me coffee. He answered all my questions. No alarms went off in my head that this man had murdered and buried 3 people in his backyard." "What about the station wagon?" Holt asked. "What did he say about that?" "During the time the witness saw Henry Chu get inside a blue station wagon, Crum was not even in the country. He had flown to Austria to see a relative. He provided a boarding pass, as well as his passport as proof. I even checked with the airline, and they confirmed he was on that flight." Haggis took another sip. "The witness never got the license plate number, and there are hundreds of blue station wagons in Milton, so I had no reason to bring Crum in for further questioning." "Okay," Fischer said. "Was that the sole reason the media went after you?" Haggis shook his head. "After Joseph Whitehead disappeared, then we began to think we might have a serial killer on our hands. We ramped up our investigation, which eventually led us back to Crum after we discovered the private conversations with his victims. The media began to accuse me of not doing my job properly. Because I had not charged Crum earlier, I was somehow responsible for Whitehead's death. That should have been the end of the whole thing. But then immigrant rights groups began accusing me of racism. Had the 2 previous victims been white, the police would have been doing more, they argued. Then other groups jumped on me. The LGBTQ community accused me of discrimination.
Crumb and the other men were gay, and because of their sexual preference, I had chosen not to investigate their disappearance. He shuddered at the thought. I'm not homophobic, nor am I racist. His eyes were raw. Fischer and Holt could see that being called a racist and a bigot tore away at Haggis. Instead of being applauded for stopping a serial killer, he was put on a stake and called the worst things imaginable. Did Alex Whitehead approach you about the case? Fischer asked. Haggis nodded. He showed up at my house one day. When I found out who he was, I did my best to help him. Holt jumped in. You were the one who gave him the case file on Crumb. I was, Haggis said, defiantly. The case was closed. Crumb was dead, but his victims' families still had to make sense of their loss and perhaps find a way to move on. If the file brought peace to someone, then so be it. Holt and Fischer were not about to argue with that. Chapter 65. Callaway parked across from a green bungalow, which had a triangular roof with aluminum siding and an open porch. There was a blue sedan parked in the driveway, but no sign of a 4x4. Callaway checked his watch. It was still mid-afternoon. There was no telling when Spano would return home. Callaway was not able to find out where Spano was employed. Before driving over, Callaway was able to find out that Spano had priors on his records, one for domestic abuse and another for fraud. The first was filed against him by a former girlfriend, and the latter was for depositing forged checks. Spano was given a suspended sentence and was ordered to go through anger management programs and also perform community work. He apparently completed both. Both events took place 5 years ago when Spano would have been 17, the same age as Jamie Burke. Callaway made himself comfortable in his seat. He had been on many stakeouts, and they always took longer than initially planned. He might be here the whole day, and he did not want to leave without knowing why Spano was talking to Lisa today. Callaway had come up with his own theory. He believed Lisa was cheating on Jamie at the time he was crippled. The story about the $400 Jamie had given her to pay her credit card did not make sense. Lisa's parents were well off. Her father was a surgeon, and her mother was a pediatrician. She was the only child of 2 doctors. It seemed odd that they would not be willing to help their daughter out with her bills. Unless Lisa was terrible with money. Fed up that she was not taking responsibility for her finances, her parents refused to help her any longer. They did not want to enable her reckless behavior. Callaway had no proof if his theory was true. What he did know, though, was that Jamie had taken money out of his account on the day he was attacked, and Lisa had confirmed that he had given it to her. But how was Ryan Spano involved in all of this? Callaway was willing to wait however long he had to in order to find the answer. The bungalow's front door opened. Callaway sat up straight in his seat. An Asian man came out. He was wearing a robe and slippers. He walked over to the mailbox, grabbed his mail, and then went back inside. Callaway was confused. Ryan was Caucasian, and the gentleman who came out of the house was not. Callaway could not wait all day to find out if he was at the wrong address. He got out of the Charger and walked up to the house. He rang the doorbell and waited. A moment later, the Asian man answered. "Can I help you?" "Ah, yes," Callaway said, revealing his best smile. "I'm looking for Ryan Spano. Does he live here?" "What is this about?" "I have a package for him in my car and I have to get him to sign for it," Callaway claimed. "He's my tenant. He lives in the basement." Now that makes sense, Callaway thought. "His girlfriend is home. I can hear their baby wailing right now." Callaway blinked. Ryan Spano has a child with his girlfriend? "Maybe she can sign for it," the Asian man said. "I actually need him to sign for it," Callaway said. "Do you know when he gets home?" "I've seen him drop by for lunch, but I'm not really sure." "Thanks for your help," Callaway said. Chapter 66. The moment Holt saw an opportunity, he slipped away from Fischer and drove back to the grocery store. He was still troubled by what he had seen earlier. Why was Brigitte Green risking her freedom by selling drugs? And why was she doing it when she clearly had a full-time job at the grocery store? Was she in financial stress? Or maybe she was not the victim he always thought she was. Maybe she was as heavily involved in drugs as Douglas Rathburn had been. Holt shook the thought away. Brigitte was visibly upset when she was forced to get in the Escalade. The Escalade had then dropped her off at a spot where she sold the drugs. Was she being coerced into a life of crime? If so, by whom? Holt had to find out. He stared at the grocery store, but he did not see her inside at her usual spot behind the cash register. He then had an idea. He pulled out of the grocery store's parking lot and drove to the spot where he had last seen her. She was standing by the crosswalk. He drove up to her and rolled down the window. She smiled and came over, but when she saw who was behind the wheel, her smile instantly evaporated. "You?" she said. "Get in the car," Holt demanded. "I don't have to do anything," she said, her voice rising. "If you don't get in the car, I'll get out and search you. For your sake, I hope there are no contrabands in that purse of yours." Brigitte's hand instantly tightened on her purse strap. "Please," Holt said, his voice suddenly low. "I just want to talk." She looked around, and then got in the passenger seat. He quickly pulled away, and after a few minutes of driving, he found a spot by the side of the road. "Why are you following me?" Brigitte asked. "Why are you selling drugs?" Holt asked back. She looked away. "Who is making you do it?" She shut her eyes and sighed. "Who do you think?" "I have no idea." "Richard." He blinked, confused. "Who?" "Doug's brother." Holt's eyes widened in recognition. Richard Rathburn was Douglas Rathburn's younger brother. He was a teenager when Rathburn died. Richard was a grade A student who had aspirations of becoming a human rights lawyer when he got older. Rathburn was a scumbag who had little regard for human life. However, he did have a soft spot for his younger brother. He doted on his brother, and he never wanted him involved in a life of crime. Holt had seen Richard only once in his life, when Richard came down to the Milton PD to pick up some of his brother's personal effects. But he did not speak with him. "Richard Rathburn is involved in the drug business?" Holt asked. "He has pretty much taken over where Doug left off," Brigitte replied. Holt's eyes narrowed. "So, why is he making you sell drugs?" "Why do you think?" He shrugged. "It's because of you," she spat. Holt was confused. "What are you talking about?" "Richard believes I got his brother murdered." "How?" "He saw me talking to you 2 days before you showed up at the apartment." Holt searched his memory. "I don't remember ever speaking to you." "You came by the store once, and Richard saw us together." It suddenly hit Holt like a thunderbolt. Holt had been on a stakeout outside Rathburn's apartment for weeks, and during those long days, he would get hungry and go to the store, which was not far from Rathburn's apartment, to pick up something to snack on in his car. At the time, he had no idea Brigitte and Rathburn were in a relationship. Rathburn was very secretive about his personal life. He even kept his brother out of the spotlight. Holt said, "Richard thinks you were my informant?" "Yes." "But you weren't. It doesn't matter whether I was or not. That's what he believes." "But you were also shot that day. It wouldn't make sense for you to be in the apartment if you were working for me." "I told Richard that," Brigitte said. "But he won't listen. He thinks I haven't suffered enough for betraying his brother." Brigitte moved a hand over her belly. Holt felt a pang of guilt sear his gut. "Is that why Richard is making you sell drugs?" he asked. "You have to repay for what he perceives you did?" "Yes." "Why don't you just go to the police?" Brigitte laughed. "It's bad enough that people think I spoke to the police. It would be even worse if I actually did. Richard would kill me." "We will protect you." Brigitte's face turned hard. "I don't need your protection. I don't need anything from you. You are all the same. The police officers, the lawyers, even the judges. I actually thought I could trust the courts to give me justice. Instead, I've got nothing. I'm stuck doing Richard's bidding until he decides to let me go free, which will never happen. We will arrest him for selling drugs, Holt said. Brigitte laughed again. You were never able to find out how Doug was moving his drugs. What makes you so sure you can find out how Richard is doing it now? Can you please take me back to where you picked me up? Brigitte said in a low voice. I have nothing more to say to you. Holt stared at her for a moment before he started the Volvo and pulled out. Chapter 67. Callaway was seated in his Charger when he saw the familiar 4x4 pull into the bungalow's driveway and park next to the blue sedan. Ryan Spano got out. Callaway approached him. Ryan Spano? He said. Yeah, Spano replied, his face creasing. My name is Lee Callaway, and I'm a private investigator, he said. Can I have a word with you? Spano tensed. About what? The Asian property owner peeked through the blinds. It might be better if we spoke in private, Callaway said. Spano crossed his arms over his chest. Why? It's about Lisa Stumper, Callaway said. If you prefer your girlfriend heard our conversation, then we can discuss it right here. Spano deflated. Let's go around the corner. Callaway followed him down the street to a spot that was a good distance from the house. Spano turned to him and asked, How do you know about Lisa? I saw you talking to her on campus. He sighed and shook his head. I shouldn't have gone there today. Why did you? Callaway asked. 2 days ago, she called me out of the blue. Okay. She said she wanted to talk to me. I hadn't spoken to her since last year. When last year? He thought a moment and gave him a date. That's the day Jamie Burke was attacked, Callaway said. Spano looked down at his shoes. I heard that. From who? Lisa. She was devastated by what had happened. Was Lisa with you on the night Jamie Burke was attacked? Callaway asked bluntly. Spano sighed and nodded. Was Lisa cheating on Jamie with you? Spano looked up. There was surprise in his eyes. No way, he said forcefully. I was with my girlfriend. So why was Lisa with you? Spano fell silent. Did it have anything to do with Jamie Burke? He shook his head. Then tell me, Callaway said. His shoulders slumped. I used to work at the high school Lisa and Jamie went to. So, you knew Jamie. I'd seen him with Lisa in the halls, but I never spoke to him. Okay. I used to go to that same high school years ago, but I dropped out. I was never good at studying, and I barely went to any of the classes. A couple of years later, I was lucky to get a job there as a janitor. It was only a few days a week, but with a baby on the way, we needed the money. Okay. Tell me about your meeting with Lisa. As a janitor, I had access to the faculty offices, and so I was able to get my hands on some of the final exams. Callaway understood. On the day of the attack, Jamie had withdrawn $400 from his bank account, and he gave it to Lisa. And Lisa gave you that money to get a copy of one of those exams. Yes, Spano said, looking ashamed. Lisa was struggling in algebra, and somehow she found out I could help. I met her that night at a coffee shop to make the exchange. Then what happened? Word spread that I was selling exams to students, and I lost my job at the school. Fortunately, my uncle is in the construction business. He gave me a job, and I've been working there ever since. Why was Lisa upset with you earlier? Callaway asked. She said a private investigator had come asking about the night her boyfriend was attacked. She didn't want anyone to find out she had cheated on her exams. I never gave up any names of the students who had bought exams from me. Lisa was worried if her college found out, they'd expel her. And her parents wouldn't be too happy about it either. They're paying her tuition. Callaway thought a moment. He was partially correct in his hypothesis that Lisa's parents watched her spending habits. If they had seen a withdrawal of $400 from her account, they would have questioned her about it. So she had Jamie give her the money instead. My lunch hour is almost up, and I have to go back to the construction site, Spano said. Listen, I got a newborn at home, and I got a job that helps me take care of him. I don't want any trouble. You won't get any trouble from me, Callaway said.
Chapter 68. Fischer was at her desk when she was informed that someone was in the lobby to see her. She took the elevator down and found Kathleen in the waiting area. "Sorry to bother you, Detective Fischer," she said, jumping up from her seat. "I just wanted to know if you had any updates on my brother's case." Kathleen still did not know about finding Alex's Prius. Fischer decided to tell her what had happened. She deserved to know the truth. When she was done, Kathleen fell onto one of the hard plastic chairs and covered her face with her hands. She began to sob quietly. "I wish I could tell you something else," Fischer said gently, "but I don't want to give you false hope." Kathleen looked up, wiped her face with the back of her hand, and stood up. "Thank you for being straight with me. I always believed something terrible had happened to Alex, even if I held out a glimmer of hope inside me. It was unlike Alex to leave without telling me. We have always been close. We only had each other. My mom wasn't well after what happened to my father." "Speaking of your father," Fischer said, "did you know Alex was obsessed with the case?" "He'd mentioned it a few times, but I wasn't really interested," Kathleen said. "It happened before I was born. I have no memory of him. I have no photos of him with me. As far as I'm concerned, he was someone from the past." "You were not curious to find out more about him?" Fischer asked. "I tried asking my mom when I was younger, but she always said he was gone, so there was no point asking about him. When I was 12, I began searching online, and that's when I found out he had been murdered by a serial killer. The details of the crime were too gruesome and painful to read. I don't want to imagine what that person did to my father. I shivered at the mere thought of it. I would rather move on with my life than carry something that I had no power to change." Fischer could tell Kathleen was someone who did not want the past to affect her future. Alex, on the other hand, was able to spend time with our father. He was 8 at the time he died. I guess boys need a male figure in their lives growing up, and Alex didn't have anybody like that. So he wanted to make sense of the loss. She took a deep breath and exhaled. "Maybe I should have been more interested whenever he broached the subject with our father. He was fortunate enough to have shared some moments with him. Just because I wasn't scarred by those events all those years ago didn't mean he wasn't." Fischer placed her hand on her shoulder. "You are not to blame for what happened to Alex. He chose to pursue the past. You didn't. But I promise you, I will do my best to find out what happened to him and who was behind it." Chapter 69. Callaway frowned when he saw the name light up on his cell phone. Mason had already called and left several messages. He wanted an update on his case. Callaway had forgotten about Baxter. He had become distracted with the Jamie Burke case, which, at the moment, had suddenly hit a wall. Callaway put the phone away. He had no interest in answering Mason's calls. He knew Mason wanted answers, and at the moment, Callaway had none to give him. He opened the glove compartment. He rummaged inside and found the money transfer invoices he had picked up from Baxter's apartment. This time, he would try a different tactic. He drove to a different money transfer location. When he went inside, he was again faced with a long line of people. Instead of fuming about the wait time, he decided to do something productive. He grabbed a form and began filling in all the required information. It was the information from Baxter's other receipts. When he got to the account number, he filled it in but changed the last digit. He waited for his turn before he went up to the teller. She was young. She did not have the same look of cynicism he had encountered with the last teller he had spoken to. He passed the wire transfer form through an opening in the glass window. The teller looked at the form and then said, "You want to send $100, is that right?" "It is," he said, and slid 5 20s through the opening. She counted the currency and then began to enter the information from the form into her computer. She frowned. She examined the form again. "Are you sure it's the right account number?" she asked. "It should be." She punched it in again and shook her head. "It's not coming up." "That's the number I have," Callaway said, feigning surprise. She squinted at the screen. "The system tells me the account number is invalid." I've been sending money to that account for years." She looked up at him. "Have you been at this location before?" "I usually go to your branch on Paisley Street." She smiled. "I know that one. I have a friend that works in that location." "I would have gone there, but your location was on my way. I hope I don't have to drive all the way there." "Don't worry. Let me see what I can find on our system." She began working on her keyboard. A moment later, she said, "I see an account on file with the same number, but the last number is different." "Really?" he said. "The address for that account is 1340 Holbrook Road." "That's my friend's address," he said, faking excitement. "I'm really sorry about that." She smiled. "That's okay. It happens all the time. I've seen people enter entirely different account numbers, and when the money doesn't go to the person it was intended for, they come down and want us to fix it for them. That's why on the form, we state that it's your responsibility to provide the correct information. We will not be held liable for your mistake." "That's fair," he said. She slid the form through the glass window. "Just change the last digit on the form and initial next to it, and I'll transfer the money." He did as she instructed. When she was done, he thanked her and left. The entire exercise had cost him $100, but he hoped it was worth it. Chapter 70. Fischer's discussion with Kathleen Whitehead had left her more determined to find out who was behind Alex's death. She knew she would have to go back to the crime scene and examine it with a different lens. She debated whether to call Holt and tell him where she was headed, but she decided against it. Holt had been acting strange lately. The Brigitte Green case had rattled him. Even if he would not tell her, she knew he was still obsessed about what had happened. Holt was not very good at letting things go. This doggedness made him a very good detective, but it also made him a bad person to work with. He could stew on something minor for days or weeks. Right after Fischer had discovered the bloodstains in the basement, she had a forensics team come in and go through the property. They took photographs, gathered samples, anything that could be used as evidence. It was more as a precaution than anything else. At that time, Fischer believed, but was not certain, Alex had met a fatal end. But when they discovered the Prius in the scrapyard with the bloodstain in the trunk, her fear had turned true. Fischer pulled up into the driveway. Fischer had no reason to seal the house before, but now she did. She hated the idea of kicking Kathleen out onto the street. Kathleen did not know anyone in Milton except for her brother. Fortunately, Kathleen had something to do, so she had given Fischer a key to the house. Fischer preferred conducting her examination without someone hovering around her. Fischer started in the basement and worked her way up to the main floor. The crime scene unit had already gone through the property. Even then, she still wanted to check every nook and cranny to see if something jumped out at her. When she had finished going through the last room, she sat on the edge of the bed and placed her head in her hands. She had found nothing that could help her. She was about to get up and leave when she saw something that caught her attention. A wire was snaking out from behind the side table and into the closet. Fischer always thought the wire was going from the lamp, which was on top of the side table, and into a light socket in the closet. When she checked, she realized it was quite the opposite. Something inside the closet was plugged into the light socket. Fischer followed the wire into the closet, and she noticed that it disappeared into a wall. She got down on her knees to look carefully. She noticed marks on the wall where someone had cut into the drywall. She removed a penknife from her pocket and, using the tip of the blade, she pulled out the piece of drywall. In between the walls was a small object, no bigger than a lunchbox. It was black and made of metal. Several lights on the front of the object were constantly blinking. Fischer had an idea as to what the object was. She unplugged the device and then removed it from the hole. She hurried out of the house. Chapter 71. Callaway drove to the address linked to the account number on the money transfer receipt. It took him over an hour and a half. so he was not happy when he pulled up across from a tiny house. Callaway knew very little about Baxter, except for the fact that he enjoyed inflicting pain on his victims. What if there was more to Baxter than what he saw? What if Baxter had a kid, and the money he was sending each month was for child support? Callaway shook that thought away. Baxter was not only a brute, but also had a few loose screws in his head. But that still did not disqualify him from having children. Callaway shivered at the thought that Baxter had sired an offspring. What would his kid look like, he thought. Hopefully like his or her mother. Or there could be another reason, one more plausible, of why Baxter was sending monthly money transfers. He could be involved in illegal activities that Mason was not aware of. Mason was a businessman through and through. He worshipped the almighty dollar, and as such, he was always driving a hard bargain. If Mason could find a way to cut Callaway's fee, even by a few dollars, he would do it. It would not be a stretch to think that Mason was underpaying Baxter for his services, and Baxter could be working side gigs. There was nothing respectable about Baxter's job. He was an enforcer for a loan shark. It would not be beneath him to be involved in shady activities. The grass in front of the house looked like it had recently been mowed. The garden next to the front steps was filled with roses, tulips, and sunflowers. Colorful decorations dotted the property. Callaway squinted. He read the sign on the front door, "Welcome to our humble abode." His face twisted in confusion. What's going on here? Was the house a front for something sinister? What if the house was an illegal grow-op? What if there were marijuana plants in the basement? That makes sense, he thought. But in order for that to be possible, he had to first confirm if Baxter was indeed in the house. What if I've got the wrong address? What if a nice family lives inside who has nothing to do with Baxter, or had even heard of him? The front door opened. Callaway's back tensed when he saw Baxter come out. Baxter was 6'4", 250 pounds of pure muscle, and he sported a buzz cut. His t-shirt was a size too small, which made his big arms look even bigger. He was an imposing figure, and he used his height and strength to his advantage. In his right hand, Baxter was carrying a black garbage bag. He came down the front steps, walked around to the side of the house, and placed the bag inside a garbage bin. Callaway's head exploded with wild ideas. What if Baxter was disposing evidence of a crime? A severed head, perhaps? Callaway shook the thought away. Baxter was a lot of things, but he was not a serial killer. He was not smart enough to hide his crime from the police long enough to become a serial anything. Baxter walked back up the steps and disappeared behind the front door. Callaway took a deep breath and got out of the car. He had already come this far. He could not go back to Milton without knowing the true reason for Baxter being here. He slowly approached the house. Chapter 72. Network-attached storage, NAS, was a high-capacity drive that connected to a network in order for users to remotely access their files without having to plug into the drive. NAS contained multiple drives in one single unit, which allowed it to read and write data for weeks at a time. And it also protected it from the drive failing. When Fischer saw the NAS inside the makeshift hole in Alex's bedroom closet, she was not the least bit surprised. As a computer programmer, it made sense for him to take extra precautions to protect his data. Fischer did not have the technical know-how to access the drive. Alex would have placed firewalls to prevent others from accessing the drive's contents, even if they did find it. Instead, Fischer took the drive to Milton PD's IT department. She met with an IT specialist named Walter Kenneth. He wore a black t-shirt, cargo pants, and sandals. Most of the workers in the IT department were civilians, so they did not have to adhere to a dress code. This made them stand out in the police department, and it also made them somewhat outsiders in the force. Officers believed in camaraderie and brotherhood. They held themselves to a higher standard. They looked down on the people who worked in the IT department. They considered them weird because they spent most of their time staring at a computer monitor. The IT specialists,
were only there to assist in the important work the officers did. Fischer did not share this sentiment. She knew the guys and gals in the IT department. Most had master's degrees, and one even had a PhD. In the age of the internet, these folks had become, in some cases, far more valuable than some of the officers who patrolled the streets. The IT specialist could create algorithms to see if there were patterns in a rash of crimes. They could break down complex network structures to see who was at the top of the criminal hierarchy. They could also access databases that could have the most sophisticated security system imaginable. Fischer handed Kenneth the NAS device. "I need to know what's inside," she said. Kenneth stared at the device in his hand. "Is there something in particular you are looking for? I mean, for all we know, there could be thousands, if not tens of thousands of random files. Going through all the folders and subfolders could take a very long time." "It's for a homicide investigation," Fischer said, "which means I need this as soon as possible." He shrugged. "Okay, I'll go through the entire system." "No," Fischer said, suddenly realizing what she wanted. "See if there is any information on an old murder investigation." "What investigation?" "The investigation of David Gary Crumb." Chapter 73. Callaway took a deep breath and knocked on the door. A moment later, the door swung open, and he was face to face with Baxter. It took a moment for Baxter to realize who was standing on the porch. When he did, his face hardened. "What are you doing here?" he growled. Before Callaway could answer, a voice from inside the house said, "Who is it, dear?" The anger instantly dissipated from Baxter's face. "No one, Mom," he said. Callaway blinked, and then it dawned on him. "Is this your mother's house?" Baxter looked away in embarrassment. Callaway suddenly felt foolish. Why didn't I see this before? He thought. Every person, from presidents to saints to dictators to enforcers, had a mother. "We need to talk," Callaway said. Baxter looked confused, but then he nodded. "Outside, not in the house." They moved to the driveway. Callaway said, "Mason is worried about you. He hired me to find you." "He did?" Baxter asked, genuinely surprised. "And he paid me 10 grand for it." Baxter's surprise turned to shock. "He did?" he repeated. "Yes, he did." Baxter stared at him, still in shock. "That's your mother's place?" Callaway asked. He nodded. "She had gallbladder surgery, so I came to help her out." It was Callaway's turn to be shocked. "You did?" "Yeah. I clean the house, I give her a bath. I also buy groceries and cook her meals." Callaway's jaw almost dropped to his chin. He did not know Baxter had a caring and nurturing side to him. He always saw Baxter as a dumb Neanderthal who smashed people with his fists while growling and grunting. Baxter looked away. "I don't want Mason to see me like this." "Does he know your mother lives here?" Callaway asked. Baxter shook his head. "He doesn't know she is alive." Callaway's brow furrowed. "Why hide it from him?" "My mom doesn't know what I do. She'd be heartbroken if she found out." "What does your mother think you do for work?" Callaway asked, feeling curious. "She thinks I own a business." "What kind of business?" He shrugged. "Like a private mortgage business." Callaway understood. "Where you lend money to people to buy houses?" He shrugged again. "Yeah, something like that." "And does she know about Mason?" "She thinks he works for me." Callaway almost burst out laughing but checked himself. Baxter was not known for his composure if he felt he was being mocked. "Mason is worried about you," Callaway said. "I'll go back once my mom is feeling better." Baxter's eyes hardened. "But you can't tell him where I am." Callaway shook his head. "Sorry, Baxter, I have a job to do. If I don't tell Mason your whereabouts, I don't get paid." Baxter moved closer. "You can't tell him," he said. Callaway could almost smell his bad breath. "Why? You're going to break my neck if I do?" Callaway could see Baxter considerate, but then he looked over at the house. His shoulders sagged. "Please, don't tell him where my mom lives." Callaway could see the concern in his eyes. When it came to money, Mason could be cruel. It would not be beneath him to use a loved one as leverage to get what he wanted. Baxter had every right to fear that Mason could use his mother to control him further. "I have to tell him something," Callaway said. "I want to earn my fee." Baxter looked troubled and confused. Callaway looked at Baxter's shirt and thought of something. "You like music?" "What?" "The t-shirt you are wearing. It's for a music festival, isn't it?" "I guess so," he replied, unsure where Callaway was going with this. "I see that the festival is starting tomorrow and will go on for a couple of days." The dates were printed on the t-shirt. "Okay." "How about this?" Callaway said. "I'll tell Mason that I found you working security for this festival. I know Mason pays you diddly squat, so it's not unreasonable for you to take the gig for extra money. In fact, when Mason finds out, it might force him to pay you more out of fear that you'll disappear again." "Yeah, that makes sense," Baxter said, finally getting it. "Okay," Callaway said. He then pulled out his cell phone and pointed it at Baxter. "Shift over so the street is behind you." "What are you doing?" Baxter asked, confused. "I need it as proof in case Mason doesn't believe me. Now shift over and smile." Shifting over was easy for Baxter, but his attempt at a smile came out menacing. "Got it," Callaway said. He turned to leave. "Thanks, Lee," Baxter said in a low voice. Callaway turned back to face him. There was genuine tenderness and appreciation in Baxter's eyes, something Callaway had never seen before. "Sure, whatever," Callaway said, and headed back to his car. Chapter 74. Holt sat in his Volvo feeling a mixture of anger and dismay. On one end, he was furious that Douglas Rathburn's brother was forcing Brigitte Green to sell drugs. The woman had already been through enough. Brigitte Green wanted to be a mother. Her pain at losing a child so late in the pregnancy was genuine and profound. When she broke down giving her testimony, everyone in the courtroom could feel her pain. Each time she mentioned all the things she would never be able to do with her dead son, Holt felt like someone was searing him with a hot poker. He had to control himself from bursting into tears. The optics would have looked terrible. He knew why he had done what he did. He feared Rathburn would find a way to hide the cash before the police arrived. Holt thought it was his only chance to finally bring him down. What ended up happening was he got rid of one drug dealer, but another one took his place. And the second drug dealer happened to be the younger brother of the first, and he was now forcing Brigitte to do his bidding. To make matters worse, he blamed Brigitte for what happened to his brother. Holt shut his eyes. Her voice echoed in his mind. "It's because of you I'm doing this." On the day Douglas Rathburn was shot dead, Richard had seen Holt at the same store Brigitte worked as a cashier. Was their meeting a coincidence? It was, Holt wanted to yell. Prior to that day, Holt had never laid eyes on Brigitte Green. He did not even know she was in a relationship with Douglas Rathburn. This latter fact irked him to no end. How could I have been so careless? He thought. As a narc officer, Holt had been following Douglas Rathburn for weeks. He should have picked up on who he was hooked up with romantically, but Rathburn was good at keeping his private life just that, private. Holt never suspected that Brigitte and Rathburn were together, that he was the father of her unborn child. Perhaps Brigitte working as a cashier threw him off. Why would a man who carried tens of thousands of dollars in cash on his person let his pregnant girlfriend work for minimum wage? Maybe that was the genius of how he conducted his business. Who supplied him with the drugs? How was he able to distribute it? Even to this day, Holt had no answers to those questions. He gritted his teeth. How do I fix this? He thought. Chapter 75. On his drive back to Milton, Callaway decided to call Mason and tell him the story he had concocted with Baxter. He dialed the number and placed it on speakerphone. "Lee, buddy old pal," Mason said, his voice chirpy. "You have any news on Baxter?" "As a matter of fact, I do." "Okay, so where is he?" "He's at a music festival earning extra cash." There was silence on the line before Mason exploded. "That ungrateful turd! I gave him a job, and instead he goes and works for someone else?" "Oh boy, here we go," Callaway thought. "Relax," Callaway said. "He's not working for another loan shark." "I'm not a loan shark," Mason interrupted. "I'm a businessman." "Whatever, the point is, he's not working for a competitor. He's at a music festival doing security work." Mason paused a moment. "I never knew Baxter liked music." "It would be good if you got to know your employees." "Why would I do that? I pay them to do what I ask. I don't pay them to be my buddy." "The way I see it, he's the only friend you've got." "Aren't we friends?" Mason asked. Callaway laughed. "We are in no way close to being friends." "I'm actually hurt by that." "Friends don't threaten to rip off your fingernails if you are behind on your loans." "It's not personal, you know that." "It's personal to me." "Okay, let's go back to Baxter. Did he say why he took another job?" "You really need to ask?" Callaway asked, surprised. "I do." "You don't pay him enough." "I pay him market rate." "There's actually a rate for big ugly thugs?" "I asked around what other people in my line of work were paying their employees. And guess what? I pay him slightly more than average." Callaway suddenly felt a headache coming on. "Why am I arguing with him about something that has nothing to do with me?" he thought. "Okay, so where is Baxter?" Mason asked. "I told you, he's at some music festival." "Which one?" "I don't remember, but he'll be back in a few days." "That doesn't help me, Lee," Mason said. "Our agreement was that you find where Baxter was." "I did find him." "How do I know that?" "You want proof, is that it?" "That would be nice. After all, I am paying a lot of money to know exactly where he had disappeared." "Keep your shirt on, Mason. I'll send you something." He texted Mason the photo of Baxter. A moment later, Mason said, "It's a photo of Baxter." "It is, which confirms I found him." "But you won't tell me where he is." "It's not relevant." "It is to me." "Baxter is alive and well, as you can see from the photo." There was a pause. Callaway had a feeling what Mason was going to say next. "The photo could be fabricated. You could have taken it from some website. If I don't know where he is, that makes me think you haven't found him. If that's the case, then I think we need to renegotiate our agreement." Callaway could not help but roll his eyes. Always money, money, money with Mason. "Listen," Callaway said. "Baxter will be back in a couple of days. You can ask him yourself where he's been. My job was to find him and let him know you were looking for him. I did. And Mason, I will come for the remainder of my fee once Baxter has returned. At that time, I expect to be fully compensated for my services. Or the next time you call me, I won't answer your call." Callaway hung up. Callaway knew Mason would pay up. Baxter would make sure Mason did not stiff him. The last thing Baxter wanted was for Callaway to tell Mason about his mother. Even dumb brutes had a soft spot for their mothers. And the way Baxter was taking care of her told Callaway that he was very close to her. Baxter would do anything for Callaway to keep his secret. Chapter 76. Holt was in the Volvo when a car pulled up behind his and stopped. A man emerged from the driver's side, walked over, and slid into the passenger seat. "Thanks for coming," Holt said. Detective Derek Greco was slim and had thinning hair that was gelled back. He had a heavy mustache that covered his upper lip
and he was wearing a leather jacket, blue jeans, and black boots. Greco looked like he had come straight out of a 70s crime movie. "No problem," Greco said, as he handed Holt a manila folder. "You sure it's all in there?" Holt said, seeing how light the folder was. "Unfortunately, we don't have much on Richard Rathburn." Greco worked in the narcotics unit. When Holt called him about Richard, Greco was more than willing to help out. "He's taken over his brother's drug business," Holt said. "That's what we heard too, but so far, we've got nothing to nail him on." Holt frowned. "He is just as careful as Douglas." Greco twisted in his seat. "Listen, I know what went down with you and Rathburn all those years ago. I also heard about the Brigitte Green case. If I was in your shoes, I would have done the same thing." Holt turned to the window. "Everyone keeps telling me it's not my fault," he thought. "Then why do I feel like it was?" Holt faced Greco again. "How does Richard make his money then?" "He owns a record shop. His brother was once a record producer. I heard he had a talent for music." "But he wasn't successful at it," Holt said. Greco nodded. "On most days, if you drive by the shop, you can see Richard through the windows chatting with customers. It could be a front for illegal activities." Greco nodded. "We raided it on several occasions, and each time we found nothing. He was clean. After the last time, Richard hired a big law firm. He sued us for harassment and discrimination." "What discrimination?" Holt spat. "He's a drug dealer." "Not according to the law. We still haven't charged him with anything," Greco said. "His lawyers are arguing that we are only targeting him because he is Douglas Rathburn's brother. We are making him look guilty by association." "He is guilty," Holt said with a grunt. "I know he's dirty," Greco agreed. "A lot of resources have been spent trying to nail him. But like his brother, he's very careful. Each time we think we have him, he finds a way to squirm out of it." "I know the feeling. His brother was always a step ahead of us." "So you know what we're up against?" "I do." Greco shrugged. "I wish I had something substantial for you, but unfortunately, I don't." "Have you spoken to Brigitte Green?" Greco shook his head. "After what she went through, the sergeant wanted us to steer clear of her. The media would be all over us if they found out we were questioning her about Rathburn. Also, isn't it true that she knew nothing of Douglas's business at the time of his death?" "That's true. Douglas was careful about keeping his personal life and his business life separate. That's what made him great at eluding prison time." Holt paused a moment. "I have first-hand knowledge that Richard is forcing Brigitte Green into selling drugs." Greco's eyebrows shot up. "Is that right?" "Yes." "And if we brought her in, do you think she'll give a statement?" Greco asked. Holt was not sure. Even if she did, it would still not be enough to send Richard away for a long time. The amount of drugs found in Brigitte's possession was nothing compared to what he was shipping in and out of the city. Brigitte was a small cog in a giant wheel. Holt said, "Brigitte is already resentful of the police. Plus, like your sergeant said, the optics would be bad if we go through her to get to Richard." "Then what's your plan?" Greco asked. Holt stared at the manila folder in his hand. "I have no idea," he replied. Chapter 77. Walter Kenneth was holding a USB drive when Fischer approached him. "That was fast," she said. "There were half a dozen firewalls and 2 separate layers of added security," Kenneth said, "but nothing we hadn't seen before. You said the owner of the NAS was a programmer?" "He was." Kenneth frowned. For some reason, he kept a back door open for anyone with half a knowledge of how encryption worked. "That's how I was able to get in. I don't know what to tell you." "Did he work for the government?" Fischer shook her head. "Maybe that's why," Kenneth said with a shrug. "I didn't see anything that could be classified as a national security threat." "What did you find?" "It took a lot of digging. He had created subdirectories over subdirectories. Most of the data on the drive contained video games, various software, and lots of family photos. He was divorced with a young daughter. There were lots of other folders as well, on 9/11, UFOs, JFK, Bigfoot, and the Loch Ness Monster. He was also big on conspiracy theories. However, there was one folder I could not access. Fischer's chest tightened. It was labeled Cyber Solutions, Kenneth said. Fischer let out a sigh of relief. It's the company he worked for. It would take a lot of time and effort to access it, which I didn't bother doing. It's not necessary. She paused and then asked, Did you find what I was looking for? He nodded. There was a folder labeled The Backyard Killer. Fischer's eyes narrowed in thought. David Gary Crumb was dubbed the Backyard Killer by the media after they discovered bodies in his backyard. I don't know the case too well, Kenneth said, but after going through the folder, I did see references to David Gary Crumb, so I've copied the entire folder onto the USB. Thanks, Fischer said. That's exactly what I was looking for. I should tell you that all the subfolders in that one folder require a password. Fischer's brow furrowed. And what is the password? The word Joseph in lowercase. That was his father's name, Fischer said. I had to run a sophisticated program to find out the password. How does it work? Fischer asked, curious. Normally, people use a real person's name as a password. Some use their kids' names, their spouse's name, a parent, a relative, anyone who is close to them. It's easier to remember the password that way. The software searches the entire drive for any names that may be in there. It could be inside documents, on the files, even on images if they were labeled that way. It then enters those names as a password to see if it comes back as a match. It sounds time-consuming, but with enough processing power, the software can find and enter a name per second. Something like using a search feature on a Word program. It's super fast. That's how I came to the name Joseph. Wow, that's amazing. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to disable the password protection. But now that you have the password, you can access all the files and folders. Thanks for your help, Fischer said, staring at the USB drive in her hand. Chapter 78. Callaway returned to his office. He felt ecstatic about completing Mason's case. Baxter would return to Milton soon, and Callaway would proceed to collect the remainder of his fee. The $10,000 would go a long way in covering a lot of Callaway's bills. His rent was coming up in a few days. The rent on the office was due as well. Plus, Patty had mentioned that the water heater in her house was not working properly. There were mornings where she would have to shower with cold water. Callaway knew the feeling, and it was not pleasant. He had lived in places that had no hot running water. But it was not just Patty he was concerned about. It was also Nina. He could not imagine his daughter getting ready for school without hot water. He shivered at the thought. As a parent, you wanted to provide your child with comfort and stability. With Callaway running around looking for adventure, he was non-existent in her life. This put undue pressure on Patty to raise a child as a single mother, which meant Nina had to grow up with a lot of hardships. Callaway had vowed to make Nina and Patty's life better. The money from Mason would go directly to Patty to replace the water heater. It was the least he could do for everything she had done for their daughter. He unlocked the door to his office and entered. His foot touched something. It was an envelope. He knelt down and picked the envelope up. He opened the flap and pulled out an 8x10 glossy photo of Jamie Burke. Jamie was smiling at the camera, his braces barely visible. It was likely taken on his graduation from middle school. Callaway flipped the photo around. A note was written on the back in black ink. I wanted to leave a reminder of what this case means to us. It was signed, Dr. Leonard Burke. Callaway fell onto the sofa. His shoulders sank and his chin fell to his chest. The excitement suddenly drained from him. He still had not made progress on Jamie's case, and he was not sure what he could do to change that. He had no idea who could have hurt Jamie and why. There were no witnesses to the crime. Cassius Clay Robinson came after Jamie had already been stabbed. He was not a suspect. He had called 911.
And then there was the matter of Lisa Stumper, Jamie's girlfriend. She had an alibi. At the time of the attack, she was with Ryan Spano. Spano was selling her exam papers. Jamie had no known enemies. At least, no one Callaway could find. So why was he attacked and left for dead? Was Jamie into drugs? Callaway found nothing to support that. Was Jamie seeing someone other than Lisa? What if a jealous boyfriend had attacked him out of revenge? But Callaway found nothing to support that either. Was Jamie robbed? Nothing was taken from him or the Mercedes, so that was crossed out as a motive. Callaway found no reports on file that the police had ever dusted the vehicle for fingerprints. Why should they? The prints in the Mercedes would have belonged to Dr. Burke, Jamie, and Grace Burke. Callaway shut his eyes and exhaled deeply. He suddenly felt shortness of breath. The walls inside the tiny office felt like they were caving in. He decided to leave the office.
Chapter 79. The door chime rang when Holt entered the record shop. The walls were painted a dark gray. There was a neon sign with the store's name on the back wall. Fluorescent tube lights hung from the ceilings, illuminating the space but not brightening it up entirely. The shelves were filled with vinyl records ranging from hip-hop and R&B to jazz, blues, and even rap. Holt had found out the previous owner had run the shop for 25 years when he abruptly sold it and retired to Barbados. The new owner was none other than Richard Rathburn. Holt had a feeling that either Richard forced the previous owner to sell, or he made the owner an offer he could not refuse. Regardless, Holt believed Richard was using it as a front for his drug empire. Whenever the police inquired as to how he was able to support himself, Richard would point to the record shop. Holt had discovered the shop was bleeding money. Nowadays, people were downloading tracks rather than buying them in a brick-and-mortar store. Plus, only a specific group still purchased vinyl records. They were more collector's items than anything else. Or perhaps the buyers were music aficionados who felt the music quality was still superb on vinyl over digital. A man was sitting behind the counter. He had been eyeing Holt the moment he had entered the shop. Holt did not bother to waste time. He approached the man and said, "I'm here to see Richard." "Richard who?" the man replied. He had 2 front gold teeth. "Your boss. Tell him Detective Gregory Holt is here to speak to him." The man straightened up at the sound of that. His hand moved to the counter. Holt placed his hand on his weapon. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Holt said. Holt knew the man kept a weapon, a shotgun perhaps, under the counter. But Holt had no interest in getting into a shootout with him or anyone else. He faced the camera and lifted his arms up as a sign of peace. "I just want to talk," he mouthed. A moment later, a side door opened in the back. Richard Rathburn came out. He was followed by another man. He was too big to fit through the door without squeezing his body through. The last time Holt had seen Richard was when his brother had been shot and killed. Richard had looked like a scarred and confused kid then. The man standing in front of him was confident and looked like he was in charge. Richard was dressed in a baseball cap, sports jacket, and jeans. He had a gold chain around his neck and he wore fancy sneakers. "You're the last person I'd expect to find here," Richard said. His disdain for Holt was palpable. Holt said, "I came to tell you that I know what you're doing." "And what am I doing, Detective Holt?" he said. "You've taken over where Douglas left off." "I don't know what you're talking about. I am the owner of this fine establishment." "That's what you want others to think, but I know the truth." Richard's face hardened. "The truth is, Detective Holt, you murdered my brother. And the only reason you are not in prison is because of that badge you carry." "Your brother fired first, and I fired back in self-defense," Holt said. "You can tell the judge whatever you want. The fact of the matter is, my brother is dead and you are still alive." "Is that a threat?" Holt asked, glaring at him. Richard glared back. Richard waved his arm dismissively. "Why don't you buy a record and go home? It might be safer for you." The big guy shifted on his feet. Holt knew how to handle himself. He could take on the big guy if he needed to, but Holt did not want it to come to that. He said, "I want you to know that I stopped your brother and I'm going to stop you." Richard's face turned dark. "You only encouraged others to take his place." "Like you?" Holt said. Richard opened his mouth but shut it. He then said, "Why are you so interested in my brother again? I thought you got promoted to solving murders." "I did, but now I'm going to end what I started years ago." "And what's that?" "Stop the flood of drugs your family's bringing into the city." Richard laughed. "Good luck with that." "I don't need luck," Holt said. "I'm already working with the DEA to bring you down. I never got the chance to warn your brother, so consider this a courtesy." Holt turned and walked out of the record shop. Chapter 80. Fischer spent the last hour going through the file on the USB drive. Everything that she ever wanted to know about David Gary Crumb was in that file. Alex Whitehead had spent years gathering information on the case. The detective's notes, newspaper articles, photos of Crumb's house and the location where the 3 bodies were found, and even photos of the victims. There were photos of him and his family. One in particular struck Fischer to the heart. It was of Alex as an 8-year-old, holding the hand of his mother, who was pregnant at the time with Kathleen, at the cemetery. They were watching as Joseph Whitehead's casket was being lowered into a grave. Unlike his mother, who was weeping with a handkerchief in her face, Alex's face was stoic and emotionless. Maybe he felt he had to be brave for his mother. After all, he was now the man of the house. The reality was he was too young to grasp what was going on. Fischer was fortunate that her parents were still alive. She could not imagine the trauma of losing a parent at such a young age. Parents were the link from a previous generation. They were the ones to provide security in an ever-changing and somewhat chaotic society. Without their love and guidance, many children were lost and confused. They did not know how they fit into the world. Maybe that was what propelled Alex to become obsessed with his father's murder, she thought. Maybe he wanted answers as to why someone would take his father away from him. Kathleen had said that Alex was old enough to remember his time with his father, something she never had. Fischer had suffered a similar loss, so she understood the pain, and time did not heal the pain. She believed time only made the pain bearable. She carefully began to go again through all the information Alex had gathered. When she was done, she was more confused than ever. Even with all the research Alex had done, there were more questions than answers. What was David Gary Crumb's motivation for killing those men? The jury believed he was trying to hide his affairs from his wife, so getting rid of them was the only option. But before the murders, Crumb had never shown any interest in the same sex. He had always been straight, according to Alex's investigation. Maybe Crumb was good at keeping a secret from those close to him. No one, not his wife, his parents, his siblings, his friends, had any inklings he was homosexual. They were more shocked about that than what he had done to the men. But why did Crumb take his desires to the next level that he ended up taking another person's life? Maybe something had happened with the first victim that pushed Crumb over the edge. The victim may not have cowed to Crumb's demands and, infuriated, Crumb had lashed out at him. But Crumb was never violent. In her statement, his wife had said that he was the gentlest person she had ever met. He hardly raised his voice at anyone. And he was always kind to her and the children. He would not even scold them when they did something wrong. In her words, David was a man every woman dreamed of being married to. Fischer leaned back in her chair. She knew the way Crumb acted with his family was not who he really was. It was a textbook serial killer behavior. To their families, they were loving husbands and fathers. But behind the veil, they were monsters who preyed on others to satisfy their evil desires. Fischer could see why Alex was so invested in the case. Sure, his father was one of Crumb's victims. The case hit so close to home. But now, looking back on it, Fischer could see holes in the case, something Alex must have seen as well. The police, likely under pressure from the public, did not bother looking into the case too deeply. And why should they? They had 3 dead bodies in the backyard of a man whom they had previously interviewed. The pieces fit perfectly at that time. They had their man. And then they had their verdict. Life in prison without parole. It was only after Crumb started his sentence that he was killed. Fischer would not be able to get any answers from him. But there was someone else who might be able to shed light on what happened all those years ago. Chapter 81. Callaway parked in his apartment building's underground parking and then took the elevator to the 14th floor. Ever since he moved into the 2-bedroom apartment, he felt his life was more stable. It was a place he could finally call home. He was tired of moving around constantly. It did not help that he was always struggling for money, which always resulted in him having to stay in places that were unsafe and even detrimental to his health. One place stuck out more than others: a bachelor's unit in the basement of a 100-year-old house. The rent was only $250. This should have raised red flags. An apartment of that size should have gone for twice that price. But Callaway was desperate. He was broke, and he was going to be evicted from his last residence. He even considered begging Patty to let him sleep in the garage, a fact that would have shown he had hit rock bottom. But that would have been better than the alternative, sleeping on the sidewalk, hoping someone did not rob him or the authorities did not arrest him for vagrancy. When he found the basement apartment, he thought he had won the lottery. The landlord was an old Eastern European man who had severe emphysema. He had to carry an oxygen tank wherever he went. Callaway paid him with his remaining savings and settled into the unit. He expected to stay there for a very long time. He would try to be a model tenant. He would not give his landlord any reasons to evict him or raise the rent. A few days into his stay, Callaway began to feel nauseous. He felt like he had a migraine that would not go away. He had noticed a foul smell when he had first moved in. It was musky and damp. 2 weeks later, Callaway could not take it anymore. He grabbed his belongings and left. He had lost 10 pounds during this time because he could not keep anything in his stomach. It was only later that he found out the house had a severe mold problem. Water had seeped into the cracked walls, and after years of neglect, had turned toxic. Instead of fixing the issue, the landlord would just paint over where the mold was visible. It was no wonder the landlord always had an oxygen mask over his face. He thought it was a cheaper solution than gutting the house and removing the mold. Callaway's current building was clean and well-maintained. Everything worked as it should. So far, he had no hot water issues and all the appliances worked like they should. The rent was more than he had ever paid for a place, but he could see where the money went. The property management took great care of the building. He entered his spacious unit. It helped that he did not have much furniture to take up any space. The paint smell that was overbearing when he had moved in was now barely detectable. The parquet floor still shined from when it was polished, however, which gave the place an aura of newness. Before moving into the apartment, he had a plan. He wanted his daughter to stay over whenever she felt like it. After some time, Patty had given her seal of approval. Nina had slept in the bedroom next to his over half a dozen times. Nina had begun to leave her personal belongings in the room. Callaway did not dare touch any of her stuff. He wanted his daughter to feel like it was her second home. If she wanted to leave clothes scattered on the bed, that was fine by him. She could move them when she came over the next time. He pulled out frozen burgers from the freezer and proceeded to fry them on the stove. He then stuck them in buns, covered them in ketchup and mustard, and took them over to the living room. He still did not have a dining table. Whenever Nina and Patty would come over, they would eat at the coffee table. He kept saying he would get a dining table, but he never got around to it. There was another reason he had chosen not to furnish the apartment properly. If his relationship with Patty progressed, she might let him move back in with her. He smiled at the thought of them as a family again. His smile quickly faded when he thought of Jamie Burke. The Burkes would never be a family again. Not in the normal sense. They had been robbed of that opportunity, and they were looking to him to help them make sense of this tragedy. He sighed. He wished he had answers for them. All he had was more questions. As he ate in silence, he could not help but think about who could have brutally attacked Jamie Burke and left him for dead. And more importantly, why? Chapter 82. Fischer entered the flower shop and looked around. She did not see Charlotte Peterson. As David Gary Crumb's only surviving family member, Fischer hoped Charlotte would be able to fill in some of the missing pieces. Fischer realized that, in some way, she had taken over Alex's quest for answers to his father's death. Alex had come to Charlotte, not to confront her about what her father had done, but to get a better understanding of the man. David Gary Crumb had always been an enigma to those who tried to make sense of his actions. He showed no pattern of behavior that could be associated with other serial killers. There was no tendency to harm animals at a young age. There was no record of him anywhere of being violent to anyone at any time. There were no diaries of him expressing his inner desires to hurt anyone. Even the chats the police had stumbled upon between Crumb and his victims never hinted that Crumb could be capable of brutally murdering another human being. The chats were innocent conversations between two consenting adults. Maybe that was Crumb's modus operandi, Fischer thought. He made himself harmless in order to lure his victims to come to him. That was another thing Fischer was puzzled about, and this was something Alex had mentioned in his notes as well. Where did Crumb murder his victims? The police always thought they were killed in the backyard shed, but they found nothing to verify this theory. No blood, no weapon, not even a hair sample. That did not mean Crumb could not have killed him in the shed, however. He could have been very meticulous in cleaning up the evidence. But they did find a shovel, an axe, and a pick. The dirt on them matched the dirt on the ground behind the shed. With the evidence buried on the property, the police did not deem it necessary to waste extra resources to uncover more evidence against Crumb. He was already looking at life without parole for premeditated first-degree murder. The state did not have a death penalty, or else they would have asked for that. Fischer looked around the shop once more. She spotted a woman helping a customer. Fischer remembered her from the last time she and Holt were there. She was an employee. While she waited for her to finish with a customer, Fischer decided to walk around the shop. She spotted a bouquet of red, yellow, and white roses. She smiled, pulled out her cell phone, and snapped a photo of the bouquet. She then forwarded the photo to Lance with the caption, "You can get me these the next time we have a fight." She knew Lance would get a laugh out of it. Fischer was not big on flowers and chocolates, and she had told him this. She thought Valentine's Day was made up by big corporations to get men to pull out their wallets. If a man loved a woman, he should treat her good not just one day, but every day. Maybe I should buy Lance the flowers, she thought. Why can't women buy men flowers to show them their affection? Why does it have to be a gender thing? Fischer was considering the purchase when she felt someone behind her. "Hi, can I help you?" the girl asked. The name on her shirt read Marcy. "I'm looking for Charlotte," Fischer said. "You were one of the detectives that came by earlier, right?" "I was." "Charlotte's not at the shop," Marcy said. "Do you know where she is?" "We also do landscaping. Charlotte's over at a customer's house right now." "Do you know when she'll be back?" Marcy shook her head. "It could be an hour or the entire day. It all depends on how big the project is." Fischer debated whether to come back another time, but she really wanted to speak to Charlotte. A lot of questions were scratching at the back of her mind. "Can you give me the address of this customer?" Fischer asked. "It's important I speak to her today." "I can look through our records and get it for you," Marcy replied with a smile. "Thank you," Fischer said. Chapter 83. There was a method to Holt's madness. On the surface, it seemed reckless for Holt to go into the one place Richard Rathburn would be. Richard, after all, blamed Holt for his brother's death. Holt had gone into Richard's turf, knowing full well that he would not be welcomed. Years before, Richard had tried to sue the police department for excessive use of force. His lawyers had argued that had Holt followed procedures, Douglas Rathburn would still be alive. Even homicidal drug dealers had rights. But the judge had thrown out the case. Douglas Rathburn was known to the police. He was also armed and dangerous. While Holt should not have gone into the situation without proper backup, which the judge had scolded him about in court, it still did not constitute that Holt had broken any rules. He had announced himself at Rathburn's door, and Rathburn had chosen to open fire. Regardless of a judge's opinion, Richard still held a grudge against Holt. Richard idolized his older brother, even though at that stage of his life, he was not fully aware of who and what Douglas was. Holt never imagined that Richard would take over where his brother had left off. It was bad enough Holt had deprived Brigitte Green of the opportunity to be a mother. Now he was also somehow responsible for creating a criminal, who was apparently more ruthless than his predecessor. But Holt had not gone into the record shop to confront Richard. He had gone into the shop to spook him. Richard's disdain for Holt was apparent. He was also aware of Holt's reputation. When Holt set his sights on a target, he became obsessed. He would spend all his waking hours trying to bring him down. No previous narc was able to dig up as much dirt on Douglas Rathburn as Holt had. Holt had spent months following Douglas's every move. He even slept in his car so that he would not miss the opportunity to see where he was going. Unfortunately, all that work did not lead Holt to find out how Douglas was distributing his drugs. But Holt hoped to change that now. If his plan worked, Richard would be coming out of the record shop about now. Holt waited in his Volvo with bated breath. If Richard did not take his bait, Holt was not sure what his next move would be. He was not a narcotics officer anymore. The time he was spending going after Richard was time he was taking away from his cases. And Fischer. She still had no idea what he was up to. As his partner, she was owed an explanation. He vowed to tell her everything the next time he saw her. Right now, though, his focus was on the record shop's back door. Several minutes went by without anything happening. When Holt thought his plan had failed, he saw the door open. Richard and his bodyguard came out. They got inside a black Escalade and drove off. Holt followed. Chapter 84. Fischer pulled up to a gray stucco house. She found Charlotte Peterson on her hands and knees on the front lawn. She was wearing a yellow bandana, green gardening gloves, and she had on a brown apron which had small gardening tools in the pockets. Charlotte squinted when she saw Fischer approach. "I'm surprised to see you here, Detective," she said. "I apologize for intruding like this, but I really wanted to ask you some questions, if you don't mind." Charlotte turned to a man on the other side of the lawn. He was dressed in a checkered shirt, dirty jeans, and work boots. He looked like he was in his early 20s. He was digging with a hoe. "Lewis," Charlotte said, "you have to make sure the ground is soft. This means you have to remove all the stones, rocks, roots, and debris from the soil." Charlotte turned back to Fischer. "It's not a very good time, I'm afraid. My last employee left abruptly, and I had to find someone at the last minute. It takes a lot of time and energy to train someone new." Fischer looked around. The lawn was covered in gardening equipment, bags of soil, and pots of plants. "It looks like you still have a lot of work ahead of you," she said. Instead of replying, Charlotte turned to Lewis again. "You are not doing it right, Lewis," Charlotte said, sounding exasperated. "You have to use your hands to pull out the roots." Lewis reluctantly got down on his knees and began to pull at a root. "Maybe this wasn't a good idea," Fischer said. "I'll drop by when you're at the shop." "No, wait," Charlotte said to her. "Lewis, why don't you take a break? Go for lunch, okay?" Lewis shrugged and wiped the dirt off his jeans. He walked over to a beat-up truck, got in, and drove away. Charlotte sighed and shook her head. "It's so hard to find good help these days." Fischer did not say anything. Charlotte removed her gloves and smiled. "So, how can I help you, Detective?" she asked. "It's about your father." Charlotte's smile faded. "I told you everything I know the last time we spoke." "I know," Fischer said. "It's just that there's something that has been bothering me, and with your father and mother gone, you are the only person who could possibly shed light on it." "All right, I'll do my best." "Did your father know how to use a computer?" Fischer asked. Charlotte blinked, surprised. "What kind of question is that?" "The reason I ask is that your father only completed 6th grade. He had to drop out of school to help your grandparents run their farm, which meant he was pretty much illiterate. All the invoices he provided to his customers for gardening work were written by your mother, who had a high school diploma." "I'm not following you, Detective," Charlotte said, confused. "The police linked your father to his victims through his online conversations. But when you go through those conversations in detail, they don't look like they were written by someone with little or no education. In fact, they look like they were written by someone who knew how to read and write proficiently." Charlotte's mouth dropped. "I never paid any attention to that." Neither had anyone else, except for Alex Whitehead. He mentioned this in his notes when I went through them. He believed either your father didn't write those messages to those men, or that someone else was helping him write them. "Who?" "I don't know. That's what I came to ask you about." Charlotte shrugged. "I was only 15 when my father was arrested. I was going through my own problems as a teenager, I'm afraid, so I have no idea if he wrote those messages or not." "Could your mother have helped him?" Fischer asked. "I highly doubt that. The last thing a wife would do is help her husband write intimate messages to other men." "But that's the thing," Fischer said. "When you read those messages carefully, there is nothing sexual about them. It's just random stuff between two grown men, and most of the conversation revolved around sports." Charlotte smiled wistfully. "My father loved baseball. He preferred sitting in front of the TV for hours with a beer in his hand. Sometimes he would fall asleep while watching a game. When my mother would wake him up to take him upstairs to bed, the first thing he'd ask is, 'What's the score?'" "Exactly. The police always thought your father killed those men because he was sexually involved with them. But I think, just like Alex Whitehead did, that there was more to it than that." "What are you saying?" Charlotte asked. "That my father didn't kill those men? Then how do you explain those bodies in the back of our house?" Fischer looked away. Her shoulders slumped. "I don't know what I'm saying," Fischer replied. Charlotte said, "After my father died, I spent many years trying to come up with explanations that he wasn't the person the media had made him out to be, that he was mentally ill, that it was someone else who had committed those horrific acts. But eventually, I had to come to the awful truth that my father was a serial killer, and it was only when I accepted that I was able to move on with my life." Fischer said nothing. Charlotte said, "My father is dead, and I wish people would stop trying to revive his memory." "Like what Alex Whitehead was doing," Fischer said. Charlotte nodded. "I know he was trying to find closure, but I told him I knew nothing. And that's what I'm going to tell you. I don't know why my father did what he did. And to be frank, I don't care. I'm married now. I have a husband and 2 stepchildren I adore. I don't want my father's actions to destroy what I have." Fischer knew what she was saying. "Don't push me for my father's sins." "I understand why you feel this way," Fischer said. "But I can't and won't stop until I find out what Alex was working on. He spent years digging up information on his father's murder, He believes something didn't add up in your father's case, and I'm inclined to believe him. I'm sorry for taking you away from your work." Fischer turned and headed back to her SUV. As she started the car up, she heard a tap on the glass. It was Charlotte. Fischer rolled down the window. "I'm sorry if I sounded harsh back there," Charlotte said. "I had heard on the news that Alex was missing. I can't imagine what his family must be going through right now. If you ever need more information on my father, you can find me at my shop." Fischer smiled. "Thank you. I really appreciate it." Charlotte smiled and took a step back. Fischer turned and was about to change the gear when she felt something cold touch her neck. She felt a fierce jolt surge through her body. The pain was intense and blinding. Her muscles spasmed, and her body seized up. She blacked out. Chapter 85. After dinner, Callaway had put on an old movie. But his mind was not into the movie. He was distracted. The Jamie Burke case swirled in his thoughts. Feeling depressed at his inability to solve the case, Callaway decided to leave the apartment and go for a walk. He needed fresh air. Maybe it might stir something in his brain. The street was bustling with people at this time of day. Callaway saw a young family walk his way. The mother was pushing a stroller with a toddler in it, while the father was carrying a baby strapped to his chest. They looked happy and content. Callaway's heart suddenly ached over a lost opportunity. Had he stuck with his marriage long enough, maybe they could have been like this family, enjoying an afternoon walk together. And maybe they could have had another little one. Nina was his heart and soul. She meant everything to him. He knew he would feel the same way about a second child. His love would not be divided between his children. His love would only grow. But he had thrown such possibilities away in an instant when he decided to walk out on Patty and Nina. And only now, after all these years, was he slowly rebuilding his life back up. As the family walked past him, he smiled at them. The mother smiled back. The father nodded in return. Their children were their shield from the stresses of the world. They made them come closer as a couple. Nina was the sole reason Patty and Callaway saw each other. Without her, Callaway was certain, Patty would have moved on with someone else. But Patty was fully focused on their daughter's well-being. She always came first. This deterred many would-be suitors from coming in and sweeping Patty off her feet. Patty was still attractive, so it must not have been easy to push all those men away. He was grateful she did, or else he would not have been able to woo her back. He walked past a bar. He suddenly felt thirsty. On any other day, he would walk in and order one drink, followed by another, and then another. Next thing he knew, he was sitting on the cold pavement, not sure how he got there. He entered the bar and walked straight up to the bartender. He ordered soda water and took a seat on a stool. When the bartender brought his drink, he took a sip and made a face. "This tastes like toilet bowl water," he thought. He should know. He once had the misfortune of drinking out of a toilet bowl after he had one too many drinks. But Callaway did not order something else. He merely took tiny sips. When he could not take any more soda water, he shoved his hand in his jacket pocket to pull out a bill to pay the bartender with. His fingers touched something inside the pocket. It was the envelope with the cash Burke had given him. Callaway knew what he had to do next. He would return whatever was left of the money to Burke. There was no point in dragging this case any further. He did not feel it was right to give false hope to people who were already suffering. The best thing to do was to refund the money. The job he did for Mason would be enough to cover his expenses for the next while, so it would not be a total loss. Callaway paid his bill and left the bar. Chapter 86. Holt was behind the wheel of his car, parked at a curb. Detective Derek Greco got in the passenger seat. "What's so urgent that you had me drive across half the city?" Greco asked. "I know where Richard Rathburn stores his drugs," Holt replied. Greco studied him. "How?" I visited Richard at his record shop. Greco shook his head. That's a gutsy move. It was necessary. I told Richard that I was coming after him. Why would you do that? I wanted to rattle the cage. I wanted to see what Richard would do next. Okay, Greco said, intrigued. Richard is careful, like his brother. He never uses his cell phone to discuss business. He does it face to face, Holt said. After I left his shop, I waited outside for him to come out. If I was right, Richard would put his associates on alert. He would tighten his security and he would take extra precautions, knowing that I was now after him. The same man who had murdered his brother. And he would do all this personally. When he came out of the shop, I followed him to a dance club, a gas station, and a pizza shop. Greco searched his mind. If it's the same places I think you are referring to, we raided them already and didn't find enough drugs to warrant shutting down Richard for good. Richard doesn't distribute his goods from there. Then where? Greco asked eagerly. At the end of his trip, he stopped at the grocery store. Greco frowned. Which grocery store? There are hundreds in the city. The one Brigitte Green works at. Oh, Greco said, his eyes widening in realization. Then his eyes narrowed. So what? Maybe he wanted to pay Brigitte Green a visit. Didn't you say he was forcing her to sell drugs? That may be, but I think the grocery store is a front for his operation. Greco let out a laugh. If it was, we would have caught on to it. No, we wouldn't have. At least, I never did, even though I was at that store many times. Greco was silent. Holt said, I looked into the grocery store and I found out it is still owned and operated by the same person. Alessandro Papi. Why does that name sound familiar? Greco said. Because Douglas was once an employee of Papi. Greco nodded. Right. He worked there right before he started hustling drugs. Not right before. He was already working there while still hustling drugs. I don't understand. Douglas was smart. He showed us he was an employee of that grocery store to throw us off. Anytime we interviewed him, he always had an alibi for whenever a drug deal went down. He was at the shop, and Pappy backed him up. He was able to show proof of how he was supporting himself. Same thing Richard is doing at the record shop. Greco rubbed his chin and thought. I don't know, he said. Think about it. There are over a dozen delivery trucks that come and go from the grocery store. It would be easy to move drugs through there. But some of those trucks are from major corporations. Surely they are not involved in what Douglas, Richard, or Pappy are up to. Maybe managers of those corporations are not involved, but that doesn't mean the drivers of those trucks can't be. It would be so easy to intercept a delivery truck, load it with drugs, and have it taken straight to a distribution center, which I firmly believe is the grocery store. Greco shook his head, unconvinced. Here is something else, Holt said. Did you ever wonder why Brigitte Green was rehired at the same grocery store she once worked at? Especially after it became known that she was involved with Douglas Rathburn. Greco shrugged. Maybe the owner felt bad for her. I mean, she did lose a... Greco let the words trail off. She lost her unborn child, Holt said, his tone matter of fact. But I don't believe Pappy gave her job back because he felt sorry for her. I believe Richard convinced him to do it. While she was in the hospital recovering from her injuries, her family refused to visit her because they wanted nothing to do with her. The only people that visited her were Richard and Pappy. Once she was discharged from the hospital, she went back doing what she did before, work as a cashier for the grocery store. Greco mulled Holt's words over. Also, I always thought it was Douglas who had seen me talking to Brigitte Green at the grocery store on the day I went up to his apartment. I was wrong. I believe it was Pappy who had seen us. He never made much of it that day. I was undercover, so he had no idea I was a cop, or else he would have warned Douglas that I was watching him. It was only after the incident, when my face was all over the news, that he figured Brigitte may have been an informant of mine. Why didn't Richard and Pappy kill her for betraying Douglas? Greco asked. I'm sure they thought of it, but Brigitte Green had the misfortune of being associated with Douglas. She was never involved in his business, and if she too was found dead, the spotlight would be back on Richard and Pappy. No one cares if a brutal drug dealer is killed. It's another thing if his lover is found dead too. I believe they thought it was better to put her back at the same job so that they could keep an eye on her. But Richard has her selling drugs on the side too, Greco said. He blames her for what happened to his brother. That's why, when this is all over, I don't want anyone to think she was somehow behind it. If what you are saying turns out correct, I'll speak to my supervisors and get her out of Milton. Just make sure no harm comes to her, Holt said. She's already suffered enough. Greco stared at him. I'll personally make sure she's taken care of. You have my word. Thank you. Chapter 87. Fisher's eyes snapped open. She blinked and looked around. She was inside an open space with high ceilings. She was on a hard surface. She tried to move, but she could not. Her wrists and ankles were strapped to the surface. But that was not the worst of it. The side of her neck ached and burned. She felt a cramp that went down her entire body. She blinked some more. She saw a figure standing in the corner. She recognized it. "Charlotte," she uttered. "I was wondering when you'd wake up," Charlotte said with a smile. Fischer fidgeted with the restraints. "You have to let me go. I'm a police officer. I know who you are, and that's why I can't let you go." "Why are you doing this?" Fischer asked. "I think you know why." Fischer shook her head. "I have no idea." "Think harder," Charlotte said. Fischer did, and then it dawned on her. "You were the one who wrote those messages to those men all those years ago." Charlotte clapped her hands. "Bravo, Detective Fischer. I knew sooner or later you'd come to this conclusion. It was just a matter of time." "It wasn't going to be hard," Fischer said. "Once I knew your father was incapable of writing those messages, then that left you or your mother as the possible suspects. It was a matter of elimination, and I am certain it would have led to you. That's why you are here," Charlotte said. "And where is here?" Fisher wanted answers, but she also wanted to buy time. "You are on a farm some distance from Milton." "And who owns this farm?" Charlotte smiled. "I know what you are doing." "What am I doing?" "You are hoping to find a way to get out of this. That's not an unreasonable hope." "It's not," Charlotte conceded. "But I'll have you know, no one has been able to walk out of this barn alive." Fisher's eyes widened. "There were others?" There was a twinkle in Charlotte's eyes. "Oh, you have no idea." "Why are you doing this?" "I've often wondered myself. Why do I have this insatiable desire to kill? I looked into it a few years back, and I discovered that my mother's uncle was none other than the vagabond killer." "Who?" Fisher said. "I'm surprised you've never heard of him. In the 70s, he traveled the country by jumping on and off freight trains. He never held a steady job, but he managed to get by on the kindness of strangers. He would hop off a train in some town and walk around until he could find someone to take him in. He would spend the night, and then the next day hop on another train. Before leaving the stranger's house, he would tie them up and rob them of their cash and jewelry. He would sell the jewelry in another town further away. Some people were too embarrassed to report the robbery. I mean, it was not very smart of them to let a stranger sleep in their house. But times were different in the 70s. People were friendlier. My mom's uncle would have kept doing this, but then one homeowner decided to fight back. While his hands were being tied, he managed to get loose. My mom's uncle wrestled with him, and eventually he choked the man to death. After that, I guess, he figured one murder was enough to get him the electric chair. So he began to kill all those people who welcomed him into their homes. and his crimes became more and more vicious. The last family he killed before he was finally caught, he tortured for hours, including the children. He said he enjoyed inflicting pain on others. "Why are you telling me this?" Fischer asked, disgusted. "I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that I have no choice in who I became. You always have a choice. There was a study done years ago on the brain scans of serial killers. What they found was that all of them had the same genetic markers. The areas of the brain that regulated conscience, inhibition, and empathy were turned off." Charlotte paused. "Have you heard of the phrase, 'Serial killers are formed by both nature and nurture'? I already had the blood of a killer, but then I also suffered great trauma in my childhood, which propelled me to act on my violent instincts." Fischer waited for her to explain. Charlotte lowered her head and looked at her feet. "The death of my brother was devastating." Fischer remembered Holt telling her about this. "Your brother died in a boating accident," she said. Charlotte took a deep breath. "That's what everyone believed, but that wasn't the truth." Fischer's eyes narrowed. "What happened?" "My brother Evan was 2 years older than me. He was naturally bigger and stronger. He would constantly bully me. When we were kids, he would take my toys and hide them. He would make fun of how I looked. He would hurt me if I didn't take responsibility for something he did. But I don't think he had the genetic markers that I had. I just think he was being an older brother." "How can you be so sure?" Fischer said. "Because he never burned a cat with a hot poker and found it funny, or poisoned a dog to see how long it would take for it to die." Fischer was horrified. "You did what?" Charlotte shrugged. "I didn't know it was wrong at the time. I thought it was normal. I sometimes think my brother knew. Maybe that's why he was mean to me. He was probably scared of me and he thought it might be best to control me. But I can't be certain about that." "What happened on the boat?" Fischer asked. "It was during a family camping trip. My father had rented a small boat for fishing. On the second day of our trip, Evan woke me early in the morning. He wanted to go to the other side of the lake. A day earlier, he had seen a bunch of older girls swimming on the other side of the lake, and he wanted to see if they were there that day as well. He was 12, so he had become interested in girls. I didn't want to go with him, but he was afraid I'd tell on him to our parents. He figured it was better to take me along. We snuck on the boat without waking our parents, and then we paddled to the other side of the lake. Halfway to our destination, he turned to me and warned me to keep my mouth shut. If the girls were there, he wanted to spy on them without them knowing. He told me if I did anything to get him in trouble, he'd make my life miserable once we got home. I knew my brother couldn't swim, and in the rush to leave camp, we had forgotten to take our life jackets. When we got close, we stopped behind a large bush. Evan leaned over to get a good view of the cabin the girls were staying in. His body was halfway over the water. That's when something came over me. I shoved him from the back. He fell into the water and began to thrash. He reached out his hand for me to grab it, but I didn't. He yelled for help, but I stood still. When he realized I wasn't going to do anything, he tried to grab on to the edge of the boat. He managed to hook his fingers over the gunwale, but I merely unhooked them. The look of horror on his face still brings joy to me. He knew then who I really was, and it was then that I knew who I really was. It was the most powerful realization I had ever felt. I watched as he slowly went underwater. I waited a long time for him to come back up. He didn't. I then paddled back to our camp, and while sobbing uncontrollably, I told my parents Evan had fallen over, and I couldn't do anything to save him. It took an hour for a search party to pull his body from the water. By then, he was dead. Everyone believed my story that Evan had drowned while trying to spy on girls,
and that he had forced me to go along with him. As he was bigger than me, no one blamed me for not going into the water to pull him out. That was the first taste I had of being in control of someone else's life. It was a feeling I wanted to recreate over and over again." Fischer shivered. "You're a monster," she said. Charlotte smiled. "We're all monsters, Detective Fischer. Some more than others." Chapter 88. Callaway introduced himself to Leslie, and he was told that Burke was with a patient. She asked him to take a seat in the waiting area. She also offered him coffee or tea from the refreshment station. Callaway did not plan to be at the office long. He was only there to apologize to Burke and return the money. He knew how much Burke and his wife were counting on him to give them justice, but Callaway was not the right person for the job. He had convinced himself of this on the drive over. He hated turning away a case, and the Jamie Burke case was one of the biggest. The fee could almost cover his expenses for an entire year. Cases like these did not come very often. Callaway looked around. He was the only one in the waiting area. In order to kill time, he decided to chat with Leslie. He found out that she was working on her master's in psychology, and she planned to one day open her own practice. She liked working for Burke. He was always kind and considerate. She hoped she could be as good as Burke. The door opened and Burke came out of his office. This time he was followed by a male patient. "Leslie," Burke said, "schedule Mr. Wachowski for 2 sessions next week." He shook hands with the patient and then turned his attention to Callaway. "Oh, I wasn't expecting you, Mr. Callaway. Do come in." Callaway went inside his office. Burke went around his desk. "I hope you have some news for me," he said with excitement in his voice. "I'm afraid Callaway was interrupted by the buzzing of a cell phone. Burke looked at the phone on his desk and frowned. "I have to take this. It's from my wife. Excuse me a moment." He answered the call and left the room. Alone, Callaway began to walk around the space. He stared at the numerous degrees and designations on the wall. There were also photos of Burke with politicians, dignitaries, and successful business people. Burke was not only an accomplished psychiatrist but also well-connected. There were awards on a shelf on the other side of the room. He moved toward them and bumped into Burke's desk. A personal calendar fell on the carpeted floor. Callaway reached down to pick the calendar up. He froze as he stared at the calendar. Something began to click in his brain. He looked around and then caught sight of a stack of similar-looking calendars at the bottom of a shelf behind the desk. The covers were made of brown leather, and they had the year printed in gold ink. Callaway was not sure why, but he decided to grab them all, including the one from the desk, and stuff them inside his jacket. The calendars were small and compact, so they were easy to hide. He left the office before Burke returned from his phone call. Chapter 89. Fischer stared at Charlotte. She could not help but feel deep anger toward her. She knew this was no time to be irate. This was the time to seek answers. "Tell me about the men your father was blamed for killing," Fischer said. "How did you do it?" "It was easy," Charlotte said. "Once I got them to trust me, I asked them to meet me. They thought they were meeting a man to discuss business, so they were always shocked when I showed up in my father's car to pick them up." Fischer's eyes widened. "You were the one driving the blue station wagon that Henry Chu had gotten in on the day he disappeared." Charlotte smiled. "I was. I didn't have my license at the time, but my father had taught me how to drive. The men would ask where my father was. I would tell them he had sent me. They never questioned me further. Why would they? A 15-year-old girl can't be much of a threat, right?" Fischer could see Charlotte was enjoying telling her this. "I would then drive those men to a scheduled location. I would confess to them that I had sent those messages and not my father. They would tell me to drive them back. I would tell them to wait so I could get something from the trunk. It was a cattle prod my father had picked up from his parents' farm. I'm not sure why he still had it, but it was a perfect weapon. The men would be too distracted to notice me sneak up from behind and stab them with the prod while they sat in the passenger seat. Once they were unconscious, I would drive them back to my parents' house. Charlotte paused to collect her thoughts. Each Thursday night, my parents would go out to the movies. It was one thing they looked forward to doing together. After the movie, they would go out for dinner or a stroll through the city. This would give me a couple of hours without interruption. I would then sneak the bodies into the shed, where I had everything set up. Her eyes gleamed with pure evil. You wanted to torture them? Fischer asked, horrified. Charlotte turned away, looking disappointed. Well, that was the plan, but the first time I couldn't go through with it. It's one thing to fantasize about cutting someone up, but it's another thing to actually do it. I ended up burying him. What do you mean, burying him? Charlotte shrugged. I dug a hole and pushed him in. Alive? Fischer asked, shocked. Charlotte shrugged again. He was my first victim. I was only 15 at the time, so I wasn't ready to murder someone with my hands just then. Although, with the last victim, I took my time. Fischer knew she was referring to Alex Whitehead's father, Joseph. What did you do to him? Not as much as I wanted to. My parents returned earlier than I expected, so I had to improvise. I used the cattle prod repeatedly on him until he went limp. He could have been breathing when I buried him, but I didn't bother checking. Fischer could not believe this person, who looked so fragile and innocent, was capable of such horrific acts. Fischer said, the police didn't find any cattle prod on the property. Charlotte smiled. My father had built a treehouse for me when I was young. I cut out a panel in the ceiling and hid all my tools in there. The police didn't bother tearing it apart. Had they done so, they would have found enough evidence to put me away. My prints were on everything. There was a moment of silence. Fischer could hear her heart pounding. Did Alex Whitehead come to the same conclusion as me? Fischer asked. Chapter 90. Callaway took the diaries to a coffee shop around the corner from Burke's office. He was not sure if he was onto something, but he wanted to be sure. He ordered a latte and found a seat in the back. He laid out the personal calendars and then picked the one for the year before. He flipped through the pages and stopped on the day Jamie was attacked. There were several entries, but one stuck out more than the others. Meeting N.R. Callaway then picked up Burke's current calendar. He flipped to a particular day, and there too was a similar entry. Meeting N.R. Callaway's eyes narrowed. This entry was on the day that Callaway had driven downtown to meet Burke. He had told Callaway he was giving a lecture. But that was not why the entry had caught Callaway's attention. On another day, when Burke had summoned Callaway to his office, Burke had received a telephone call. After answering it, he had mentioned to Callaway that he had a tendency to forget things. For that reason, he wrote everything in his personal calendar as a reminder. And while he was making his notes on the coffee table, Callaway had caught an entry for that day. Meeting N.R. Prior to meeting with Callaway, Burke had come out of his office with a client. He had called her Nadia, so it was only logical that he would put her on his calendar as Meeting N.R. But was this Nadia the same person Burke had met on the day Jamie was attacked? She had to have been, he concluded. Why else would Burke note in his calendar as Meeting N.R. on that day? Callaway leaned back and took a sip of his coffee. His mind was swirling with 1,000 questions. Who was this N.R.? If his theory was correct, she had to be the same woman he had seen in Burke's office, which meant she was a patient. How does this help me? He thought. It doesn't. He shut his eyes
and exhaled. Maybe he was too quick to jump to conclusions. Maybe he thought he had caught a break, and in order not to lose the opportunity, he had stolen Burke's personal calendars. "You idiot," he scolded himself. He knew why he did that, though. He did not want to give up on the case. A part of him still wanted to solve it, to provide a conclusion to this mystery that had been haunting the Burkes for the past year. Another part of him did not want to return the money either. He was ashamed to admit it, but the money was too good to pass up. And the only way he was going to keep it was if he earned it. To do that, he had to find threads in the case he could pull on. When he saw a familiar entry in Burke's calendar, he wanted to see where it would lead him, which was nowhere. He covered his face with his hands. "I should just return the money and the calendars and wipe my hands of this case," he thought. "I'm just wasting my time." Then he felt a strong gut feeling. "Before you do that, why don't you find out who NR really is?" he thought. Chapter 91. Holt returned to the Milton PD and discovered Fischer was not at her desk. He had already called and left her a voicemail, and so far she had not returned his call. "Maybe she is mad at me," he thought. If she was, she had every right to be. He had not been very forthcoming with her. He had kept her in the dark regarding the entire Brigitte Green affair, which had turned into the Richard Rathburn affair. Holt was certain Detective Greco would find drugs at the grocery store. He was also certain that when Greco squeezed Alessandro Papi, the owner, Papi would flip on Richard. He would cooperate in order to cut a deal. Loyalties went out the window when someone was looking at life in prison without parole, or life in prison with a chance of parole. A chance of parole gave them hope, and hope was the only thing inmates had. Papi would throw Richard under the bus. Richard, on the other hand, would not be given any sweetheart deals. Greco had assured Holt of that. Holt felt like a failure for not dismantling Douglas's drug operation. Holt always got the feeling someone else had taken over his operation. It made sense that a rival gang would take over where Douglas left off. Holt never imagined it would be his younger brother instead. Richard had so much potential. He could have done anything with his life if he stayed the course. "Maybe I'm to blame for that too," he thought. If he had not shot and killed Douglas, maybe Richard might not have joined the family business. But Holt knew there was no guarantee Richard would have kept going down the right path. After a few hard hits, which life always provided, no matter who you were, Richard might have looked to his brother for direction. Who knew how one decision could impact the future? Whatever Holt did all those years ago, he did it for the right reasons. His mind drifted to Brigitte Green. Chapter 92. "What happened to Alex Whitehead?" Fischer asked. "He became too nosy for his own good," Charlotte replied. "The first time he showed up at my shop, I turned him away. I told him I wanted nothing to do with what my father had done. This was the truth. My father's story had put a spotlight on me, which I never coveted." "Did your father know the truth?" Charlotte looked confused. "Truth? That you were behind the murders of those men?" Charlotte fell silent. A painful expression creased her face. "Contrary to what you may think of me, I'm not entirely cold-hearted. I loved my parents. They were good people. My father was a wonderful man. He was always kind to me. He would shower me with gifts. I was his angel. I never wanted to see him get punished for my actions." "But he did," Fischer said. "He eventually died in prison because of you." Charlotte grimaced. "When my father was charged for the crimes, I wanted to rush to the police station and confess. I wanted to tell them everything. The look in my father's eyes as he was led away in handcuffs was something that still haunts me. He, more than anyone else, was shocked to see those bodies buried in our backyard. And to answer your question,
He never believed I could have killed those men. Like I said, I was his angel. I could do no wrong in his eyes. Plus, I don't think he would have ever believed that he had raised a killer. But he went down for something you had done. Didn't that bother you? Fischer asked. It bothered me, but not in the way you think. I wish I'd been more careful. I wish I had not buried those bodies on our property. But I was not mature enough to see how everything could later come back and bite me. I naively figured the bodies would decompose over the years, and no one would be the wiser.
Anyone who dug on the property would eventually find the skeletal remains, Fischer said.
That was something I was aware of course, Charlotte agreed. But as the remaining child, I was to inherit the house, and I had no intention of ever selling it. Thus, the evidence of my actions would forever stay buried until a new owner took over the property, and by then, I would be dead and gone.
You are right. It was naive of you to think you could get away with it, Fischer said. Charlotte did not respond. Silence fell between them. Fischer said, The first time Alex came to you, you turned him away. What happened the second time? Charlotte shook her head.
He was relentless. He wouldn't quit. He kept showing up at the shop. I was worried he would show up at my home. My husband and stepchildren have no idea of who I am or who my father was, and I wanted to keep it that way. I knew if Alex came to the shop again, I would have to do something.
You mean kill him, isn't that right? Fischer said.
Charlotte stared at her. Until then, I had no intention of harming him.
Then when did you change your mind? Fischer asked.
When he invited me to his house, Charlotte replied. Why? He said he wanted to show me something. It was about my father. Curious, I went. And in the basement, Alex had placed everything about my father's case on a wall.
Fischer's eyes widened.
You later removed it. That's why the corkboard was bare.
She nodded.
Once I saw what he had gathered over the years, I knew eventually he or someone else would see the holes in the case, and I worried it might finally lead to me. So I had no choice. I had to get rid of him.
How did you do it? Fischer asked.
Simple, Charlotte replied. I tasered him like I tasered you, but I never counted on him falling and hitting his head on the cement floor.
That's why there was a lot of blood in the basement, Fischer said.
It required extra work to clean up, something I had never done before.
And let me guess, Fischer said. You dragged his body upstairs to the main floor. You used a wheelbarrow to haul Alex's body to the Prius, which you disposed of at the scrapyard.
Good deduction, Charlotte said, impressed. I had been to that scrapyard years ago, so I knew the layout quite well. It was just a matter of finding a way to get the Prius onto the property.
Silence fell over the barn. Fischer dreaded asking her next question, but she knew she had to. What did you do to Alex's body? Chapter 93. Callaway believed the entry in Burke's personal calendar for NR was a reference to a patient. When Callaway had visited Burke's office earlier, he had heard Burke call her Nadia, and the entry matched the timing of her appointment. Callaway was certain N was Nadia, but he was not sure what the R stood for. Callaway was interested in speaking to her, and the only way to do that was to find out her full name. But how was he going to do that? He could not waltz into Burke's office and demand he tell him. Burke was a psychiatrist. He took his patients' privacy very seriously. Callaway could always try to sweet-talk his secretary, Leslie, in providing that information, but Leslie could just be as close-mouthed as Burke. Callaway felt like he was at a crossroads. Either this person named Nadia told him something that broke his case, or Callaway would return the money and just walk away. But Callaway was not interested in walking away empty-handed. Burke's office was only a block away from the coffee shop, so the walk was short. Callaway noticed Burke's car was not in the building's driveway, but a second car was. He could only assume it belonged to Leslie. He suddenly had an idea. He looked around and then casually walked over to the car. With the back of his boot, he kicked the vehicle. Not enough to cause a dent on the frame, but enough to trigger the car alarm. He rushed over and stood beside the front door. A moment later, Leslie came out. Her back was turned to him when he snuck inside. He hurried up the stairs and entered Burke's office. He went around the front desk, and to his relief, Leslie's computer was not locked. He dropped Burke's personal calendars on the floor next to the desk. Leslie would wonder how they got there, but that was the least of his worries. The car alarm was no longer blaring. I don't have much time, he thought. She'll be back soon. He broke into a cold sweat. He clicked the mouse and typed Nadia into the database. A dozen names came up. He looked for one with the last name starting with the letter R. Nadia Renault. That has to be the one, he thought. He heard heels clicking in the hallway. He closed the screen and quickly left the desk. He sat down on a chair and grabbed a magazine. "Oh," Leslie said, clearly surprised to see him. "I didn't know you were here." "I just came in," he said calmly. "Is Dr. Burke in his office?" "I'm sorry, he just stepped out," she said. "He should be back soon, though." "You know what?" Callaway said, standing up. "I'll just call him instead." Before Leslie could reply, he was out the door. Chapter 94. Holt could finally erase the guilt he was carrying regarding Brigitte Green. He could not go back and change what had happened, but at least he could make sure she was no longer under Richard's thumb. Perhaps the DEA could use her as a witness. She may not have been involved in Richard's drug business, but she must have seen something at the grocery store. She could help the authorities in pointing at others who worked at the store and in what capacity. She could also tell them how many shipments came each day, which could be indicative of the amounts of drugs that possibly passed through the store. She could tell them something about her boss, Alessandro Papi, who was also the store's owner. What was he like to work for? Did he restrict his employees' access to certain areas of the store? Anything that they could use to lock Richard up for good. More importantly, though, the DEA could put Brigitte in witness protection. Richard might have associates outside prison, and if he thought she had squealed on his brother, then he would think she had something to do with the raid at the grocery store. He always believed she was Holt's informant, even though it was nowhere near the truth. If Brigitte was his snitch, Holt would have gone out of his way to protect her. He would have definitely not gone into Douglas' apartment on that fateful day had he known she was inside. After all, she was pregnant, and for Holt, her safety and the baby's safety would have been more important than some drug raid. He checked his cell phone. There were no calls from Fischer. It's not like her to not call me back, he thought. He speed-dialed her number. Instead of ringing, it went straight to voicemail. Suddenly, he was concerned about her. She always returned his calls, even when she was on leave. He decided to call Lance. "Officer McConnell," he said. "This is Gregory Holt. I was wondering if Detective Fischer was with you." "No," McConnell replied. "I haven't heard from her since I replied to her message." "What message?" Holt asked. "She was at a flower shop and she sent me a photo of a bouquet as a joke." "Do you know which flower shop?" "I have no idea. She didn't mention it." "Okay, no problem." Lance said, "Can you tell her to call me? I'm worried about her." "Me too," Holt thought. "I'll let her know," he said. He hung up and frowned. He leaned back in his chair and cleared his mind. He suddenly sat bolt upright. He knew exactly which flower shop Lance was referring to. Chapter 95. "What did you do to Alex?" Fischer asked. Charlotte's eyes instinctively moved toward a deep freezer in the corner of the barn. "He's in there?" Fischer asked, horrified. "No, not anymore," Charlotte replied calmly. "But someone else is."
Who?
Charlotte paused, thinking.
There's no point in hiding this now. You already know the truth about me. It's my former employee, Enrique.
Fischer looked confused. Charlotte chuckled.
Marcy, the girl you met at the flower shop, she thinks Enrique suddenly dropped everything and left. That couldn't be farthest from the truth. I use the barn to store equipment. I also use it for other purposes, which you'll get to see firsthand.
There was a twinkle in her eyes, which Fischer did not like.
I warned Enrique not to come to the barn. If he required any equipment for work, he had to tell me and I'd grab them. I even told him a lie that the people who own the farm didn't take kindly to trespassers, and that they'd shoot him if he laid foot on their property. But Enrique was eager to do a good job. He wanted to prove to me that he could handle the landscaping side of my business. I don't blame him. He had his parents and siblings to support back in Guatemala, and the landscaping work paid good money.
Charlotte paused.
A few days ago, he showed up at the farm unannounced. I have sensors all over the property, something I convinced the owners to let me install for security. When I found out he was here, I rushed over, and unfortunately for him, he was able to get inside the barn. Well, I had to do what I did to you. I tasered him when he wasn't looking.
But why is he in the freezer? Fischer asked.
It is easier to dismember a frozen body than it is to dismember a warm one. There is little or no blood, and there is less cleanup afterward.
Was he alive when you put him in there?
He wasn't dead, if that's what you are asking.
Charlotte let out a long laugh. Fischer wanted to say something, but she held her tongue. A moment passed before Fischer asked, "Were there other men before him?" She nodded at the freezer.
Before Enrique?
Charlotte asked.
Yes.
Charlotte thought a moment.
After my father's death, I should have stopped. But I guess it's something I can't control. It's inside of me. It's in my blood. But I'm not a sociopath. I don't get pleasure from hurting people.
Then why do it? Fischer asked, not believing her. She pondered the question.
It's thrilling, I suppose.
Fischer's eyes narrowed. Thrilling?
Charlotte shrugged. Life is boring. Take my husband, for instance. I love him. He's a good man. He's never hurt anybody in his life. He wakes up early in the morning and rushes to get the children to school. He then heads off to work. He comes home at the end of the day, prepares dinner, spends time with the kids and me, and then maybe he'll get an hour in front of the TV to watch his favorite shows or sports. The next day, he'll do it all over again. And that's every day. It's so mind-numbing and mundane.
That's life, Fischer said.
Well, I choose not to live that life. I mean, I have to live it for appearances. But then I have this.
She spread her arms out.
This barn is where I feel alive. It lets me live out my wildest fantasies.
The smile on Charlotte's face made Fischer shiver to the core. Chapter 96. Callaway was in downtown Milton. He pulled up to the curb. The spot he was at was very familiar. This is where I'd picked up Burke and my charger, he thought. When he thought about that day, he realized he had met Burke only a block away at a coffee shop. Burke had told him he was giving a lecture not far from here. Was Burke really giving a lecture? Callaway wondered. It could not be a coincidence that he had met Burke in the same area twice, and here he was now, in search of Nadia Renault. The moment he had the name from Leslie's computer, it was a matter of doing a search online to get her address. Nadia Renault was Burke's patient, which meant Burke had to have come here to meet Nadia. But why? Callaway wanted to find out. He looked up at a glass apartment building. Inside the lobby, Callaway could see a security guard behind the desk. He decided he was not going to waste time. Either Nadia Renault talked to him, or she did not. Regardless, he had to try. He parked the Charger and entered the building. He moved to the tenant directory located on the right of the front doors. He searched and found a name, N. Renault. He picked up the phone receiver and punched in her number. A few rings later, a woman answered. "Who are you?" she asked. Callaway turned to look at the camera above the doors. "My name is Lee Callaway," he said into the receiver. "I'm a private investigator." There was silence on the line. "What is this about?" Nadia asked. "It's about Dr. Leonard Burke." "I don't know anyone by that name." "Yes, you do. I saw you in Dr. Burke's office." Callaway could hear breathing on the line. "Please, I just need to ask you a couple of questions, that's all." A moment later, the door buzzed. Chapter 97. After his visit to the flower shop, Holt pulled up to a gray stucco house. Marcy, the employee of the shop, had told him that Detective Fischer had indeed come by earlier, and that she had sent her to a customer's house where her boss was doing landscaping. He parked his Volvo behind a Ford Taurus and got out. He walked up to the house. He saw a man lounging on the front lawn. "I'm looking for Charlotte Peterson," Holt said. He shrugged. "She's not here," he said. "And you are?" "Lewis," he replied. "Do you know where she is?" Holt asked. He shook his head. "I have no idea." "Did you see another woman drop by to talk to her?" Holt asked. Lewis thought a moment. "Yeah, I did." "When was that?" "A couple of hours ago." "And you don't know where they went?" "Charlotte told me to go for lunch, and when I came back, she was not here. She told me to dig a hole. I did that, but now I'm waiting for her to tell me what to do next. I mean, I've been here all day. I should get paid for it, right?" Instead of answering him, Holt said, "Thanks for your help." As Holt walked back to his Volvo, he spotted a familiar SUV down the street. He walked up to the vehicle and realized it was Fischer's Volvo. He looked inside and saw Fischer was not there. Holt suddenly had a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. Chapter 98. Charlotte looked at her wristwatch and frowned. "Wow, I can't believe we've been talking for almost an hour. I knew you were baiting me into spilling my guts, but I didn't know it was for this long." "There are still so many questions I have," Fischer said. She still had to find a way to get out. "I'm afraid our time is up," Charlotte said. She walked over to a shelf and returned with duct tape. She removed a piece and placed it over Fischer's mouth. "I can't have you screaming now, can I?" Charlotte said. Fischer tried to speak, but her words were inaudible. "Normally I would wait for your body to freeze, but I don't want to wait any longer." She walked over to a corner of the barn and returned with a sledgehammer. "I'm afraid I don't have any sedatives to put you to sleep. I'm a gardener, not a doctor, so it would be a lie if I said this won't hurt." Fischer's eyes widened in panic. She began to thrash on the table. The restraints cut into her wrists, but they did not give. Charlotte's shadow fell over her. "I enjoyed our talk. I did, very much. It was cathartic in some way. My chest feels so much lighter, so thank you for that." She lifted the sledgehammer over her head. "Goodbye, Detective Fischer." Fischer shut her eyes tight. She prepared herself for the fatal blow. She hoped the end would be swift and that she would feel no pain. But no blow came. Fischer opened her eyes and saw Charlotte was utterly still, holding the sledgehammer over her head as if she were frozen in time. Charlotte's eyes were looking at something on the other side of the barn. Fischer turned and realized she was staring at a computer screen. Charlotte slowly lowered the sledgehammer down to her side. "Damn," she said. "The Fredericks are home early." She walked over and placed the sledgehammer next to a wall. She turned to Fischer. "Stay right where you are," she chuckled. Fischer was not going anywhere, and she knew it. "I'll be back before you know it." She opened the barn door and slid out. When Fischer was alone,
She tried to twist and turn. She winced as the restraints cut deeper into her skin. Blood began to seep out. But Fischer did not stop. She kept twisting and turning until she was spent. She had no more fight in her. She suddenly thought of Lance. After sending him the bouquet photo, she had not heard back from him. Did he see the photo? Does he know where I am? She then thought of Holt. She suddenly wished she had not gone to the flower shop without him. But how was she supposed to know that all those murders committed years ago by the infamous David Gary Crumb were perpetrated by his daughter? Hot tears rolled down her cheeks when she thought of her loved ones. Like Alex Whitehead, she would disappear, and her loved ones and friends would spend their lives searching for her. The barn door slid open. Charlotte came back inside. Her eyes were filled with urgency. Fischer knew her time was up.
Chapter 99. Callaway was parked behind the department store. The security guard on the property had already asked what he was doing there. Callaway gave him a story that he was hired by the company to conduct his own investigation, to find out if the area was prone to crime and violence. He doubted very much the security guard would look into his story further. The guard was a fresh-faced, 20-year-old man. Callaway had already found out that he was a student at a nearby college. He was working to pay for his tuition. As long as Callaway did not damage anything on the property, the guard could care less how long he was there. Callaway checked his watch. He then saw two headlights up ahead. An Audi pulled up close to him and stopped. The lights went off and then the driver got out. Callaway exited his car as well. Dr. Leonard Burke walked over to him. "What am I doing here?" he asked, looking around uncomfortably. "This is where Jamie was attacked," Callaway replied. "So it is only fitting we discuss this here." "Okay, what do you want to discuss?" "I was stumped by your son's case. It gave me fits. The pieces never fit. It was only when I began to look through a different lens that I realized I was looking at it the wrong way." "I'm not sure where you're going with this," Burke said. "But if you know who hurt my son, you better tell me now." "I don't need to tell you," Callaway said, "because you already know." "I have no idea what you are talking about." "Don't you?" Callaway asked. "Is this some kind of a game?" "It's no game to me, but it sure looks like a game to you." Burke blinked. "Listen, whatever you have to say, just say it. I am paying you for information, am I not?" "Yes, you are. And that is what baffled me for a long time. It threw me in a variety of directions, but ultimately it led me back to here." Burke looked at his surroundings and shivered again. "You've been here before, isn't that right?" "Of course I have. I visited with my wife after Jamie was attacked." "No, that's not entirely true. You were here before that. Alone." "What?" Burke spat. "You were here on the day your son was attacked." Burke opened his mouth but then shut it. Callaway said, "I should have seen the signs. They were staring at me the whole time." "What signs?" Burke said. "The signs you were giving me." Burke fell silent. "Whenever I spoke to you, all you talked about was guilt. You felt guilty for not being there for your son. You felt guilty for not protecting him. What you were truly guilty of was the fact that you were responsible for what happened to your son." Burke laughed. "That is the most absurd thing I have ever heard." Burke pointed a finger at him. "If you think by blaming me you will earn the remainder of your fee, then you are so wrong." "Am I?" Callaway calmly replied. Burke stared at him but said nothing. Callaway walked around the space. "The break came to me when I saw the entry Meeting NR in your personal calendars." "It was you who had taken them," Burke said. "It was," Callaway admitted. "On the day you invited me over to your office to discuss the case, you had also scheduled an appointment with a patient named Nadia Renault. As she left your office, you had referred to her by her first name, and you said it loud enough for me to hear." Callaway stopped pacing. "Now why would you do that?"
Burke stood still.
"You did it so that I remembered that name," Callaway said. "Then in your office, you made a point that you were forgetful, and as such you wrote everything down. You made an effort of placing your open calendar in front of me on the coffee table, knowing full well I would take a look. Why?" Callaway paused to let his words sink in. "The answer was, you were giving me clues."
"Why would I do that?"
Burke said. "Again, it came down to guilt. You were so racked by guilt that it was the only thing you talked about."
"That's absurd."
"Is it?" Callaway said. "Then explain to me why your son took your Mercedes when he normally drove the family minivan."
"Like I told you, we had a fight that night, and despite me, he took my car."
"And you weren't upset by that?"
"Of course I was."
"And you didn't do anything about it?" Callaway asked.
"What could I have done? He was acting out. He was still young, still hot-headed. I'm a psychiatrist. I counsel my parent clients to show patience in dealing with their children. I couldn't be a hypocrite. I had to do the same."
"Why didn't your son just take your wife's car instead?" Callaway asked. "She was out of the country. Surely she wouldn't miss it." Burke's face was turning red.
"You're not listening to me,"
he said between clenched teeth. "He took my car to piss me off." "If he took your car, then how did you, on that night, end up at this very spot?" The anger melted from Burke's face. He stammered. I never said I was here that night." Callaway raised an eyebrow. "You didn't deny it either." Burke looked away. Callaway said, "Your wife said you destroyed the Mercedes because it reminded you of what happened to your son."
"Actually, you destroyed it because it was a reminder of what you had done."
"I have no idea what you're talking about," Burke whispered. "I spoke to Nadia Renault." Burke did not seem surprised by Callaway's words. In fact, he looked like he expected them. "And she confirmed that the two of you were having an affair. But after your son was crippled, you ended it. She also confirmed that the two of you were together on the day Jamie was attacked." Burke nodded. "You are correct. I was with Nadia on that day. Which means I couldn't have been here, Mr. Callaway." "No, it doesn't mean that. Nadia Renault lives in downtown Milton, which is a half-hour drive from your house. The only way for you to have met her was if you had driven there. That means you had taken your Mercedes. So how can one car be in two places? The answer is simple. Jamie had driven the Mercedes after you had returned from your rendezvous with Miss Renault." Burke stared at him. "Stop this charade," Callaway said. "You wouldn't have been this careless if you didn't want me to find out what you had done." Burke's shoulders sank. He shut his eyes. "It was my fault," he murmured. "It was all my fault." "Tell me what happened that night," Callaway said.
Chapter 100.
Charlotte grabbed the sledgehammer and came over to Fischer.
"Can you believe this?"
she said, shaking her head.
"The Fredericks had forgotten their medication at home. They drove 50 miles back just to pick it up. Why not just get another bottle from the closest pharmacy?"
She then paused and pondered the matter.
"Perhaps they would need a prescription from their doctor to get another bottle. That makes sense, right?"
Fischer could tell she was annoyed by the interruption.
"I was planning to finish you off right now," Charlotte said. "But seeing that the Fredericks are back, I don't think that would be such a good idea."
She was talking more to herself than Fischer.
"The smell of blood would be too strong, and then it'd take me hours to clean up all the mess."
She set the sledgehammer down and rolled the table next to the freezer.
"It might be a bit cramped for 2 people," she said. "But I think we can sort that out to make you fit."
There was a cruel smile on her face. Fischer tried to fight back, but the restraints held her firm. She tried to scream, but her voice came out muffled. Charlotte calmly removed the taser from her pocket and pressed it against Fischer's ribs. Fischer felt a powerful jolt course through her body. Her arms and legs went limp. She was suddenly disoriented. She tried to breathe in through her nostrils, but she was fading in and out. Her eyelids were heavy. "I can't die like this," she thought. "I don't want to die like this." She blinked to get her bearings. She saw Charlotte was holding the sledgehammer, and she was looking at Fischer's legs. Fischer's eyes widened in horror. "She's going to break my legs!" Charlotte raised the sledgehammer. The door slammed open. Charlotte turned to face whoever had charged in. Fischer heard a commanding voice. Holt's cry of "Stop!" was immediately followed by several gunshots. Charlotte reeled as bullets struck her. She fell away from view, the sledgehammer clattering onto the floor next to her. Fischer shut her eyes tight. She was losing consciousness. She felt a shadow over her. She opened her eyes and saw Holt was standing over her. "You're safe, Dana." He removed the duct tape from her mouth. She tried to speak, but she blacked out before she could say a word. Chapter 101. "Tell me what happened that night," Callaway said again. Burke covered his face with his hands. "I never meant to hurt Jamie," he said. "It just happened." "Why?" Callaway asked. "Jamie had found out about Nadia and me. He had come to my office to speak to me when he saw me leave. He followed me to downtown Milton, where Nadia Renault lives." "Yes," Burke said. "Jamie was in the minivan, but I was so focused on meeting Nadia that I didn't know he was watching me. When I left her condo, he confronted me outside her building. I was shocked to see him. He demanded answers. I knew my affair was no longer a secret and that my son had caught me red-handed. He was angry with me, and I feared he would cause a scene. I told him if he calmed down, I would explain everything. I told him we should go someplace quiet to talk. I told him we should take my Mercedes and that he should drive. I was overwhelmed with emotion and I had begun to tremble. I wasn't sure how I could justify my actions to my son. We drove in silence for 10 minutes, maybe longer. I'm not sure. I saw a department store parking lot that was vacant. I told him to pull into it. I then told him to drive to the side. I don't know why, but I was too concerned about appearances. Jamie was prone to outbursts, and I didn't want anyone to see him crying behind the wheel. Callaway listened intently. When we had parked, I promised him that I would end my relationship with Nadia, but he wasn't listening to me. He couldn't believe I would cheat on his mother. I begged him to keep it to himself. Not only would my marriage be over, but my career as well. I was sleeping with a patient of mine, which could have me lose my license and my practice. I couldn't let that happen. But Jamie wouldn't listen. I tried to reason with him, but then he began to threaten me. His own father. Burke's voice turned hard as steel. I don't know what came over me, but I lost it. I struck him across the face with the back of my hand. He was shocked, and so was I. I had never hit him, even when he was a child. Before I could apologize, he started cursing me. He was livid that I had hit him. He promised to tell Grace everything. He kept screaming at me. I don't know what came over me, but I wanted him to stop. I grabbed the pen from the cup holder and I stabbed him. Burke shook visibly. The moment I saw the blood spill out of his neck and onto his shirt, I realized what I had done. Jamie's eyes were wide, and he looked at me with confusion. I was horrified. I panicked. I got out of the car, and I ran. You should have helped him, Callaway said. Burke shut his eyes. I should have stayed. I should have tried to stop the bleeding, but I was reeling from what he knew. Self-preservation took over. I thought about my career, my marriage. I should have thought about him. Burke wiped tears from his cheeks. I ran as far as I could before I came to my senses. I couldn't leave my son, my only child, to die like that. I hurried back, but I saw that the police and the paramedics were already there. Someone had found Jamie in the Mercedes. Cassius Clay Robinson, Callaway said. Yes. Burke lowered his head. With all the commotion around my son, I didn't have the courage to go back to him. I was still holding the pen with my son's blood on it. I threw it in the garage and I took a handkerchief and wiped the blood from my hand. I then took a taxi home. I didn't know whether my son was alive or dead. I didn't even know if he had told them that I had attacked him. It was only later, when the police showed up and told me something terrible had happened to Jamie, that I realized he was in far worse condition than I had thought. Burke sighed. I spent the next several months at Jamie's bedside. A part of me wanted him to get better, but another part of me feared what he would tell my wife and the police. Eventually, I realized he would never tell anyone anything ever again. Eventually, His words trailed off. The guilt began to eat away at you, Callaway said, finishing his sentence. Burke nodded. When Grace mentioned hiring a private investigator to find out what had happened to Jamie, I was not in agreement at first. But then, after I had time to think about it, I knew it was the right step to take. And that's why you gave me all those clues to put together. It was my way of working through my guilt, Burke said. I couldn't outright confess to hurting my son, but I could try to make it easier for you to find the person responsible. Me. What if I couldn't solve it? Callaway asked. In fact, I had come to your office earlier to return your fee because I had all but given up. Contrary to what I had told you, I was aware of your reputation before I hired you. If you couldn't solve it, then I would tell myself the truth wasn't meant to come out. And perhaps it might ease the guilt that was tearing away at me. But I did solve it, Callaway said. Yes, you did. Burke paused, looking uncertain. So, what now? What do you mean? What are you going to do now that you know the truth? Callaway was quiet for a moment. I'm going to do nothing. Nothing? Burke said, surprised. Yes, nothing. Burke was confused. You're not going to tell my wife? Callaway shook his head. Your wife didn't hire me. You did. My job was to find who hurt your son. I did that. Now it's up to you to decide what to do next. Burke stared at him, and then he covered his face with his hands and wept. Chapter 102. Fischer was on the sofa in her apartment. Holt came over and handed her a cup of tea. After she had passed out at the barn, she was taken to the hospital as a precaution. The tests revealed no permanent damage. She would be sore from being tasered, but she was fit to go back to work in a day or two. Holt did not leave her side. He was even in the ambulance that took her to the hospital. Lance had showed up the moment he had heard. At the moment, Lance had stepped out of the apartment to give Holt and Fischer some privacy to talk. Holt sat down across from her with a cup of his own. Holt had already updated her on his case. She was, after all, his partner, and as such, she should be privy to what he was up to. Richard Rathburn's drug operation was shut down for good. Detective Greco had arrested Richard and his accomplices just a few hours ago. Greco has also taken the necessary steps to protect Brigitte Green by relocating her out of Milton. Holt's face was etched in pain. I should have been with you when you went to the flower shop. Don't blame yourself, Greg, she said. No one knew who Charlotte was until it was almost too late. Holt was quiet. Charlotte Peterson was dead. Holt had shot her. Fischer knew it was the one shooting he would not fret about for long.
"How did you find me?" she asked.
"We traced your cell phone signal. It last pinged about 5 miles from the farm, which wasn't much help at the time until we confirmed with Marcy that Charlotte Peterson had a storage shed at a farm. It was a crapshoot, but we had no choice but to check it out."
"I'm glad you did," Fischer said.
Holt's cell phone buzzed. He answered, and after listening for several minutes, he hung up. "You wouldn't believe what they found in the barn and in Charlotte Peterson's flower shop."
"What?"
"Human remains in large planters." Fischer's jaw dropped.
"Oh my God. Do you know what this means? Charlotte was freezing her victims, and after dismembering their bodies, she was burying their limbs in planters and selling them at her flower shop."
"That's very disturbing," Holt said.
"I agree, but it was a clever way to dispose of the evidence."
Holt nodded. "We'll have to go through the flower shop's sales receipts to track down all those planters. It'll be a long process, but we will find out who else she had murdered."
"What about the man in the freezer at the barn?" Fischer asked.
"There was nothing we could do for him. He was already dead."
Fischer looked down at her cup. They both sipped their tea without saying another word. They were thinking about Charlotte Peterson's unfortunate victims. Poor Alex, Fischer thought, blinking tears from her eyes. His sister is going to be devastated.
Chapter 103. Callaway watched as Nina and Patty played near the water. They laughed and ran away as each wave came crashing onto the sand. The sun was shining bright, and the weather was abnormally warm for this time of year, so they took the opportunity to go to the beach as a family. Baxter was back working for Mason, and Mason had ponied up the rest of Callaway's fee without haggling. After his talk with Burke, Callaway had met him once more. This time was at Callaway's office, when Burke came down to pay him the remainder of the $25,000 he had agreed to pay him. Callaway was not going to ask him what he would do, but Burke had surprised him by saying, "I have realized the right thing is to go to the police and tell them the truth. I know the repercussions for doing this, but it is better than living a lie for the rest of my life." Callaway had looked at Burke for a long moment, and then surprised himself by saying, "Good for you." The next morning, while Callaway was scanning the news on his laptop, he learned Burke had indeed confessed. Callaway had also read of Fischer's rescue from Charlotte Peterson by Holt. The grisly revelation that Peterson, daughter of David Gary Crum, was the real killer of the victims Crum was tried and convicted of killing, had already sparked calls for Crum's posthumous exoneration. Peterson had also murdered others, including the son of one of her victims, Alex Whitehead, when he got too close to learning of her guilt. The police had found Whitehead's dismembered remains, and the remains of her other victims, buried in large planters Peterson was selling at her flower shop. What a sick woman, Callaway had thought. Compared to her, Burke is a saint. Yes, he crippled his son for life, but that was a crime of passion, not out of some perverted need to kill. Plus, he had a conscience, which is why he decided to face the music in a roundabout way by hiring me to unmask him. Peterson had no conscience, which means she was a genuine monster. She's better off dead. But Burke? Maybe he will get some compassion by coming clean, but Grace Burke will never forgive him for what he did to Jamie. Burke seeing another woman probably didn't surprise her, but hurting their only child? The repercussions of that one action would last a lifetime. Callaway's phone buzzed. He looked at the text message and smiled. It was from Dana. "I'm doing fine. Thanks for the message, Lee." Nina squealed in the distance. Callaway looked up. She was running from a wave as Patty watched, smiling. He felt a loving warmth wash over him. Right now, at this moment, two people mattered to him. Their happiness meant more to him than anything else in the world. Nina turned and waved to him. So did Patty. He stood up, smiled, and decided to join them in their fun. This has been The Guilty Spouse, Lee Callaway book number 7, written by Thomas Fincham, narrated by David Anthony Roach. Copyright 2020 by Thomas Fincham. Production copyright by Thomas Fincham.